Chapter 271. Thousand Islands Sea. A huge flying ship flew past. This flying ship looked incredibly luxurious, with large dragon-shaped carvings on it. A large number of men stood on the deck of the flying ship. These men all had different expressions and shapes. The leader was a red-robed man with a broad face and a dignified aura. The red-robed man held the railing with both hands as he looked into the distance. Then he asked indifferently, "This is the Thousand Islands Sea?" "Yes, Crown Prince." The people behind him answered respectfully. "Thousand Islands Sea? Huh. That battle 800 years ago was truly fascinating. The vast sky chest pavilion ended up in such a mess. Old man Guanxi, how unfortunate." The red-robed Crown Prince said indifferently. "Crown Prince, last time, Elite Hall's Mu Qinfeng came to my Divine Dragon Palace and said that A.O. Shun wanted to restore the throne. Didn't Crown Prince send him away? Why are you going to 9-5 Island now?" "Indeed, Crown Prince. That Mu Qinfeng wants to use Crown Prince to deal with A.O. Shun. He is dreaming." Two of the people mocked. The red-robed Crown Prince was A.O. Shun. A.O. Shun narrowed his eyes as he looked into the distance. Then he shook his head and asked, "Uncle Jin, what do you think of Mu Qinfeng's words?" An old man in the crowd frowned slightly. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know." A.O. Shun took a deep breath and said, "I know. Uncle Jin, Uncle Lin, you are still brooding over what happened to me back then. However, I have my difficulties as well. Royal Brother caused such a ruckus back then because he wanted to consign my dragon race to eternal damnation." "Huh. Crown Prince, why do you say that?" Uncle Jin asked with a frown. "Why does Imperial Father not care about worldly matters? Have you thought about it? Did I give myself the title of Crown Prince? Without Imperial Father's permission, how can I be the Crown Prince? The Daqian dynasty can have more than one Crown Prince. However, why can my Northern Sea Dragon race only have one? Because the Dragon race can only have one voice. While Imperial Father is in closed-door cultivation, nothing is allowed to happen," A.O. Shun said seriously. "Huh." Uncle Jin frowned. "I know what Royal Brother is planning to do. He's planning to make use of a bunch of Sin Dragons, that motley crew, and some of the Dragon clans. In short, he wants to take back the position of Crown Prince." "Mu Qinfeng is right," A.O. Shun said calmly. "Crown Prince." Uncle Jin raised his eyebrows. "You don't need to say anything. I understand. Uncle Jin, you're in charge of a team of the Dragon Palace. That's because my father trusts you. I hope you won't let my father down," A.O. Shun said in a deep voice. Uncle Jin frowned and answered, "Yes, my Dragon Palace is not for anyone to use. Mu Qinfeng, not even Class 1 Hall. This time, I am here to resolve the grudge between Brother Wang and me. I hope that after he vented his anger on 9-5 Island, he will calm down when he sees me," A.O. Shun said indifferently. 9-5 Island? Huh. A.O. Shun is making a mountain out of a molehill. Mu Qinfeng said that she will bring the Dragon Race's army there. By now, 9-5 Island should have been razed to the ground, right? 9-5 Island is in front. However, even if it is a Sin Dragon, it is still a member of the Dragon Race. 9-5 Island belongs to the Han Dynasty. What can an island do to it? One Sin Dragon is enough to destroy it all. The people behind A.O. Shun immediately showed disdain. Roar, rumble. As the group chatted and laughed, roaring sounds suddenly came from the distance. Huh. A.O. Shun raised his eyebrows as he looked over with narrowed eyes. He saw a large group of dragons in the sky chasing after other dragons. These were all Sin Dragons and alternative dragons. The battle was extremely intense. What's going on? Those are all Sin Dragons, A.O. Shun's subordinates. Why are they fighting among themselves? Uncle Jin showed some shock. This is a life-and-death battle. Why are they fighting so bitterly? Why are A.O. Shun's subordinates fighting among themselves? The people on the flying ship showed shocked expressions. Dahan Imperial Palace. The instant the Sin Dragons started fighting in the sky, a large ritual array appeared in the Imperial Palace. The doors to the soaring palace hall opened slightly, and Gu Hai slowly stepped out of the hall. "Imperial Father, we succeeded," Gu Qin said excitedly with a smile. Your Majesty is wise. The officials immediately knelt excitedly. Earlier, when Xiao Chun stepped out of the soaring palace hall, the officials showed horrified expressions. After all, that was a sky full of sin dragons. However, not long after, the emperor turned the sin dragons into clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, tearing them apart and killing each other. The strongest sin dragon, Ao Shun, actually got kicked in the head by a donkey. He sealed his cultivation and allowed himself to be captured. Even the books did not have such a strange scene. The emperor is too incredible. Not far away, Montez rushed over. Your Majesty, Montez said excitedly. At this moment, Montez was completely convinced. The sky was full of sin dragons. Even if it was a sin dragon, he could only run away. However, in the blink of an eye, he was toyed with by the emperor. Even Ao Shun, who had the strength of the Heaven Palace Hall, was captured by the emperor. He was far inferior to the emperor. Perhaps if Shangwan Hen had not appeared when Miao Chen attacked, the emperor would have had a way to deal with him. So what if he had the Heaven Palace Hall? In front of the emperor, he would still be captured. Is it done? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yes. Just before the ritual array was set up, I took an opportunity and had a sin dragon rescue Lewin. Montez nodded solemnly. Lewin was rescued? That's good. Montez, you did well this time. We're very gratified, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. It was all because of your Majesty's arrangements. This subject did not do anything. Although Montez said that he had done nothing, a smile bloomed on his face. At some point in time, Montez started to look forward to the emperor's praise. Roar! Your Highness, we captured a traitorous dragon alive. An excited roar came from outside. Guqin, set up the ritual array and cooperate with us. Fog, Gu Hai said. Yes, Guqin answered. Boom! Suddenly, fog rose in the fog ritual array. For a moment, one could not see one's own fingers. 8 flood dragons grabbed a huge dragon and charged into the ritual array. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might is unparalleled. The Overlord Xiang Yu's voice rang out. What? The dragons exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai did not have enough spiritual stones to set up the 28 line pair heavens and earth formation. He had used up almost all of the 400 million high-grade spiritual stones he had plundered from the Gongjin sect. Although it was not enough to deal with the experts from Kaitian Palace, it was not difficult for him to deal with ordinary people from the Yuanying state. Moreover, with the help of the dragon fixing formation, the alternative dragons could not move once they entered. Cloud beasts appeared one after another and suppressed the huge dragons. It was just like the Silver Moon Sea. Roar! The alternative dragons were suppressed by the dragon fixing formation and could not move. The huge dragons roared in panic. Gu Hai held the blood saber in one hand and the life ender saber in the other as he soared into the sky. Gu Hai, it's you? Where's the Crown Prince? What is the Crown Prince doing? Skeleton. Don't eat me. Is this how the alternative dragons at the bottom of the Passion Flower Valley were eaten? Crown Prince, I am on your side. Crown Prince. The group of alternative dragons shrieked in horror. However, wherever the life ender saber passed, wounds appeared. The alternative dragons were gnawed away. The ritual array was very complex. Once one entered, one cannot get out. One cannot tell north from south. No matter how one fled, Gu Hai quickly chased after them. The ritual array could isolate sound. The outside world could not hear what was happening inside. However, the inside could hear what was happening outside. Crown Prince, we caught a traitor. Ha ha ha. Another new dragon charged into the ritual array. Kill. Gu Hai's gaze turned cold. With the help of the Xiang Yu cloud beasts, he quickly chased after the dragons that entered the ritual array. Roar! You bastard! What are you doing? Crown Prince, what is this Gu Hai doing? Crown Prince, didn't you say that you would pardon us? Miserable shrieks rang out endlessly. More and more dragons entered the ritual array to ask for credit. Fortunately, Gu Hai had enough spirit stones this time. He used 400 million superior grade spirit stones to set up the 28 line pair universe ritual array. The energy was endless. 100 Xiangyu followed Gu Hai as he killed them. Although it was called killing, Gu Hai was just bullying the dragons with the life ender saber's ferocious roar. He was attacking them separately. A Xiangyu cloud beast was equivalent to a peak stage nascent soul cultivator in the Yuanying state. 100 peak stage nascent soul cultivators cooperated with Gu Hai to deal with a giant dragon from the Yuanying state. All Gu Hai had to do was to make a wound on the giant dragon. How difficult would that be? Kill, 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 kill. Bones fell from the sky one after another. Gu Hai's killing became more and more ferocious. Outside the palace, the aftermath of the battle reached the royal casino resort. However, it was not very harmful. My lord, look, didn't I say that Crown Prince Aoshing was inside? Just now, nearly 1,000 giant dragons entered one after another. If Crown Prince Aoshing wasn't there, how could Gu Hai stop them? A subordinate said proudly. Sima Changkong shook his head. Gu Hai used the array to kill 1,000 dragons at the Silver Moon Ocean. Now, he has the advantage of the array in his own territory. Isn't that enough? His subordinates were stunned. When 1,500 giant dragons were devoured by the life ender saber, 1,000th of the power returned to Gu Hai's body and rushed to his lung acupoint. Metal elemental quintessential essence quickly accumulated in his lung acupoint. It formed a huge quintessential essence ball in the blink of an eye. He circulated the true dragon golden core art. Immediately, a wisp of consciousness nurtured a golden dragon in the lung acupoint's quintessential essence. Roar! The golden dragon roared and carried the rolling metal elemental quintessential essence through his meridians. It swam in Gu Hai's body with the blue dragon in his kidney acupoint, the green dragon in his liver acupoint, and the purple dragon in his dantian. They did not interfere with each other and did not invade each other. When the quintessential essence circulated in his body, boom, there was a loud sound and a current surged around him. The energy in his body seemed to have increased exponentially in an instant. 7th-tier Golden Core Realm? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. 1,500 giant dragons. He had finally broken through again. Gu Hai turned his head and prepared to slaughter the other giant dragons. However, when he turned his head, no more dragons entered the array. Gu Hai frowned slightly. What was going on? There were still 2,500 dragons. Did they all escape? Crown Prince, it's here. It's here. Someone used your name to lie to us. Suddenly, a sorrowful roar came from outside. Chapter 272. Rumble. 3,400 dragons chasing 600 dragons was simply a one-sided massacre. The 600 dragons loyal to Ao Shun fled in all directions, and the other dragons also gave chase. Hence, the shockwaves outside the Dahan Palace were not strong. Even so, the dragons were still extremely ferocious. The shockwaves caused strong winds and heavy rain, sending sand and rocks flying. Countless spectating cultivators fled in horror. The rebellious dragons were captured one after another and sent into the ritual array of the Dahan Palace. However, there was no news of them after they entered. No one knew what happened inside. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 dragons entered the ritual array, and the rebellious dragons dwindled. However, at this moment, the battle in the distance stopped. Be it the dragons loyal to Ao Shun or Ao Shung, the two sides stopped fighting and looked at a magnificent flying ship together. TTTT Crown Prince? Why did you come from outside the island? Crown Prince, you just arrived? TT then, who was in the soaring hall? Elder Lin, Elder Jin, why you were not captured by the Crown Prince? The dragons that saw Ao Shung's flying ship were all stunned. Why is it the Crown Prince's flying ship? Isn't the Crown Prince in the soaring hall? Also, shouldn't Elder Jin, Elder Lin, and the others be imprisoned? Isn't the Crown Prince going to purge the dragon race? Could it be? Suddenly, the dragons thought of a possibility. The moment they thought of that possibility, almost all the dragons felt like they had swallowed a dead rat. It was so awkward. The flying ship slowly headed for the Dahan Palace. Along the way, more and more dragons gathered. In the blink of an eye, 800 dragons and drakes had gathered together with complicated feelings. Be it the drakes or the drakes, they were all at a loss. This is somewhat incomprehensible. Ao Shung stood on the flying ship. The group of dragon elders listened to the detailed report of the captured dragon, and they were all speechless. That bastard. The crown prince is here. How can there be a crown prince in the soaring hall? An elder said with a glare. It's true. There really is a crown prince. The dragon that was questioned was also stunned. Ao Shung's face was also dark as he slowly walked toward the Dahan Imperial Palace. The battle outside the palace had already stopped. Just like the other dragons, the moment they saw Ao Shung's true body, all the dragons were stunned. Some of the surrounding cultivators who were fleeing in all directions also revealed a surprised expression. That's Crown Prince Ao Shung. I've seen it before in the Qian Celestial Dynasty. It's really Crown Prince Ao Shung. Impossible. If he is Crown Prince Ao Shung, then who is the one inside the soaring palace hall? Two crown princes, Ao Shung. Countless Xiozha revealed astonished expressions. They had yet to recover from the shock of the battle between the two crown princes. Now, another crown prince had appeared. Was this a real or fake crown prince? When Sima Chongkong saw the flying boat, he also smiled bitterly. This time, Guhai is in trouble. HHHM. It's impossible. One of Sima Chongkong's subordinates widened his eyes and exclaimed, That's Ao Shung. That's right. Behind him are the elders of the dragon tribe. He is Ao Shung. If the one on the flying boat is Ao Shung, then who is the one inside the soaring palace hall? The group of Sima Chongkong's subordinates widened their eyes and remained silent for a long time. Just like the dragons before, they felt awkward as if they had swallowed a dead rat. Just now, they were constantly praising Ao Shung in the soaring palace hall and swearing that it was definitely Ao Shung. Now, this was a blatant slap to their faces. Ao Shung really came. Then, could the one in the soaring palace hall be real? The previous rumbling of the battle disappeared. The surroundings became incomparably quiet. A strange atmosphere pervaded outside the Dahan Imperial Palace. Everyone's eyes widened in bewilderment. If the one on the flying boat was really Ao Shung, then everyone and all the dragons have been deceived by a voice in the soaring palace hall. Crown Prince, it's here. It's here. Someone used your name to deceive us. The leader of the white dragons pointed at the Imperial Palace array and shouted sorrowfully. Inside the array, Guhai had slaughtered 1,500 dragons, and his cultivation had reached the 7th tier of the Golden Core realm. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a sorrowful roar suddenly came from outside. The Crown Prince? Guhai suddenly raised his brows and waved his hand. Immediately, he could see the outside world from inside the array. He saw an extremely luxurious flying boat floating in the air. On the flying boat, a red-robed man was leading. He had a dignified expression as he looked coldly at the array. Behind him stood a group of subordinates in different outfits. The hostile dragons around the flying boat suddenly stopped. A total of 1,000 dragons surrounded the flying boat. As for the remaining dragons, they were definitely fighting in the distance. No one knew where they were. Hall Master, no, not good. It's Crown Prince Ao Shung. Why is he here? Mu Chenfeng ran over from the crowd in the Imperial Palace, her expression changing. Clearly, Mu Chenfeng had seen Ao Shung before and recognized him immediately. Ao Shung? Guhai frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes. What should we do? Mu Chenfeng showed an anxious expression. Guhai remained silent for a while. After thinking for a while, he took a deep breath and said, Guqin, withdraw the array. Not far away, Guqin could also see the outside world. He showed some worry on his face, but he still obeyed and withdrew the array. The clouds surrounding the Imperial Palace immediately scattered. The great cloudy array was withdrawn. 1,500 dragon skeletons fell to the ground, immediately exposed to everyone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the dragon skeletons were exposed, gasps came from the Dahan Imperial Palace. Not far away, the Thousand Islands sea cultivators watching felt their scalps go numb. The huge rock outside the Dahan Imperial Palace had more than 100 Yuanying state experts nailed to it. It was particularly eye-catching. Now 1,500 dragons were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, they were all reduced to a pile of bones without any flesh. What happened to them earlier? These were giant dragons. A single giant dragon could sweep through his entire island. Now 1,500 giant dragons had all been reduced to dragon bones in a mere 20 hours. Some of the cultivators who were thinking about how to snatch Gu Hai's dragon vein all put away their unrealistic thoughts. Snatch? Snatch my ass. Who would dare to snatch it? My lord, this group of dragons turned into dragon skeletons like the Silver Moon Sea. A subordinate looked at Sima Changkong in shock. However, Sima Changkong's expression was very calm, as if he had guessed it long ago. The dragons originally looked at the array angrily. After all, the person in the array had played them for a fool. If they saw him again, they would definitely tear him to pieces. However, when the array was removed and 1,000 dragon skeletons appeared, the dragons suddenly trembled. What happened just now? They're all dead? They're all dead? The dragons looked at the center of the pile of skeletons in shock. They saw Gu Hai holding a blood saber and a bone saber. Ancient devil. It's old Devil Gu. It's him. Just like the Passion Flower Valley, it must be old Devil Gu. Old Devil Gu? The dragons looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai's golden core realm cultivation? Damn golden core realm. When have you seen a golden core realm cultivator kill so many Yuanying state cultivators? The dragons looked at Gu Hai in shock. You killed more than 1,000 dragons? An elder-looking man on the flying boat glared at him and said angrily. Gu Hai looked at Crown Prince Ao Sheng. When Crown Prince Ao Sheng raised his eyelids, he also looked at Gu Hai. Hall Master of the Elite Hall, Gu Hai, greets Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Gu Hai bowed slightly. When Gu Hai spoke, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The dragons did not dare to interrupt, but they all looked at Gu Hai with ferocious expressions in shock. Elite Hall? Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes. Mu Chinfeng immediately said, His Holiness personally issued a decree and conferred Gu Hai as the Hall Master of the Elite Hall. To Qian Marquis. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, you have come from afar. Gu Hai did not welcome you. Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes and said, Did not welcome you? Ha! I don't care if you're the Hall Master of the Elite Hall. Did you impersonate me? Ao Sheng's tone was cold. The surrounding dragons glared at Gu Hai. Was it Gu Hai earlier? Had he deceived all the dragons? If he did not take revenge, he would not be able to vent his anger. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, you must be joking. What did I impersonate you? Gu Hai denied it with a smile. Gu Hai's denial made the surrounding onlookers widen their eyes. Do you think everyone is blind? Do you think denying it is useful? Crown Prince, it must be him. He was the one who lied to us earlier. He impersonated you and deceived Ao Shun, deceiving us into killing each other. The White Dragon leader said angrily. Huh? Ao Shun looked coldly at Gu Hai. A strong aura pressed down. The expressions of the Dahan officials immediately changed. They could not raise their heads under the pressure. You want to lie to me? Ao Shun asked coldly. Huh? Crown Prince Ao Shun and this White Dragon leader. What's wrong? Did I lie with what I just said? That's right. Earlier, I was the one who confronted Ao Shun in the Soaring Palace Hall. However, when did I impersonate Crown Prince Ao Shun? Did I say that I was Ao Shun? If I did, I would let Crown Prince Ao Shun deal with me as he pleased. However, ask this group of dragons and everyone here. When did I say that I was Ao Shun? What did I say? What was my tone then? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Huh? The White Dragon leader was stunned. Ao Shun also looked at the White Dragon leader with a frown. The White Dragon thought for a while and frowned. In his memory, Gu Hai did not say that he was Ao Shun. Do you all remember what Gu Hai said back then? The leader of the White Dragons looked at the other dragons. The other dragons kept recalling all the conversations between Gu Hai and Ao Shun. However, no matter how hard they tried, They could not remember when Gu Hai said that he was Ao Sheng. It seemed that he really did not admit it. The dragon's expression stiffened. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, it seems that I am innocent, Gu Hai said with a smile. Chapter 273. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, it looks like I am innocent, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Right after Gu Hai spoke, all the dragon race cultivators were shocked. You are innocent. The countless spectating cultivators in the surroundings goggled. You are innocent. In that case, what is going on with the 1,500 dragon bones under your feet? How do you explain this? Did they all commit suicide? Are you innocent? Who are you trying to fool? Crown Prince, he is lying. He is impersonating you, the White Dragon leader said indignantly while glaring. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, To catch a thief, you need to take the dirty. This White Dragon, you said that I am impersonating Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Even if I asked you to provide evidence, you would not be able to do so. Could it be that you can slander my elite hall with just one sentence? Humph. Gu Hai, it is useless for you to quibble. Didn't you do so much to make us think that you are the Crown Prince? Do you think that everyone is blind? The White Dragon leader said while glaring. I am me. I never said that I am Crown Prince Ao Sheng. If you think that I am Crown Prince Ao Sheng, that is because you are stupid. You misunderstood and want to frame me? Do you want me to pay for your stupidity? Gu Hai looked at the dragon race cultivators coldly. What did you say? Roar. Roar. The dragon race cultivators roared furiously, looking like they wanted to tear Gu Hai apart. You actually said that we are stupid? Gu Hai looked at the dragon race cultivators coldly, not showing any fear. Smoke slowly rose in the surroundings. The dragon race cultivators roared for a while, but no one dared to charge down. After all, the ritual array below was indeed horrifying. Furthermore, there were mountains of dragon bones as proof. No one dared to charge down. You said that we are stupid and misunderstood that you are the Crown Prince? Didn't you cause all this? You even said that there were more than 10,000 huge dragon race cultivators hidden in the sea. You deliberately misled us. You are impersonating the Crown Prince. The White Dragon leader shouted while glaring. However, Gu Hai sneered and said, Everyone has a good memory. Why don't you help me recall what I said at that time? You said that you saw over 10,000 giant dragons at the bottom of the sea, but I never said it, nor did I admit it. Who can help me recall what I said at that time? Who is it? Gu Hai questioned. Crown Prince Ao Sheng also looked at a black dragon. The black dragon's face stiffened. At that time, he said, Brother Wong, this subordinate of yours is really interesting. Yes, I'm alone and didn't bring anyone. Why don't you come in and take a look? After the black dragon finished speaking, the dragons fell silent for a long while. At that time, we thought you were being sarcastic. We all thought you were being sarcastic. Then, huge dragons appeared in all directions of the sea. More than 10,000 huge dragons were swimming in the depths of the sea. Only then did we believe that you were the Crown Prince. White Dragon, did you hear that? I said that I was the only one. You didn't believe me. You were stupid, and you misunderstood. Who can you blame? I've told you so clearly, but you insist on letting your imagination run wild. And you want to force me to commit a crime? What a joke. Gu Hai shouted coldly. The dragons were speechless, as if they had swallowed a dead rat again. Why was it again? Then what's going on at the bottom of the sea? What's going on with more than 10,000 giant dragon shadows? The White Dragon leader said coldly. What does that have to do with me? Gu Hai said, amused. That one sentence made the dragons speechless. Yes, Gu Hai didn't mention the four seas at all. He made the connection himself. Now that Gu Hai had pushed the blame away, they couldn't find any evidence against him. You even called Ao Shun Brother Wong. The White Dragon leader said angrily. Yes, I can call him Brother Wong, brotherly, Brother Zhao. What's wrong? What does it have to do with you how I call him? Gu Hai said coldly. The White Dragon's face turned red. Brother Wong? A Wong with the surname Wong? A Wong with the surname Wong? Then why did you mention father and brother to him? The White Dragon said unwillingly. What does that have to do with you? Gu Hai said coldly. You. The White Dragon was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Crown Prince, Crown Prince, even imitated your voice. This can't be faked. Everyone heard it. The blue dragon leader shouted. That's right, Crown Prince. He imitated your voice back then. That's why we fell for it. The dragons said firmly. The dragons looked at Gu Hai with righteous indignation. Hee ha ha ha. Gu Hai suddenly laughed and interrupted the dragons. Imitating my voice. Hee, that's a crime? What a joke. Can't they have the same voice? Do you believe that the people of the Han Dynasty can find 100 people with the same voice as Crown Prince Ao Sheng? I imitated my own people. How can I imitate Crown Prince Ao Sheng? Should I be convicted just because of a similar voice? Gu Hai said coldly. The dragon, they had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. The dragons looked at Gu Hai in despair. Can you be any more shameless? Countless cultivators around also widened their eyes. Wasn't Gu Hai too clean? He actually made the dragons speechless. Not far away, at Sima Changkong's place. Sir, why is Gu Hai so clean? Why is he not doing what he did? A subordinate said disdainfully. Sima Changkong smiled and said, This is Gu Hai's brilliance. Indeed, sometimes he doesn't need a reason to believe something. Just like Crown Prince Ao Sheng now. If he says you are guilty, you are guilty. But now, Gu Hai has to clear his name. Why? This is also Gu Hai's brilliance. Previously, when he threatened Ao Sheng, Gu Hai didn't leave any evidence behind. What a good plan. Even if this matter was exposed in the future, Gu Hai could still be in an invincible position. But I didn't expect this to happen so quickly. Why does Gu Hai have to clear his name? The dragon race is allied with the Deqian Celestial Empire. Gu Hai is the Hall Master of the Deqian Celestial Empire's first-class hall. To be precise, the two of them are colleagues. Colleagues are different from enemies. If you are an enemy, you don't need a reason to arrest you. But if you're a colleague, how will the others in the Deqian Celestial Empire look at you if you don't care about morality? If Gu Hai impersonates Ao Sheng, he will be tarnishing Ao Sheng's reputation. Ao Sheng has the right to deal with him. However, what if Gu Hai doesn't impersonate Ao Sheng? At the very least, there is no evidence to prove that Gu Hai impersonates Ao Sheng. What excuse does Ao Sheng have? Just based on the accusations of a group of foolish subordinates? This Gu Hai is really slippery. Sima Changkong said with a frown. Then Gu Hai will be fine? Not necessarily. Ao Sheng will not compromise so easily. Sima Changkong showed some worry. In the distance, Gu Hai looked at Crown Prince Ao Sheng and said, All right, Crown Prince Ao Sheng, this group of dragon race members should be the sinners of the dragon race. According to the rules of the dragon race and the Deqian Empire, they are not allowed to leave their assigned places without permission. However, they traveled such a long distance to my 9-5 island. This is a great crime. Secondly, they betrayed the Deqian Celestial Empire for treason. It is not convenient for me to interfere in the matters of the dragon race. I hope that Crown Prince Ao Sheng can handle this yourself. You. The group of dragon race members glared at Gu Hai. What a sharp tongue. Never mind. I will not pursue the matter of you impersonating me. However, what about my royal brother? Ao Sheng asked indifferently. When Ao Sheng spoke, the group of dragon race members fell silent. Gaochen, Miao Chun, bring out Ao Sheng, Gu Hai said seriously. Creak. The doors to the Soaring Palace Hall suddenly opened. Miao Chun slowly walked out, with Ao Sheng with a complicated expression. At this moment, Ao Sheng no longer had his earlier sharpness. His hair was disheveled, and he cut a sorry figure. His eyes were bloodshot, looking like he wanted to eat someone. Gu Hai, you liar. Liar. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Roar. Ao Sheng roared in grief and indignation. At the Gongjin sect, Ao Sheng got tricked by Dugu Qiubai and fled in fright. This was already a great humiliation for him, utterly embarrassing himself. This time, Ao Sheng brought the dragon race army here to wash away his previous humiliation. However, how could Ao Sheng expect that Gu Hai tricked him again? Previously, Gu Hai scared Ao Sheng into fleeing. This time, it was even more embarrassing. Ao Shun was absolutely strong, absolutely undefeatable. To think that he failed at the final step of sweeping through 9-5 Island. Ao Shun was an expert from the Heavenly Opening Palace, but Guhai tricked him into sealing himself and allowing himself to be captured. At this thought, the shadow in Ao Shun's heart multiplied. This was no longer a matter of losing face. This was no longer a matter of intellect. This was a case of a retard. How could Ao Shun be inferior to a retard? How could Ao Shun convince the dragon race in the future? How would the female dragons view Ao Shun? Ao Shun was a disgrace to the entire dragon race. If it were Ao Shun would have accepted it. Ao Shun's strength and influence were inferior to his. However, this was Guhai, a golden core cultivator, an ant. Ao Shun was tricked by an ant? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Ao Shun roared at Guhai in grief and indignation. Master, Ao Shun is going crazy. He keeps shouting that he wants to kill you. We can't even stop him, Gauchin said bitterly. Ao Shun's blood rushed to his head. You dealt a huge blow to him, Miao Chan said bitterly as well. Ao Shun, whom Miao Chan was inferior to, ended up being tricked by Guhai into sealing his cultivation and allowing himself to be captured. Miao Chan had never seen such a strange thing in his life. Ao Shun, look who's here, Guhai shouted. Sure enough, the loud shout of this great enemy caused Ao Shun to suddenly tremble and raise his head to look. Ao Shun saw a group of dragons gathered around a flying ship in the distance. Ao Shun stood on the flying ship. Ao Shun shivered and immediately sobered up. Brother Wong, I trust you have been well since we last met. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. When Ao Shun heard what happened, he felt extremely speechless. His big brother's mental fortitude was not good, but he had not expected things to end up like this. Ao Shun, humph, I don't need your hypocrisy. Ao Shun showed a sullen expression. Ao Shun turned his head and looked at the soaring palace plaza. Huge dragon corpses piled up like mountains. Ao Shun inhaled sharply, showing a ferocious expression. My subordinates! My subordinates! You killed them all! You killed them all! Ao Shun stared at Guhai with a cold expression. These sinful dragons betrayed the Qian Celestial Empire and the dragon race. They wanted to kill me, the elite home master. I have the authority to kill them all, including you. Guhai said coldly. Good, good, good. Ao Shun's eyes turned red as he glared at Guhai, overflowing hatred flashing in his eyes. Bring Brother Wong back. Ao Shun called out to the white dragon leader. Wait, Guhai suddenly called out. Huh? Ao Shun looked at Guhai. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Ao Shun betrayed the Qian Celestial Empire this time. He led the dragon race to my place to cause trouble and was captured by me. Out of consideration for Crown Prince Ao Shun, I can hand over Ao Shun to you. However, I hope that this matter will end here. The dragon race will not pursue this matter. Guhai said sullenly as he looked at Ao Shun. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Not pursue this matter? Haha, I cannot pursue this matter, but I don't care about others. Oh, Crown Prince Ao Shun means that you will not care if Ao Shun leads the dragon race to pursue my 9-5 island in the future? Guhai said indifferently. That's right, Ao Shun said indifferently. Crown Prince Ao Shun, please take back what you said earlier. Restrain the dragon race and stop causing trouble in my 9-5 island. Guhai said sullenly. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You want me to take back what I said? Not pursuing this matter for killing my dragon race is already the limit. Yet, you want me to work for you? Roar. The dragon race roared as they glared at Guhai ferociously. Humph. Guhai, just wait for death. Ao Shun sneered. A horrifying atmosphere spread throughout the Han dynasty. Horror appeared on the faces of countless officials. While the emperor could scare Ao Shun once, he could not scare Ao Shun a second time. The surrounding cultivators goggled as well. The Han dynasty has thoroughly offended the dragon race. It's over. Indeed, Ao Shun will definitely take revenge. Gu Hai will not be able to stop him. Crown Prince Ao Shun is clearly protecting Ao Shun and the dragon race. Indeed, in the eyes of the dragon race, the Han dynasty is nothing. Why should they give you face? Countless cultivators felt that it was over for Gu Hai. Some felt that it was a pity, while others felt worried. Gu Hai looked at Crown Prince Ao Shun. Suddenly, he smiled faintly and said, "All right, since Crown Prince Ao Shun has already put it that way, there is nothing more to discuss." Huh? Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Miao Chun, Gao Chen, watch Ao Shun properly. We will not give Ao Shun to them. If anyone dares to make a move, immediately kill Ao Shun. Gu Hai said coldly as he glared. How dare you? How dare you? You bastard! The dragon race roared furiously. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he looked coldly at Crown Prince Ao Shun. You think that I am easy to bully, but I think that you are laughable. Crown Prince Ao Shun, do you want Ao Shun to die? Chapter 274. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he looked coldly at Crown Prince Ao Shun. You think that I am easy to bully, but I think that you're laughable. Crown Prince Ao Shun, do you want Ao Shun to die? The situation suddenly changed. Earlier, Gu Hai was still arguing with the dragons, trying to appease Crown Prince Ao Shun. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu Hai turned hostile and started arguing with Crown Prince Ao Shun. Shouldn't this insignificant golden core immediately kneel down and beg for mercy? What confidence did Xiao Chun have to challenge the Dragon Crown Prince? In the distance, Sima Chongkong raised his eyebrows. Oh no, this conflict is going to intensify. The countless cultivators watching in the surroundings held their breaths and glared at Gu Hai. Is your brain damaged? Earlier, you tricked Ao Shun by pretending to be mysterious. Now who can you fool? Why are you still so unyielding? Even the expressions of the dragons changed. Roar! 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 The dragons roared and glared at Gu Hai. Not only did Gu Hai capture Ao Shun, but he also mocked Crown Prince Ao Shun. Was this a challenge to the dignity of the entire dragon race? However, Ao Shun suddenly froze, unable to process this. Earlier, it seemed that Gu Hai was already preparing to release him. Why did he say such harsh words? Is my brain damaged? Why can't I seek freedom first before taking revenge? Now, Gu Hai actually turned hostile? With a wave of his hand, Gao Chen and Miao Chun escorted Ao Shun to Gu Hai. As Gu Hai controlled Ao Shun, he looked coldly at Crown Prince Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he had not expected Gu Hai to dare to disobey him at this moment. Huh, you're Gu Hai. I really underestimated you. Ao Shun said in an icy tone. Crown Prince Ao Shun, all dragons, listen up. Go back to where you came from. This is my Han dynasty. We do not welcome you. Gu Hai said coldly. How dare you? The dragons immediately roared. All the dragon elders on the flying boat also stared at Gu Hai with their eyes wide open. So what if I'm impudent? Get out of the hand. Gu Hai said coldly. That resolute tone caused the surrounding cultivators to break out in a cold sweat. Was this Gu Hai really not afraid of death? Han dynasty? Ha! Do you believe that I can annihilate him with a flip of my hand? One of the elders said with a cold gaze. At the side, Mu Chunfeng whispered, This is Elder Jin of the Dragon Tribe. Ao Shun said that he would support him. Elder Jin? Ha! I believe that you can annihilate my Dahan. However, do you believe that I will kill Ao Shun immediately? Gu Hai pointed his bloody blade at Ao Shun's back with a ferocious expression. How dare you? Elder Jin glared at him. At this moment, Ao Shun felt his scalp go numb because he could feel Gu Hai's dense killing intent. Did he really dare to kill him? Uncle Jin. Ao Shun looked at Elder Jin with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Gu Hai, if you dare to harm a single hair on Ao Shun, I will take your life. Elder Jin said with a cold expression. Gu Hai sneered and said, Do you think that I am afraid of your threats? Just now, Crown Prince Ao Shang said that if I let Ao Shun go, he would not care about anything else. If Ao Shun wants to take revenge, then I will die. Whether I let Ao Shun go or not, I will die anyway. Why should I let him go? Do you think that I am as stupid as you? Bastard. Uncle Jin glared at him. If you want to blame someone, blame your Crown Prince Ao Shang. He forced me to use Ao Shun as a threat. In other words, he forced me to kill Ao Shun. Guhai looked coldly at Crown Prince Ao Shang. How dare you? Ao Shang glared at him and said angrily. Am I wrong? Crown Prince Ao Shang. Today a little Guhai challenged the dignity of the dragon race. For the sake of the dragon race's dignity, you must teach me a lesson. I will use Ao Shun as a hostage. If you dare to do anything, I will kill Ao Shun. You forced me to kill Ao Shun with righteousness. Isn't it because you led the dragons to kill Ao Shun, your own brother? Guhai said coldly. Guhai reprimanded. The dragons looked at Ao Shang. Was Ao Shang still going to make a move? If he dealt with the Dahan again, he would be forcing Ao Shun to his death. Was he really going to force his own brother to his death? Ha 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 ha, Guhai, do you dare? Ao Shang looked at Guhai coldly. With just a few words, Guhai forced him onto the moral execution platform. If he dared to make a move today, he would be killing his own brother. The dragons were watching. The whole world was watching. If he forced Ao Shun to his death, his own status in the dragon race would be damaged. Do you dare or not? You could try, Guhai said coldly. That dragon over there, don't move. Guhai suddenly shouted at the giant dragon that was trying to sneak away. That giant dragon wanted to sneak behind Guhai, but Guhai saw through it and shouted. The dragons froze and looked at Guhai coldly. Good. Guhai, you are really brave. Let go of my brother. What do you want? Ao Shang said coldly after a moment of silence. Sorry, I don't want to let go of Ao Shun now. Crown Prince Ao Shang, please go ahead. Go back to where you came from. Guhai said coldly. How dare you? Ao Shang glared. Do you think that the dragon race can come and go as you please? Ao Shang said coldly. My Dahan? Haha, I am indeed much weaker than your dragon race. You dragons can be destroyed with a flip of my hand. However, since the Dahan has been established, we will not avoid any threats. Even if we have to fight to the death, we will not hesitate. Come, do you want to die together, or take this opportunity to kill your brother? Crown Prince Ao Shang, do you want to try? Guhai said coldly. Ao Shang narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. He said, No one can threaten my dragon race, not even the insignificant Dahan. Capture Guhai! The dragons roared and immediately charged at Guhai, baring their fangs and claws. Roar, roar, rumble. The roars filled with killing chi shook the place. Countless officials showed horrified expressions. Montez, Chen Tianshan, and the others clenched their fists, showing nervous expressions. The countless cultivators in the surroundings were also shocked. The roars sounded like they would destroy the Dahan in the blink of an eye and kill Guhai. Shing! The soft sound of saber scraping against flesh rang out. His voice was not loud, but the murderous dragons in the sky were so frightened by this voice that they paused in their tracks. It was Guhai. His saber pierced through Ao Shun's back and into Ao Shun's chest. The crimson saber pierced through Ao Shun's body and came out. Blood was still dripping from the saber in Ao Shun's chest. Ao Shun vomited blood as he looked at the half-saber sticking out of his chest in disbelief. Guhai really dared? He really dared to kill me? However, the dragons in the sky were scared silly. Guhai actually stabbed Ao Shun with a saber? How could he dare? How could this be? The dragons were shocked. Ao Shun's expression also changed as he looked at Guhai in horror. Guhai showed a cold smile as he looked at the dragons in the sky. He shouted, Come on, then. Why don't you continue? Why aren't you continuing? Are you scared? However, the dragons suddenly retreated a little, as if they were frightened by Guhai's angry roar. You dare to kill my royal brother? Ao Shun said coldly. Stop pretending. I didn't stab you. You did, Crown Prince Ao Shun. Guhai said coldly. Ao Shang clenched his fists and looked at Gu Hai, his eyes filled with coldness. Stop, stop! Suddenly, there was a loud shout from afar. It was Sima Changkong, who couldn't bear to watch any longer and flew out. Stop right there! Meng Tai immediately stepped forward and blocked Sima Changkong's path. Oh, Mr. Sima? Gu Hai frowned slightly. He recognized him at a glance. He was the first person to buy Gu Hai's piano in Silver Moon City. After City Lord, he committed suicide. He took over Silver Moon City. He was actually to hand? Mr. Good, Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Sima Changkong turned to look at Crown Prince Ao Shang and said, I am Sima Changkong. Greetings, Crown Prince Ao Shang. Oh, former top scorer? I remember you, Sima Changkong. You were almost the top scorer. Now, you're working for Takashi Ryushin? Ao Shang said in a low voice. Yes, that's me. I was passing by and saw a psychological battle. I shouldn't be meddling in other people's business. However, we are all working for the Qian Celestial Empire. We shouldn't fight to the death. I will be the mediator. Why don't the two of you stop fighting? Sima Changkong said with a smile. Stop fighting? How do we stop fighting? Ao Shang asked coldly. Gu Hai will return Ao Shun, and Crown Prince Ao Shang will promise to restrain the Dragon Tribe. He will not pursue anything against Gu Hai or the Han Dynasty. What do you think? Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Not pursue anything against him? Ao Shang looked at Gu Hai coldly. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Although Gu Hai didn't hit any vital points, Crown Prince Ao Shun is bleeding. As time goes by, something will happen even if nothing happens. Ao Shang's face darkened, and he remained silent for a while. However, the Dragon Tribe was anxious. Among them, Elder Jin and Elder Lin were even more anxious. Crown Prince, Ao Shun is dying. You are brothers after all. You, Elder Jin said anxiously. Uncle Jin, do you also agree with what Gu Hai said? That I want to kill Brother Wang? Ao Shung's face changed. No, but Ao Shun is now. Elder Jin said anxiously. The group of Dragon Tribe elders was anxious. They decided to listen to Sima Changkong and save Ao Shun first. Ao Shun took a deep breath. His expression was terrible, but he finally nodded and said, All right, I'll let you do as you say. Take it as a favor to Takashi Ryushin and the Sima family. Thank you, Crown Prince Ao Shun. Sima Changkong said with a smile. Sima Changkong turned around and looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, look. Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong and frowned. I'm sorry, Mr. Sima. I don't know much about Takashi Ryushin and the Sima family, so I can't agree with you. Thank you for your kindness. The surrounding Dragon Tribe members' faces froze. Gu Hai doesn't know what's good for him. Crown Prince has already agreed not to pursue the matter. Why is he still so stubborn? Bastard. The Dragon Tribe members scolded Gu Hai. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai with a frown. However, he could not prove to Gu Hai that Takashi Ryushin and the Sima family were powerful. Mr. Sima, I appreciate your kindness. Moreover, even if I know about Takashi Ryushin and the Sima family's power, I still stand by my principles. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh, Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. He seemed to have thought of something. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that I don't trust the Dragon Tribe. Ha! Why should I use Ao Shun in exchange for the safety of the Dahan? With Ao Shun in our hands, the Dahan is as stable as a mountain. Our lives are in our own hands. However, if we give Ao Shun to them, our lives will be in their hands. It's up to them whether they want to kill me or not. If that's the case, why should we let others decide our fates? Gu Hai said calmly. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. I didn't think it through. However, your feud is getting worse. It's fine. Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Hai turned around and looked at Crown Prince Ao Shang. Crown Prince Ao Shang, do you want to try again? Let's see if I can cut Ao Shun vertically with this slash of mine. Or you can go back and see if you can piece it back together. Maybe you'll even die in one piece. Ha ha! Gu Hai laughed sinisterly. The dragons were furious, but they could only hold it in. No one dared to move. Ao Shun was bleeding profusely, but his face was pale. Crown Prince, Ao Shun is dying. Elder Jin said anxiously. Guhai, good. I underestimated you. You dare to kill my royal brother. I'll exterminate your entire family. Crown Prince Ao Shung said coldly. If you keep delaying, let's see how long Ao Shun can last. If you keep delaying, he'll die, Guhai said with a sinister smile. Humph. What will it take for you to let go of my royal brother? Crown Prince Ao Shung demanded anxiously. In the future, I will bring him to the Qin dynasty's capital. I will hand him over to you there. Today, you can forget about it. You will only get his corpse at best. Now, take all your Dragon Race members and leave 9-5 Island. Leave now. Leave now, Guhai said coldly. The dragons showed unsightly expressions. Ao Shun showed an extremely unsightly expression. However, Ao Shun was on his last breath. If this continued, Ao Shun would really die. Crown Prince, let's retreat, Elder Jin said bitterly. Crown Prince, let's retreat. We will take revenge in the future. Crown Prince, Ao Shun cannot die. He cannot be forced to his death by you. Crown Prince. A group of dragons pleaded anxiously. The dragons looked at Ao Shun. Ao Shun clenched his fists. When Ao Shun came, he could never have imagined that he would be forced into a corner by a mere Golden Core Realm cultivator. Ao Shun looked at Crown Prince Ao Shun weakly. His eyes were so weak that they seemed to be closed yet not. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ao Shun, didn't you want me to die? You don't have to worry about me seizing the throne. There's no need. Ao Shun weakly closed his eyes. Let's go. Ao Shun roared with great disbelief. Let's go. Let's go. Elder Jin and Elder Lin shouted anxiously. The dragons showed reluctance, especially the Sin dragons. Twice, this was the second time. The first time, the dragon army led by Crown Prince Ao Shun was almost annihilated by Guhai. The second time, Crown Prince Ao Shun led the dragon race army. In the end, Guhai forced him to flee in panic. Was this Guhai the nemesis of the dragon race? The flying ship was the first to fly into the distance. Under the urging of a group of elders, the dragons quickly followed and left. Roar, roar, roar. The dragons let out waves of unwillingness and humiliation as they left quickly. Countless cultivators watching from all directions were left with their mouths agape. They could not close them for a long time. Was this a joke? Wasn't the Han Dynasty going too far? That was a group of dragons. The dragons were being forced to retreat by Guhai for the second time. Everyone was already shocked the first time. Now that it was the second time, no one could describe the monstrous Dahan Emperor. Mr. Good, Ao Shun is dying. Sima Chongkong reminded with a bitter smile. Tis, Guhai pulled out the blood knife from Ao Shun's body. Don't worry, he won't die. Chapter 275. Ao Shun's wound was staunched as he was brought away. The countless spectating cultivators remained silent for a long time as they looked at the distant Guhai. Nearly all the cultivators found this strange. Such a ferocious person had not appeared in the Thousand Islands Sea for 800 years. Just one dragon could sweep through nearly all the islands in the Thousand Islands Sea. However, there were 4,000 dragons this time. Furthermore, there was a legendary expert who opened a heavenly palace. No matter which island it was, they would not be able to deal with it. However, the 9-5 Islands Island Master easily dealt with it. The first time was a fluke. What about the second time? Master, the Han Dynasty has been recruiting cultivators. This disciple would like to go and try. Father, the Han Dynasty is growing stronger by the day. The Dahan Emperor is even more powerful. This child wants to join the Han Dynasty. Our clan cannot remain in a barren place like the Thousand Islands Sea forever. I want to follow Guhai and establish a great clan. Martial Uncle, please tell my master that I'm not going back. I want to stay in the Han Dynasty. Many cultivators suddenly yearned for the Han Dynasty. It had only been established 1 year, and it could already repel dragons. What would happen in the future? The fog slowly encased the distant Dahan Imperial Palace. However, the eyes of countless cultivators grew increasingly brighter. As for the Han Dynasty's crisis, forming a grudge with the dragon race, Some people worried. However, even more people thought highly of Guhai. After all, Guhai's legend was based on the earlier battle. More than 1 year ago, Xiao Chun had already made a name for himself in the innate puzzle world. Then, the Great War on 9-5 Island became even more impressive. Xiao Chun suppressed countless cultivators and established the Han Dynasty. Now, the Han Dynasty stood undefeated against dragons. Everyone believed that Gu Hai would make the Dahan Empire stronger. More importantly, the Han Dynasty's salary was extremely generous. There was also the Spirit Spring, or the cultivations of the Han Dynasty's officials. But in the past year, the Han Dynasty had been very generous with their resources. After soaking in Spirit Spring water, most of them had already reached the Greater Heaven stage. In the Han Dynasty, there were countless hopes. However, in the Thousand Islands Sea, their sects were still the same. After today, Chun Tianshan's recruitment mission would become more important. Fog shrouded the area. Sima Chong Kong led a group of subordinates to the soaring Palace Hall's plaza. Mr. Sima, thank you for earlier, Guhai said with a smile. Mr. Good, you're too kind. I'm more of a hindrance than a help. Sima Chong Kong smiled bitterly. Since Mr. Sima is so considerate, it means you're helping. Mr. Sima, you've come from afar. Why don't you stay in the Dahan Palace for a while? I'll be a good host, Guhai said with a smile. No, the battle between Jinmu of Silla and Liu Yang is imminent. I've already wasted a lot of time coming here. I'll be going back soon. Sima Chong Kong shook his head. Oh, all right. Guhai's expression turned solemn as he nodded. Exterminating the dragons was only Guhai's third step to deal with Liu Yang. Relatively speaking, Guhai still hoped to destroy the Ding dynasty as soon as possible. All right, what are you going to do with Ao Shun? Sima Chong Kong asked curiously. Guhai looked at Ao Shun, who was not far away. He narrowed his eyes and said, Ao Shun? He'll stay with me for the time being. Sima Chong Kong nodded. Be careful. Ao Shun is not an ordinary person. Today, I had no choice but to compromise in order to stabilize the dragon tribe and not bear the crime of killing my brother. However, in the future, I know, I'm just playing a trick this time. I'll be careful. However, if Mr. Sima wants to go back, you better hurry. Solemnly Guhai said Guhai. Oh, I've already let Luan go. He was rescued by a Sin Dragon. He should be heading straight for Yingzhou now. He and the Sin Dragon brought back 2 pieces of bad news. First, the dragon army was destroyed. Second, Mo Yike is a Daqian spy. Solemnly Guhai said. Sima Chong Kong narrowed his eyes. Hence, you better go as fast as you can and cooperate. As for how effective it will be, I don't know yet. However, isn't it a good thing to create some chaos for them? Smiling, Guhai said, That's right. Mo Yike? It's good to create some trouble for him. He is Liu Yang's top strategist. Sima Chong Kong's eyes lit up. Goodbye. Sima Chong Kong said with a slight bow and a smile. Guhai bowed slightly. Taking out the flying ship, Sima Chong Kong's group steered the flying ship and soared into the sky. They charged out of the ritual array and headed for the Divine Continent. Outside 9-5 Island, the dragon army circled the flying ship as it headed northwest. The Dragon Crown Prince Ao Shung was on the flying ship. Ao Shung stood on the deck with a group of dragon race elders in front of him. When the elders saw Ao Shung, they all bowed sincerely. Many thanks, Crown Prince. The group of elders said sincerely. Many thanks, Crown Prince. The group of Sin Dragons flying at the periphery also looked respectfully at Ao Shung. The group of dragons thanked Crown Prince Ao Shung for backing down. Due to Crown Prince Ao Shung's backing down, Ao Shun managed to survive. This was especially so for Uncle Jin and Uncle Lin, who showed sincere expressions. They showed expressions of sincere submission. Everyone, what are you talking about? That is my royal brother. How can I watch him suffer? Only sigh. Alas, I still could not save my royal brother. Crown Prince Ao Shung said bitterly. Crown Prince, you have already done enough. Elder Jin said respectfully. Indeed, It is all because that Gu Hai is too crafty. Sooner or later, he will return the favor. Elder Lin said through clenched teeth. Our dragon race is humiliated. It is all Gu Hai's fault. The group of dragons said hatefully. Huh, it is all because of my incompetence. Crown Prince Ao Sheng said bitterly. Elder Jin shook his head and said, Crown Prince, you cannot be blamed for this. Ao Shun fell for Gu Hai's trick. Crown Prince only chose to compromise for your elder brother's sake. You cannot be blamed for this. Indeed, if not for Ao Shun being restrained, Crown Prince would not have compromised. Elder Lin immediately spoke up for Crown Prince Ao Shun. Ao Shun looked at the two and nodded. Never mind. Let's not talk about this for now. When we return, I will go to Daiqiansheng and ask for him. I believe that Gu Hai will not dare to harm my royal brother again. The group of dragons nodded. After that, they went about their business. However, Crown Prince Ao Shung walked to the end of the deck and looked at the distant 9-5 Island. As Crown Prince Ao Shung looked at 9-5 Island, he did not get angry at Gu Hai. Instead, he showed a faint smile. Gu Hai, should I blame you, or should I thank you? Huh. Crown Prince Ao Shung muttered with a faint smile. Although Ao Shung had compromised in today's battle, he had won the hearts of all the dragon race because of this compromise. Now, the dragon race recognized only Crown Prince Ao Shung. 9-5 Island, Dahen Palace. After dealing with the threat of the dragon race, Gu Hai quickly dealt with the backlog of administrative matters in peace. Crown Prince Gu Qin, who is the regent, dealt with most of the administrative matters. However, there were some matters that the Crown Prince was not qualified to interfere with, requiring Gu Hai to deal with personally. In the study, Gu Hai sat behind a desk. A group of important officials of the Han Dynasty and the Crown Prince stood in front of him. Zhuo Laishu was Gu Hai's most trusted manager in the past. Now, he was a powerful official. Zhuo Laishu was Gu Qin, Gao Xianji, Chun Tianshan, Montez, and the others. In the past year, Montez had purged many corrupt and bribed officials. Many of them were the relatives of the important officials before him. Montez stared at this group of important officials. Xiao Chun had already prepared all sorts of evidence to prevent these important officials from reporting him, so that he could deal with them. However, these former managers were all old people who followed Gu Hai. They were all shrewd people and understood Gu Hai very well. The embroidered uniform guards were used for internal matters. Now, the Han Dynasty was flourishing. Although they killed many of their relatives, that was because they were seeking death. Xiao Chen already said that they should not be corrupt and take bribes. To think that they still tried to interfere. Furthermore, the Han Dynasty had just been established. Not only did these managers hold high positions and authority, but they also broke through to the innate realm and had hope of reaching immortality. Those relatives seeking death should just bear the consequences of their actions. Although Montez felt nervous, the important officials discussed some important matters with Gu Hai. However, they did not mention anything about the purge of the embroidered uniform guards. Your Majesty, over the past half year, 9-5 Island has been unified. Although those mundane nations put up some resistance, they quickly compromised due to the general trend, Gao Xinji said with a smile. Gao Xinji, you did well. Gu Hai praised with a smile. Back then, the Song Nation's war god was extremely skilled at leading troops in battle. In a short time, he used the resources of the Han Dynasty to complete the mission that Xiao Chen gave him. He indeed deserved a reward. This official is just doing his duty, Gao Xinji said with a smile. Your Majesty, after the dragon race retreated a few days ago, more cultivators came to apply for positions in the Dahan. The number of people is increasing every day. Now, my Dahan is accepting all the people from all over the world. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly and said, The Thousand Islands Sea is barren in the end. Huh? Everyone felt confused. However, we cannot just let the Thousand Islands Sea go. Chun Tianshan, Gu Hai said seriously. This official is here. Of the 2,000 passion flower tree demons, 20 of them are from the Yuanying state. These tree demons will cooperate with you for now. Recruit soldiers in the Thousand Islands Sea? Guhai said seriously. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered with some curiosity. The cultivators of the Thousand Islands Sea are weak and scattered, causing the factions of the divine continent to feel disdain for them. However, I need them. Gather the scattered sand. I need the boundless strength of cultivators. Recruit soldiers for me. No matter what method you use, the more, the better. I need to see a large army of cultivators as soon as possible. Guhai said seriously. Yes, Chen Tianshan answered. Imperial Father, you want to march into the divine continent? Guqin asked out of curiosity. That's right. The Thousand Islands Sea is too small. The Han Dynasty needs to be strong. 1,000 Islands Sea is far from enough. We need to march into the divine continent. Guhai said seriously. What about our 9-5 island? Guqin asked with a frown. After all, this was where the Han Dynasty made its fortune. Everything depends on the future. If necessary, we can move the capital. Guhai said seriously. Hey, actually, we don't have to move the capital. Your son has an idea, Guqin said with a frown. Oh, your son obtained Old Man Guanxi's inheritance. There is a large ritual array. It can lift up the entire 9-5 island and make it float like a flying ship. However, it moves very slowly. Guqin explained. Oh, there is such a ritual array? Guhai's eyes lit up. Yes. However, it requires too many spirit stones. 1 billion superior grade spirit stones every year. Guqin said bitterly. 1 billion superior grade spirit stones every year? Guhai raised his eyebrows. After all, the Divine Foothill Dynasty had accumulated only 2 billion superior grade spirit stones over several hundred years. Setting up a ritual array required 1 billion every year? Yes, this ritual array also requires the heavenly ghost stone shards. 1 billion superior grade spirit stones every year is not only enough for the floating island, but also for a Dahan divine tool. To be more precise, of the 1 billion superior grade spirit stones every year, 900 million are used to support the Dahan divine tool operating the ritual array. Guqin said solemnly. The heavenly ghost stone shards? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Yes, I found them after obtaining Old Man Guanxi's inheritance. It turns out that Old Man Guanxi broke the heavenly ghost stone into 1,089 pieces and merged them into 1,089 treasures. Guqin said seriously. 1,089? Isn't that the same as the number of islands in the Thousand Islands Sea? Montez asked out of curiosity. 1,089? 33 multiplied by 33? Could it be that the 33 unhindered worlds? Guhai frowned slightly as he pondered. Imperial Father, according to the inheritance, Elite Hall has 5 divisions. The 5 division tokens are actually 5 treasures with 1 heavenly ghost stone shard inside each, Guqin explained. Oh, Guhai felt slightly stunned. Take the heavenly ghost stone shards and form the Dahan divine tool. Imperial Father can use them. At that time, not only can they form the floating island, but they can also form a large ritual array to protect my 9-5 island. That is what the Sky Chest Pavilion did back then. The only regret is that it requires too many spirit stones. 1 billion superior grade spirit stones every year. Guqin said bitterly. Guhai tapped his fingers on the table as he pondered. However, the study fell silent as everyone waited for Guhai to make a decision. After all, the Han Dynasty had just been established and lacked money everywhere. 1 billion superior grade spirit stones can only be used for 1 year? 1 billion superior grade spirit stones could do a lot of things for us. After a moment of silence, Guhai took a deep breath and said, Money is not a problem. Quickly draw a detailed layout of the ritual array for me to look at. Yes, Guqin answered. Chapter 276. 3 days later, Guqin handed over the diagram. Guhai looked at it for a while before frowning. Are you sure that the Sky Chest Pavilion used this formation back then? Yes. The Sky Chest Pavilion also used this formation when he had a floating city. Is this a chess formation? I can't see through it either. Gu Qin frowned. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, "This is a chess formation, and a very strange one at that." "Oh, how does it compare to the 29 line pair formations?" Gu Qin asked curiously. It's different. This is an infinite chess formation," Gu Hai said solemnly. "What's an infinite chess formation?" "It means that there are no limits or boundaries. The 29 line pair formations has limits. Each line has 29 lines, which is the limit of the 29 line pair formations. However, this infinite chess formation is different. It has no limits, and it can have an infinite number of lines," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Then shouldn't it be stronger than the 29 line pair formations?" "No, not necessarily. It depends on how you set it up. An infinite chess formation needs to be filled with different formations continuously, and it can't be filled randomly. It needs to be perfect for the formations to fuse together. The more you fill in, the stronger the formation. If you fill in too little, it will be very weak," Gu Hai said solemnly. "This is a formation that can be improved. The more you fill in, the stronger it will be?" Gu Qin's expression changed as he asked. "That's right. The source of the filling in of the formation is a treasure at the Tianyuan position of the chessboard. This treasure will fill in all kinds of chess formations and become a treasure of the formation itself," Gu Hai said solemnly. "This treasure needs to be based on the heavenly Go chess pieces. In the past, Old Man Guanxi used the heavenly Go chess pieces as the source of the formation." Gu Qin solemnly said, "All right, begin building the altar in the square of the soaring sky hall. Prepare to forge this treasure of the formation source," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Has Imperial Father agreed?" Gu Qin's face lit up. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Qin quickly went to arrange everything. The altar was built entirely with high-grade spirit stones, using 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Gu Hai also asked for Class 1 Hall's plate from Gao Xinji and Mu Qinfeng. He also gave them other treasures and spirit stones as compensation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5th Division Leader's token was placed flat on the table in front of Gu Hai. It looks like Long Xiaoya went to the innate puzzle world back then to look for the unborn man. However, she failed to find him, so she found these 5 treasures and gave them to the 5 division masters, Gu Hai said. The 5 tokens contain the fragments of the heavenly Go chess. Gu Hai followed the method that Gu Qin had given him and set up a small chess array. He slowly extracted the 5 tokens, and gradually 5 small white crystal fragments separated from the inside. Ka. The moment the heavenly Go chess fragments appeared, the 5 tokens shattered and turned into dust. Of the 5 fragments, Gu Hai still had 2 fragments in his forehead space. One was from the dragon fixing hoop of the past. The other was from the jade plate he obtained in the innate puzzle world. A total of 7 fragments entered Xiao Qin's forehead space. Gu Hai sent a strand of his consciousness into these 7 fragments and slowly refined them. Buzz! The fragments immediately trembled as if struggling against Gu Hai's will, unwilling to be refined. "It is not up to you," Gu Hai said coldly. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal pressed down. The strong suppressive force immediately immobilized the 7 fragments, allowing Gu Hai's consciousness to merge with them and refine them. Xiaoqin refined them for 10 days. Boom! Suddenly, the 7 fragments were tamed, still under Gu Hai's control like the bone saber of the past. During these 10 days, Gu Qin had already finished setting up the altar in the plaza. Gu Hai walked up the altar and slowly released the 7 fragments. Then, he activated the ritual array. 100 million superior-grade spirit stones immediately gave birth to surging energy that surged towards the 7 fragments. Boom! Suddenly, the 7 fragments gave off dazzling light. Then, the surging energy crushed them into dust again. However, this dust clumped together and could not escape. Heavenly Saber Death Match, 28 line pair world ritual array, 29 line pair world ritual array, and dragon fixing formation, merge with me, Gu Hai said seriously. The fragments contained a strand of Gu Hai's consciousness. With a thought from Guhai, various ritual arrays immediately appeared in the center of the energy ball. Then, the dust clumped together and lined up. Guhai sat there for 3 days and 3 nights. Suddenly, the fragments and dust clumped together. Will they still form a go-board shape? Guqin watched curiously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then he saw the dust clumping together strangely. Slowly, the dust clumped together and formed the shape of a saber. A saber? Guqin revealed a trace of surprise. This saber shape was somewhat similar to the life ender sabers. In other words, it was the bone saber. However, there were slight differences. Furthermore, there was too little dust. It could not form a solid saber. It only had a mist-like outline, a saber that seemed both real and illusory. However, the boundless energy around the saber formed ritual arrays. Rumble. The saber ferociously absorbed the energy of the altar. In just a short while, it drained all 100 million superior-grade spirit stones. Bang! The altar turned into dust. The outline of a white saber appeared, surrounded by fog. The fog spun slowly, looking like a ritual array surrounding the saber. The saber stabbed into the ground, and the fog surrounded it. Gradually, the saber could not be seen clearly. It looked like there was a foggy region in the Soaring Palace Plaza. Adoptive father, is it done? Guqin asked excitedly. Give it a try, Guhai said with a smile. Guqin stepped forward out of curiosity and entered the fog. When he saw the outline of that saber, he reached out to grab it. Whoosh! However, he grabbed nothing. Guqin did not believe it and tried again. However, he still could not grab it. This is the 29 line pair worldly ritual array. The saber is inside. Guqin's expression changed. That's right. Unfortunately, it is far from enough to support the 29 line pair worldly ritual array. It only hides this saber. With the fog covering it, ordinary people cannot see it. Even if they see it, they cannot touch it. In the future, as this saber solidifies, the ritual array will become more complex, and this saber will become more powerful. Guhai's eyes flashed with seriousness. Adoptive father, why did you solidify it into a saber? Guqin asked curiously. Guhai shook his head and said, I have a feeling that although old man Guanxi is dead, there are still arrangements. The heavenly go chess fragment? I will not keep it in its original state. I will refine it and break up the structure of the heavenly go chess. I will reconstruct the shape of this saber. In the future, when we obtain heavenly go chess fragments, we can continue to fuse them with it and make it stronger. Yes, Guqin nodded. This saber can be used to lay a ritual array. It is the source of the Go Dao ritual array. It can form a super ritual array that traps all living things. Let's call it the life entrapping saber. Guhai said seriously. The life entrapping saber? Guqin nodded. We still have more than 100 million spirit stones from the spirit stones we brought back this time. Send people to start building a spirit foundation on 9-5 Island. In the future, when we have 1 billion spirit stones, we will formally activate the life entrapping saber array. Guhai said seriously. Yes. In the During Dynasty, Liu Yang's study, Liu Yang sat behind desk. A group of Liu Yang's important officials and strategists stood respectfully in front of him, including Mo Yike. At this moment, they looked at the 2 people before them, Luin and a Sin Dragon. The entire army was wiped out? Ao Shun sealed his cultivation? The entire army was wiped out? Liu Yang looked at Luin with a cold expression. Yes, yes, we all fell for it. Luin cried out. Liu Yang's eyelids twitched as he looked at Luin coldly, his expression terrifyingly sullen. The Dragon Race army was Shao Chen's right-hand man. It was even more important than the Gungjin sect. However, Guhai managed to wipe out the entire army. The first step was to force the emperor to establish a nation. The second step was to wipe out the Gungjin sect. The third step was to wipe out the dragons. This Guhai is incredible, one of the strategists said with an unsightly expression. The strategists nodded. Not only did Guhai disrupt the emperor's plan, but he also wiped out 2 of his greatest supporters. This time, Guhai caused too much damage. The entire Dragon Race army was wiped out. The losses would be disastrous. In the end, Ao Shun's mental fortitude. Huh. Mo Yike sighed softly. The strategists whispered to each other as they lamented. Lu Yong lowered his head and said angrily, Grandpa, I still have something to say. Lu Yang's expression was cold. Mo Yike is a spy. He is a spy from the Qian Celestial Empire. He is a spy. Mo Yike colluded with Gu Hai and Ao Shun. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty deliberately set you up, Grandpa. Dai Qianxing sent Mo Yike here to incite you to rebel. Then, Dai Qianxing would have an excuse to kill you. Grandpa, capture Mo Yike first, capture him. Lewin shouted anxiously. As soon as Lewin shouted, the strategist stopped whispering and looked at Lewin with wide eyes. Has the crown prince gone mad? Everyone looked at Mo Yike, but no one dared to say anything. Mo Yike looked at Lewin and showed a bitter smile. However, he did not say anything. Unexpectedly, Lewin's trip to 9-5 Island brought him so much trouble. Slap. Lu Yong sent a slap through the air. Bang! The slap immediately knocked Lewin into the air, and he crashed into a pillar. Lewin vomited a mouthful of blood as he asked in shock. Grandpa, why did you hit me? Humph. Lewin, I should have known that you were a failure after what happened in Silver Moon City. This time, if you had not insisted on going to 9-5 Island, why would the Fong clan go? Why would Ao Shun's army go? You are the one who killed my dragon race army. It's you. How dare you slander me, Mr. Ink Spray? You bastard. Lu Yong said coldly. It's true. It's true. Lewin cried. Men, throw Lewin into the heavenly prison. Lu Yong ordered coldly. A few guards entered the study. Grandpa, don't. Mo Yike is really a spy. Otherwise, why can't we find out where he came from? Why can't we find anything? Do you want him to say it? Do you want him to say it? Grandpa, Mo Yike is here to harm you. Grandpa, Lewin roared anxiously. Slap him. Lu Yong ordered coldly. Slap, 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 slap. The guards immediately slapped Lewin's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Throw him into the heavenly prison. If he dares to slander Mr. Mo again, slap him 100 times. Lu Yong ordered angrily. Yes, Grandpa, your grandson will not harm you. Be careful of Mo Yike. Be careful of Mo Yike. Lewin shouted as he was dragged away. Soon, Lewin was dragged away. However, the study remained silent. The strategists had complicated expressions on their faces. Mr. Mo, Lewin has been led astray. Please don't blame him. Lu Yong comforted Mo Yike. Mo Yike said bitterly, I'm fine. I just didn't expect that Gu Hai would start to drive a wedge between us as soon as he finished his third step. Gu Hai's lies can only slander Lewin. He's dreaming if he wants to slander Mr. Mo. Lu Yong said coldly. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Although what Lu Yong said was true, after this incident, he would be in an awkward position in the future. Although the emperor did not suspect anything, the other officials would more or less have a nod in their hearts. Right? Chapter 277. 9-5 Island. In the Dahan Royal Palace, Gu Hai built another grave in a small valley beside Chen Xian-er's grave. The words on the tombstone read, Grave of my beloved wife, Long Wanqing. Gu Hai gently placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the grave. Then, he revealed a faint smile. I know that your soul is not here. However, I still build a grave for you. After all, this is your home. Xian-er's grave is in the valley next door. Your graves are not together. I just want to tell you that you are both my lovers in my heart. I have a complete love for both of you. I only hope that one day you can come back to life and tear down your own grave. Gu Hai sighed softly. After spending some time in the valley of Long Wanqing's grave, Gu Hai went to the valley of Chen Xian-er's grave. It was also a bouquet of flowers. Gu Hai sat in front of the tombstone and mumbled something. It seemed like he was talking to Chen Xian-er. I found Wanqing's enemy. He should not be able to jump around for much longer. Xian-er, I'm still looking for your enemy. Right now, I have established the Han Dynasty. If I remain content with the Thousand Islands Sea, I will never be able to take revenge for you. Hence, I want to march into the Divine Continent. I know that it will be difficult, but I will do my best. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. After spending some time at the two graves, Gu Hai returned to the royal court. After the emperor returned, he quickly issued many decrees. The entire Han dynasty started to move quickly. 9-5 Island was already unified. However, the roads around it were still rugged and were still being widened. The forests around 9-5 Island were filled with many demonic beasts, poisonous insects, poisonous fog, and all sorts of harmful places. Gu Hai sent many cultivators to deal with them. Immediately, cultivators carried out demonic beasts from the forests all over the nation and displayed them before the common people. Many of the common people who suffered from the demonic beasts immediately felt grateful to the Han royal dynasty. Strands of providence continuously gathered above the soaring palace hall. On the plaza of the soaring palace hall, Gu Hai looked to the southwest with a grave expression. "Father, are you still worried about the battle in Yingzhou?" Gu Qin frowned. "If I put Liu Yang back, it should be effective. As long as Sima Changkong and the others operate well, they will definitely be able to make Liu Yang cut off his own arm and make Yike suffer injustice." Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Oh," Gu Qin said in a deep voice. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. However, he saw black pillars of smoke rising into the sky from afar. Gu Qin's face darkened. "That's a smoke signal. Did another foreign expert enter Dahan without notice?" Rumble. Then he saw a flying ship in the distance flying over quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were outside the palace of Dahan. Who? The flying boat suddenly came to a halt, bringing out a gust of wind. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked coldly at that flying boat. A large number of soldiers stood on the flying boat. The one leading them was an azure-clad youth. This youth's complexion was pale, and he looked sickly. He held a handkerchief in his hand. Cough, 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 cough. This youth seemed to be seriously ill as he coughed continuously. However, the large number of soldiers in the surroundings seemed to follow this youth's lead. The son of Jinmu of Silla, Long Sanqian, requests an audience with the elite hallmaster. Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth coughed. The son of Jinmu of Silla? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Gu Qin also looked at Gu Hai with some suspicion. "Father, according to the information collected by the officials of the first Zither Pavilion, Jinmu of Silla does have a son named Long Sanqian. However, this Long Sanqian rarely shows himself. He is also very mysterious in the Qian Celestial Empire. In other words, he is not very eye-catching." At this moment, Mu Chanfeng also saw the flying boat outside. She immediately flew toward Gu Hai. "Hallmaster, that's right. He is the son of Jinmu of Silla, Long Sanqian." Mu Chanfeng immediately stood up and shouted, "Oh, the son of Jinmu of Silla? Why are you here?" Gu Hai showed some suspicion. Gu Qin waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, the surrounding clouds scattered, allowing the Long Sanqian on the flying boat to see Gu Hai. Cough, cough, cough. "Mr. Good, I've heard a lot about you. Please forgive me for coming here unannounced," the Long Sanqian said with a smile as he coughed. "Little Prince, you are too polite. Gu Hai did not come out to welcome you. Please come inside and talk," Gu Hai said with a smile. Rumble. The flying boat stopped at the square of the soaring palace hall. The Long Sanqian slowly walked down from the flying boat. He looked at Gu Hai, smiled, and bowed again. "Sorry to disturb Mr. Good. Little Prince, you are too polite," Gu Hai said in confusion. "You flatter me. I am here to trouble Mr. Good. My father asked me to invite Mr. Good to the Yingzhou battle zone," the Long Sanqian said politely. "Oh," Gu Hai frowned slightly. "There is a problem in the Battle of Yingzhou. It is the Heaven-class Gu Qin Pejuan. I would like to invite Mr. Good to take Gaoqin with you to help defeat the enemy." Cough, cough. The Long Sanqian said politely. "Help defeat the enemy?" Sima Changkong did not go back. Gu Hai was confused. "Mr. Sima? He has already gone back. Thanks to Mr. Good's arrangements, they have achieved some results. Yike is now in constant trouble. Although Liu Yang did not say anything, he does not trust him as much as before," the Long Sanqian said politely. "Oh, that day, Liu Yang was used by Mr. Good. When he returned to Liu Yang of Gojoseon, he immediately accused Mo Yike of being a Daqian spy. Although Liu Yang was on Mo Yike's side, he still felt a little uneasy. Not long after, a spy came back and proved Mo Yike's innocence. Cough, cough. The Long Sanxian coughed and laughed. Although the Han dynasty is peaceful, there must be all kinds of spies around the outside world. Liu Yang's spies, or Jinmu of Scylla's spies, should be there too, right? Guhai said calmly. If they put themselves in his shoes, the Han dynasty was just starting out. When the Han dynasty became strong in the future, Guhai would also send the embroidered uniform guards all over the world to hide in various countries and deliver first-hand news. Cough, cough. Yes, the spy came back and proved Mo Yike's innocence. Liu Yang also proved Mo Yike's innocence in front of everyone. Even though Liu Yang said that it was impossible, the truth is the truth. Mo Yike is innocent. However, Mr. Sima used sowing discord and turned white into black. The Long Sanxian said with a smile. Oh, Mr. Sima used a trick to turn the spy into our spy. The Long Sanxian said with a smile. Spy. Mu Chenfeng was shocked. Beside him, Gu Qin's expression changed as he said, Frame that spy? Make everyone think that he's a spy? Even if he's not a spy, he's still a spy. Did you guys infiltrate Liu Yang's court? The Long Sanxian looked at Gu Qin and smiled. As expected of the 8th young master. Indeed, it's as you guessed. The 8th young master was one of Guanxi's 9 sons. Gu Qin had inherited old man Guanxi's legacy. He was the 8th young master, but very few people talked about it. The way the Long Sanxian addressed the 8th young master made Gu Qin frown. That spy is a spy, so what he says can't be trusted. Similarly, not only is Mo Yike not innocent, but he's also making things worse. Guhai said with a frown. That's right. Our people are still adding fuel to the fire. That's why Liu Yang's attitude towards Mo Yike has become very complicated. After all, Mo Yike's identity is still a mystery. Cough, cough, cough. The Long Sanxian said with a cough. Well, you guys have spies in Liu Yang's court. It seems that I wasn't lying earlier. The Sanxian celestial dynasty had long seen through Liu Yang of Gojoseon's disloyalty and arranged for a large number of spies to infiltrate Liu Yang's court. Guhai said in a low voice. If Liu Yang of Gojoseon hadn't rebelled, who would have dared to touch him? It was also a precaution. Who would have thought that he would really rebel, Sai? The Long Sanxian sighed. You guys would use spies. Did Mo Yike and Liu Yang of Gojoseon not consider it? Guhai said with a frown. Liu Yang of Gojoseon has been preparing for so many years. How could there not be any spies? In Father's military camp, there are many generals who are also Liu Yang's spies. However, we use special methods to find them all. One by one, we found the spies. Some of the spies were only known to Liu Yang and his most trusted Mo Yike, the Long Sanxian said with a smile. Only Liu Yang and Mo Yike knew about the spies? Now that they've been found out one by one, it's hard not to suspect Mo Yike. Moreover, with the previous conflict, can Liu Yang still trust Mo Yike? Gu Qin said in a low voice. Since only Liu Yang and Mo Yike knew about it, how did you find the spies? Guhai asked doubtfully. The Long Sanxian smiled bitterly and said, My apologies, Mr. Good. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Perhaps you'll have a chance to find out when you reach the military camp. Guhai nodded. Indeed, this was a military secret. How could he casually reveal it? We've made many preparations in Ying Province. During this period of time, the two armies have engaged in 8 large-scale battles, 7 victories and 1 defeat. The Long Sanxian said in a low voice. 7 victories and 1 defeat? Haha. Liu Yang did recruit a large number of extraordinary people. There were chess masters, zither masters, calligraphy masters, but how could we not? We'll only become stronger. We've battled time and time again. Moreover, we have a large number of spies who've passed on information, while all of their spies have been executed by us. The enemy is in the light, and we're in the dark. How can we not win? Moreover, Mr. Sima used his past spies to create public opinion in Ying Province and influence the people. The people are almost all against Liu Yang's rebellion. This is all thanks to Mr. Good's influence back then, which awakened the patriotism of the majority of the people. The Long Sanxian said with a smile. It seems that I made an unnecessary move back then. It turns out that the Qin celestial dynasty has already made so many preparations. They worked together from the inside and forced Liu Yang into a desperate situation. Gu Hai said with a frown. No, Mr. Good has helped us too much. He awakened the patriotism of the people, forced Liu Yang to rebel ahead of time, demoted the Ying dynasty, destroyed the Gungjin sect, annihilated the Dragon Tribe army, and drove a wedge between Liu Yang and Mo Yike. If it weren't for Mr. Good, the outcome of the battle between us and Liu Yang's army would be uncertain. Even if we wanted to win, we would have to pay a heavy price. Father said that Mr. Good will be the chief contributor to the annihilation of the Liu Yang of Gojoseon. The Long Sanxian said immediately, shaking his head. There's no need to talk about the chief contributor. You said 7 victories and 1 defeat? This defeat is... Gu Hai asked in confusion. Pujuan, the Zither army, led by Pujuan, has stopped us from advancing any further. Cough, cough, cough. The Long Sanxian said in a low voice. Chapter 278. Ying Province, in the courtyard of Mo Yike's home. Mo Yike held a fishing rod as he sat by a small pond, quietly fishing. Suddenly, a black-clad man appeared behind Mo Yike, appearing extremely respectful. Mister, we already investigated clearly. That spy from earlier did not lie. Gu Hai indeed pretended to be A.O. Sheng on 9-5 Island and got A.O. Sheng to seal his cultivation. Then, he defeated Crown Prince A.O. Sheng with words. The black-clad man said respectfully. Mo Yike looked at the fish in the pond and revealed a faint smile. Oh, Gu Hai, Gu Hai. He made all my years of planning go to waste. Mister, His Majesty did not suspect you. He still trusts you. Everyone who dared to speak ill of you was sent to prison. The black-clad man said, feeling confused. The authenticity of 9-5 Island is no longer important. If it is true, it is true. If it is false, it is false. Who can guarantee that the spy was not a spy? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Hey, His Majesty will definitely believe in Mister's innocence. However, he released Lewin. Mo Yike said indifferently. Mister, are you saying that His Majesty no longer trusts you? The black-clad man asked worriedly. Mo Yike shook his head and said, the 4th step? Gu Hai's 4th step was just right, driving a wedge between us, the ruler and his subjects. Lewin is a good chess piece. Gu Hai can use him however he wants. Mister, wasn't the Jinmu of Scylla's army driving a wedge between the ruler and his subjects? Mister, didn't you say that it was Sima Chongkong that day? Furthermore, that spy already proved everything. The black-clad man said, feeling confused. Mo Yike shook his head and said, no, without Lewin's foreshadowing, it wouldn't be so easy for Sima Chongkong to get the effect. That's a trick. Although it's very short, it can trip people. Outside my residence, I've already been targeted, right? Did the Emperor send someone? The man in black asked in surprise. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes slightly. I told His Majesty from the very beginning that we should try our best to recruit Gu Hai. Even if we can't recruit him, we can't offend him. His Majesty didn't listen to me. Sigh, this has led to today's bitter consequences. Since Your Majesty is suspicious, why? It's just a suspicion. No one would dare to do anything to me. What a pity. It's such a good situation. Mo Yike said bitterly. The Emperor won't make things difficult for you. The man in black was delighted. Mo Yike shook his head and sighed slightly. If His Majesty sings loudly all the way and wins great victories one after another, he definitely won't blame me. If there's a knot in his heart, perhaps he will just laugh it off. I'm still the Emperor's #1 strategist. But if I keep losing, His Majesty will kill me to restore the morale of the army. It can't be, the man in black said anxiously. Mo Yike continued to fish and said with a smile, well, you can go down now. Don't disturb me fishing. The man in black smiled bitterly and nodded his head. The man in black left Mo Yike's courtyard and soon appeared in front of Lu Yang. Lu Yang's study room. Lu Yang looked coldly at the man in black in front of him. Mo Yike really said that? Lu Yang asked in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty, the man in black said respectfully. Lu Yang took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face, Mo Yike, does he think he can guess everything about me? Umph. Your Majesty, this subordinate was sent by Your Majesty to serve Mr. Mo a long time ago. This subordinate has seen Mr.'s character. You shouldn't be a Qian's spy. The man in black said respectfully. Umph. Then what did Mo Yike do in the past? Where did he come from? Lu Yang asked in a deep voice. This subordinate doesn't know, but Mr. has been running around for Your Majesty all these years. He has made enemies with the Qian everywhere. Lu Yang was silent for a while. All right, I will make my own decisions about Mo Yike. During this time, what has Mo Yike been doing? Fishing during the day and entertaining some officials at night. Entertaining officials? Yes. The enmity of Long Wanqing was still vivid in his mind. The Long Sanqian requested Gu Hai to deal with Pajuan, and Gu Hai quickly agreed. After giving some instructions, Gu Hai took Gao Xianji, Mu Chanfeng, Gao Qin, and 200 of his former shopkeepers and followed the Long Sanqian to the Divine Continent. After a month, the flying boat arrived at the Divine Continent. Little Prince, did Pajuan's Guqin, Dao, stop the Jinmu of Sila's army? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Yes, not only the Guqin Dao, but also the Guqin Dao. The song you heard in Silver Moon City, Les Miserables, is also mastered by Pajuan. Once Les Miserables is played, it will cut off all 5 senses. Our army can't even walk out of the sound barrier formation. Once they do, Les Miserables will blind and deafen them. Our army can't even take a step forward. The Long Sanqian said bitterly. Mu Chinfeng was confused. Home Master's pathos. Don't many people know it? Why didn't he use it to fight Les Miserables? The Long Sanqian smiled bitterly. He used it, but it's useless. Oh, in the past, Mr. Gu's pathetic did surpass Les Miserables. But how many people played it back then? Almost all the Guqin masters in Silver Moon City. Tens of millions of people. How can we have so many Guqin masters? And Les Miserables was played even more perfectly by Pajuan. So, the Long Sanqian smiled bitterly. Gu Hai frowned. Does Mr. Good have a way to solve it? The Long Sanqian was confused. I don't know, we'll see. Gu Hai shook his head. The airship flew quickly. Suddenly, a stone tablet appeared on a mountain peak in the distance. The 6 words on the stone tablet caused the expressions of everyone on the flying boat to change. Gu Hai was buried here. Whoosh. Suddenly, the flying boat came to a stop. Everyone's expression changed. Be alert, be alert. The Long Sanqian said coldly. Rumble. Formations suddenly appeared on the flying boat. Everyone looked at the stone tablet in shock. Who's at the helm today? The Long Sanqian's eyes were cold. Young master, it's me, it's me. A subordinate came forward nervously. What's going on? Why is there this stone tablet on our path? Did you expose our whereabouts? The Long Sanqian said coldly. No, only I know this path. It wasn't fixed before. The subordinate immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Gu Hai's pupils also shrank as he looked at the stone tablet. Why was there a stone tablet blocking their path? And why was it cursing their own death? Were there enemies around? Assassins sent by Lu Yang? Mu Chinfeng's expression changed. But how did he know our whereabouts? Gao Xinji's expression darkened. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He turned to look at the Long Sanqian. The Long Sanqian looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I definitely didn't arrange this. I didn't expect this stone tablet either. Our whereabouts have been exposed, Gu Hai said with a deep frown. Otherwise, who would have known that they would take this path in such a big world? Gu Hai stared at the Long Sanqian for a while. In the end, he ruled out the possibility of it being the Long Sanqian. Everyone stood on the flying boat and carefully looked around the forest. However, it was quiet all around and no assassins appeared. After a while, everyone looked at the strange stone tablet again. Maybe it's a coincidence? Gao Xinji said something that even she did not believe. Coincidence? Gu Hai's expression darkened. After all, there were no enemies around. Go around, let's go. The Long Sanxian said in a low voice. Whoosh! The airship took a detour and headed in another direction. After flying for 2 hours, the airship suddenly came to a stop. Boom! The airship stopped, and a strong wind blew past. Everyone on the airship suddenly felt their hair stand on end. Then, he saw another stone tablet appear on another mountain in the distance. There was a line of words on it. Gu Hai, you can't escape. Today is the day you die. Who is it? Come out. Mu Chenfeng jumped up and shouted. However, the surrounding forest was silent. No one responded. Gu Hai looked at Gao-chen. Gao-chen shook his head and said, No, there's no one around. Could it be the Master Show who can cross the 2 realms of life? Have they hidden in the netherworld? Mu Chenfeng's expression darkened. Are they the assassins of the Luyang of Gojoseon? Gu Hai's expression darkened. The Long Sanxian stared at the subordinate at the helm and said, What's going on? Did you do this on purpose? Why did you bring us here? Plop. Little prince, please check carefully. I really didn't fly here on purpose. I don't know how it could be so coincidental. The subordinate at the helm shouted in horror. Hall leader, there's only this one stone tablet. This means that my whereabouts have been exposed. Mu Chenfeng said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai looked at the Long Sanxian. The Long Sanxian shook his head and said, I'll call everyone to the deck. Mr. Good, your people will take the helm. Gu Hai nodded. He called all the Long Sanxian's people in front of him. Gao Xinji was in charge of the helm. They flew again, but the route was uncertain. They flew for another 2 hours. Boom! The airship stopped again. They saw a stone tablet on the top of another mountain. Escape? You have nowhere to run. Gu Hai, today is your death date. Death date. Death date. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly. He turned his head and looked around. However, there was no cloud in sight. There was no one at all. Master, I listened carefully. There was no one here before. Gao-chen said with an ugly expression. Who was it? No matter where Gu Hai and his men went, there were such threats. Little prince, we'll go to the barracks immediately. You lead the way, Gu Hai said in a low voice. The airship continued to fly. However, every once in a while, a stone tablet would appear. Honor curses to Gu Hai. Along the way, no matter how Gu Hai and his men took detours, the stone tablets appeared one after another. It was as if the heavens had written them here. Everyone was panicking. Their whereabouts seemed to be completely exposed. How could this be? All around, the Long Sanxian subordinates were whispering and pointing at Gu Hai. However, the people Gu Hai brought with him did not speak. They all looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai held the railing, but his face was extremely calm. No one could tell what Gu Hai was thinking. A strong sense of conspiracy seemed to be descending on Gu Hai. It was as if a pair of eyes were staring at Gu Hai. No matter where Gu Hai escaped, he could not escape. Those eyes seemed to be choosing people to devour, opening their bloody mouth at Gu Hai at any time. Chapter 279. No matter where Gu Hai and his group went, the strange stone steels would appear. Your Majesty, this is too strange. How could someone know where we're going in advance? Even if we were to change our location, he would have set up the stone steels as if he had anticipated it, Gao Xinji said with a sour expression. That's right. What's even stranger is that there's no one except for the stone steels. What's going on? Mu Chenfeng said with a complicated expression. Stop. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Boom. The flying boat came to a sudden stop. Mr. Good. Long Sanxian looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Long Sanxian's subordinates were also worried. After all, the scene in front of them was too strange. We can't go any further, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Everyone was puzzled. At that moment, the sky had darkened. The sky was covered by dark clouds and towering mountains. The person who carved the stone steels seems to be able to predict our journey. No, we can't go any further. They're trying to lure us somewhere. Let's go back the way we came. We can't go any further. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Lure us somewhere? How is that possible? They didn't lure us? We're going randomly. Mu Chenfeng said in surprise. Gao Xinji quickly went to the control area of the flying boat and prepared to turn the flying boat around and go back the way they came. Oomph. You only remembered now. You want to leave? It's too late. Suddenly, a cold snort was heard in the void. Be on guard. Long Sanqian's expression changed. With a loud shout, the flying boat suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Large formations appeared on the flying boat to guard against the attack of that voice. Rumble. However, at that moment, billowing black mist appeared out of thin air and instantly enveloped the flying boat in all directions. For a moment, they could not tell east from west. Your Majesty? Gao Xinji called out, waiting for Gu Hai to speak. But Gu Hai's face fell as he said, This is an array formation. Don't act rashly. Humph, Gu Hai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I spent a lot of effort to lure you here. Today is the day you die. A sinister voice came from the black fog. The voice was very strange. It sounded like a woman, but it seemed to have been deliberately changed so that no one could tell who it was. However, there was a bone-deep hatred in his voice. Who are you? Why do you have a grudge against me? How did you know we would leave like this? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Humph, 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 so much nonsense. Do it. That voice shouted. Yes, the sky is square and the earth is square, the order of the Yellow Springs. Another person shouted. What? The order of the Yellow Springs. The great formation of calligraphy? Mu Qinfeng's expression changed. Book of Tao. What's the Book of Tao? Gu Hai looked at Mu Qinfeng. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The zither is the most important, and the book is the foundation. Be careful, Home Master. The Book of Tao is the rule, the ultimate truth. The order of the book divides the world. Mu Qinfeng said anxiously. Boom. Suddenly, a Yellow Springs river appeared from the black fog and rushed toward the flying boat. Oh no, dodge it. Long Sanqian's expression changed. However, it was not just one Yellow Springs river, but 100 Yellow Springs rivers. The Yellow Springs River surrounded the flying boat. The moment it came into contact with the flying boat's array formation, the array formation suddenly disappeared mysteriously, and the arcane energy disappeared. Break! Mu Qinfeng waved her scepter, and 100 tree roots appeared and rushed toward the flying boat. Walalala! When the arcane energy tree roots came into contact with the Yellow Springs River, they immediately decayed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This is... Everyone's expression changed. Boom! The 100 Yellow Springs River flooded the flying boat. In an instant, the flying boat's array formation disappeared. The flying boat malfunctioned and fell from the sky. No! Long Sanqian's subordinates shouted in shock. This is the vanishing technique. All arcane energy is gone? Mu Qinfeng's expression changed. Gu Hai's crimson saber slashed at one of the Yellow Springs River. Boom! The energy saber suddenly disappeared as though it had melted. Gu Hai's expression changed. He stepped forward and dodged the Yellow Springs River's attack. Walalala! The countless Yellow Springs in the surroundings immediately formed a screen of Yellow Springs, separating Gu Hai from everyone else. Although the others could not do anything to the Yellow Springs River, they did not suffer any serious injuries. The Yellow Springs Technique, Annihilation Scripture? That's the Sima family's Yellow Springs Technique, Annihilation Scripture? How's that possible? Why would the Sima family hunt down Gu Hai? Long Sanqian's expression darkened. Your Majesty, Gao Xinji and the others rushed toward the Yellow Springs water screen. However, no matter what kind of energy or Dharma treasure they used, their arcane energy would disappear as soon as they came into contact with the water screen. Gao Xinji crashed into the Yellow Springs water screen. Boom! Gao Xinji crashed into the water screen. However, in the next moment, she suddenly came back from the inside. Why am I back? Gao Xinji's expression changed. It's useless. This is the Book Tao array. The Book Tao is the Tao of order. It's the Tao of heaven and earth. If the heavenly Tao doesn't want you to go to the other side, you can't go no matter what. Long Sanqian said in a low voice. What heavenly Tao? Book Tao? I don't understand. Will the emperor be in danger? Gao Xinji asked anxiously. Long Sanxian looked at the Yellow Springs water screen in front of him and said with a strange expression, "Could it be him?" The Yellow Springs water screen separated Gu Hai from the rest of the people. In an instant, the black fog in all directions was replaced by yellow fog. Gu Hai felt that he could not use his arcane energy in the area that was shrouded by the yellow fog. Once he used it, it would immediately melt away. The crimson saber in his hand could not create a saber aura. It was just an ordinary long saber. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, bats appeared in the void. They opened their bloody mouths and charged toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression changed, and his crimson saber immediately went up to meet the bats. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, a large number of bats were cut in half by Gu Hai. However, there were too many bats. Gu Hai was in a difficult situation in an instant. Gu Hai jumped around in a difficult situation. At the same time, he checked his surroundings. As expected, a group of black-robed people were standing on a small mountain peak, not far away. The leader seemed to be a woman. She held a long whip in her hand. Beside her, a black-robed person was riding in the air. It seemed like she was commanding the bats to attack Gu Hai. "Bite him to death! Bite him to death!" The black-robed woman said coldly. The voice of the black-robed woman was the one who cursed Gu Hai first. "Yes," the person commanding the bats at the side replied. She held a brush in her hand and drew in the air. Boom! In the Yellow Springs water fog, bats suddenly rushed out again. This time, there were 100 times more bats than before. It seemed like they were going to tear Gu Hai apart in one go. Gu Hai could not use his arcane energy. At this moment, his defense was much weaker than before. "So you're here." Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Boom! The bats swarmed forward and instantly enveloped Gu Hai. Gu Hai was drowned by the bats. Squeak, 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 squeak. However, a series of screams came from the bats. "What?" The black-robed person holding the brush was shocked. She waved the brush. Boom! Countless bats scattered. Suddenly, they saw spikes appearing on the surface of Gu Hai's body. They looked like the spikes of a hedgehog. In an instant, all the bats that were charging towards him were stabbed to death. Spikes? What kind of evil technique is this? The black-robed people were shocked. "Oomph." Gu Hai snorted coldly. His body shook and a pair of huge bone wings appeared. He could not use his arcane energy. However, his bones were solid. With a flap of the bone wings, Gu Hai flew up. "Go, kill him, kill him," the leading black-robed woman said hatefully. The black-robed person holding the brush used the brush to write the word amnesty in between the eyebrows of the 3 black-robed people beside her. Boom! The 3 black-robed people suddenly flew into the sky and rushed towards Gu Hai. Obviously, after the word amnesty was written, the book formation had no effect on them. The leading black-robed person immediately approached and slashed at Gu Hai with his sword. Gu Hai looked ferocious and slashed with his crimson saber. Boom! Gu Hai did not have an energy saber. His opponent's energy saber was ferocious, but his crimson saber was still sturdy. When it collided with the energy saber, it instantly shattered the energy saber. However, Gu Hai was also sent flying by the impact. He retreated about 10 feet. "You sneaky bastard," Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. He flapped his wings and charged towards the 3 black-robed people. The 3 black-robed people immediately slashed with their long swords. Rays of sword chi immediately shot towards Gu Hai's body. Roar! Gu Hai roared. Unfortunately, there was no energy saber. When the crimson saber collided with the energy saber, he was sent flying again. However, the surrounding sword chi continued to rush towards him. Boom! A layer of armor appeared on Gu Hai's body and blocked the sword chi. Humph! Gu Hai, let's see how long you can last. The 3 black-robed people snorted coldly. Clearly, Gu Hai could only flee miserably when they used their dermic powers. Now that Gu Hai was sent flying again, the 3 black-robed people felt that Gu Hai would not last for long. Gu Hai retreated to the summit of a mountain. Then, he flung his sleeve, and a bone saber appeared in his other hand. The Life Ender Saber. The moment the Life Ender Saber appeared, Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. He was about to charge over. No, there's danger. Be careful of that evil saber. Retreat. If you don't retreat, you will die. The female black-robed person from earlier exclaimed. Boom! The three black-robed people seemed to believe this, and they immediately retreated. Guhai, who had just gathered his strength, changed his expression. It was like he punched thin air. That's not right. The life in her saber did not reveal any aura. How did that female black-robed person know how horrifying the life in her saber was? Boom! Guhai flapped his wings and chopped down at the group of black-robed people. Be careful of that bone saber. That bone saber is evil. Do your best to avoid it. The female black-robed person shouted. Yes, the group of black-robed people answered. The black-robed person holding the brush earlier extended his hand and waved it. Immediately, another yellow spring water screen appeared in front of Guhai, blocking him. The life ender saber suddenly chopped down. Boom! However, the life ender saber strangely tore apart that yellow spring water screen. What? This bone saber can break my order. The black-robed person holding the brush exclaimed. Guhai moved very quickly, arriving before the group of black-robed people in an instant. To capture bandits, one had to capture the leader first. Hence, he charged at the female black-robed person. How bold! How presumptuous! Protect the cluster lord. The group of black-robed people shouted in unison and raised their swords to chop down at Guhai. Guhai's armor was impenetrable. His speed also increased explosively. He was too fast. Just as he was about to reach the female black-robed person, he wanted to chop her down. Suddenly, Xiao Chun heard the words Cluster Lord. Guhai's expression changed, and the life ender saber suddenly changed direction. Boom! Guhai was sent flying by a group of black-robed men. However, Guhai had the bone armor, so he did not suffer much damage. Cluster Lord? Which Cluster Lord are you? Guhai asked, his expression changing. The female black-robed person no longer hid anything. She reached out and removed the hood of her black robes. Then, she looked coldly at Guhai. The moment the hood was removed, a beautiful woman's face was revealed. She looked somewhat similar to Long Wanqing. However, when she looked at Guhai, she showed a deep hatred for him. Long Wanyu! Guhai exclaimed in shock as his expression changed when he suddenly recalled the portrait that Venerable Lun Yin gave him. Chapter 280. Takashi Ryushin's camp. Sima Changkong and Venerable Lun Yin discussed the situation at the front. Venerable, you're skilled in the painting Tao. Can you solve Pujuan's puzzle? Sima Changkong asked with a frown. Pujuan's puzzle is no longer as simple as the Zither Tao. However, my painting Tao does not have a way to solve it. Let's wait for Guhai. Guhai has Gaochen. Perhaps he can solve misery. Venerable Lu Yin shook his head. Guhai, looking at the time, it should be soon, right? Sima Changkong said with a smile. Suddenly, a subordinate barged into the two's hall. Venerable, it's not good. The cluster lord is missing. That subordinate said anxiously. What? Venerable Lu Yin's expression changed. Sima Changkong's expression turned solemn as well. The two immediately stopped discussing and rushed to a distant hall. Sob, 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 sob. The instant the two entered the hall, they saw a group of bound guards. Their mouths were gagged. What's going on? Venerable Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Venerable Lu Yin extended his hand and gagged his subordinates. Venerable, the cluster lord said that she was going to kill Guhai. We did not agree, so the cluster lord, that subordinate, said anxiously. Kill Guhai. Venerable Lu Yin's expression changed. Kill Guhai. It is not easy for Long Wanyu to find Guhai. How can she? Sima Changkong said with a frown. No, no. Long Wanyu can find Guhai. If she wants to, she can find him immediately. Venerable Lu Yin's expression changed. Sima Changkong's expression immediately changed. She can only use it once a month. To think that Long Wanyu used it this time. Let's go. Let's go. Quickly. Venerable Lu Yin said with a glare. Sima Changkong and Venerable Lu Yin led a group of experts onto a flying ship and flew into the distance. That direction. Guhai's group should be coming from that direction, right? Venerable Lu Nian asked worriedly. Everyone's flying boat flew quickly, but Sima Changkong was looking around carefully. Everyone was anxious. After flying for 3 days, Sima Changkong's expression suddenly changed. That direction, I see something in that direction. At this moment, Sima Changkong's eyes glowed with a hint of green light. It was as if the green light was quickly collecting the scene in the distance. The flying boat quickly flew over. At the peak of the mountain, there was a stone tablet with the words, "Gu Hai is buried here." Gasp! It really is the Cluster Lord. He was worried that we would come, so he lured Gu Hai to a remote place, Venerable Lun Yin said with a sullen expression. However, Sima Changkong's eyes glowed with a green light again as he looked around. Over there, Sima Changkong called out. The flying boat quickly flew in the direction Venerable Lun Yin pointed. Soon, they saw another stone tablet. Over there, over there, over there. Sima Changkong pointed continuously. Gaochen and Pujuan were like clairvoyants. However, Sima Changkong's eyes were like clairvoyants, continuously looking into the distance. Indeed, after pointing for a while, Sima Changkong finally found Gu Hai's group. However, the surroundings were already shrouded in black fog and yellow fog. There in the ritual array, Venerable Lu Nian's face sank. My Sima clan's yellow spring dermic destroying scripture? That bastard. Sima Changkong glared. Sima Changkong stretched out his hand and took out a golden brush. When the brush appeared, vertical golden words seemed to appear in the air. Rows of golden words surrounded Sima Changkong, making Sima Changkong look incredibly holy. Order stroke, divide the world. Sima Changkong stretched out his hand and wrote on the ritual array. When he wrote, it looked like he wrote a yellow river. The golden characters floating in the air rushed toward the formation along with the yellow river. Boom! This yellow river immediately destroyed more than half of the ritual array. This also exposed Gao Xianji, Long Sanxian, and the others. Venerable, you are here, Mu Chenfeng immediately said in joy. Venerable, His Majesty is trapped in there. Gao Xianji said anxiously. Mr. Sima, this seems to be your clan's yellow spring dermic destroying scripture? Long Sanxian said with a bitter smile. Sima Changkong did not hesitate. He continued writing on the remaining ritual array. With a brush, scatter the yellow spring dermic destroying scripture. Boom! All of a sudden, a hole was torn open in the remaining formation. Everyone looked inside anxiously. Boom! They saw Gu Hai drawing his crimson saber and knocking back a black-robed man. However, a group of black-robed men instantly forced the black-robed man back. After all, these people had cultivation. Only Gu Hai could not execute his technique. If not for his tough armor, he would have been injured already. He held the life-ender saber in one hand and the crimson saber in the other as he coldly looked at the black-robed men who wanted to kill him. Sima Feng, how dare you? Sima Changkong said with a glare. The black-robed man holding the brush beside Long Sanxian suddenly trembled. He looked up. However, he saw that a huge hole had been torn open in midair. Sima Changkong and Venerable Lun Yin looked over coldly. Young master. The black-robed man holding the brush immediately froze. He is the elite hall master, Gu Hai. Are you trying to kill an official of the imperial court to curry favor with the Cluster Lord? Venerable Lun Yin said coldly. The group of black-robed men chasing after Gu Hai froze. Then, they stopped and looked at Long Sanxian, who was at the summit. At this moment, Gu Hai did not take this opportunity to charge over. From the moment he found out about Long Sanxian, Gu Hai's murderous intent vanished. He only smiled bitterly. Kill! Kill! Long Sanxian did not care about Venerable Lun Yin and Sima Changkong. The group of black-robed men looked at Gu Hai. Humph! The Cluster Lord can be lawless, but can you be lawless as well? Do you think that you are Cluster Lords as well? Why are you still not stopping? Venerable Lun Yin said coldly. The group of black-robed men felt slightly stunned. In the end, they did not dare to make a move. Yes, the Cluster Lord can be lawless in Qian. However, I'm not that lucky. Even if the cluster lord protects me, I can only do so for now. Who can guarantee the future? Murdering an official of the imperial court is a capital crime. Bastard, bastard, bastard. You are a bunch of trash. Long Sanqian looked anxiously at the group of black-robed men. Sima Chongkong stared coldly at Sima Feng, the black-robed man holding the brush. Sima Feng did not dare to disobey. Boom! The surrounding ritual array scattered. Venerable Lun Yin and Sima Chongkong landed on Long Sanqian's summit. Cluster Lord, Venerable Lun Yin stepped forward and advised. Ha! Long Sanqian whipped Venerable Lun Yin. Not far away, Gu Hai glared. Gu Hai want to stop this. However, after watching, Long Sanqian bitterly endured it. Venerable Lun Yin did not get angry. Instead, he said bitterly, Cluster Lord, Gu Hai is Wanqing's husband, your brother-in-law. Long Sanqian's eyes reddened. No, he's the one who killed Elder Sister. If not for him, how could Elder Sister have died? How could she have died? Who asked you to be a busybody? I asked you to protect Elder Sister, but you protected Elder Sister to death. Who asked you to be a busybody? Who asked you to be a busybody? Long Sanqian cried as she whipped Venerable Lun Yin. Sima Chongkong, Long Sanqian, and the others in the surroundings did not dare to say anything. Mu Chanfeng did not dare to say anything. After knowing that it was Long Sanqian, Mu Chanfeng did not even dare to speak. Gu Hai watched as Venerable Lun Yin was whipped. Then he said bitterly, Long Sanqian, the Venerable is innocent. Humph! Long Sanqian stopped whipping Venerable Lun Yin. Then she glared at Gu Hai with reddened eyes, a deep-seated hatred in her eyes. You caused my elder sister's death. You caused my elder sister's death. Long Sanqian cried as she looked at Gu Hai. Wanqing died in my place. I cannot shirk the responsibility. However, one day I will revive her. Long Sanqian, before Wanqing died, she asked me to take care of you. Gu Hai sighed softly. I don't want you to take care of me. I just want my elder sister. Gu Hai, return my elder sister to me. Long Sanqian cried as she stared at Gu Hai. At this moment, Venerable Lun Yin and Sima Chongkong's arrival meant that she could no longer succeed in killing Gu Hai. She spent a lot of effort to lure Gu Hai here so that she could avoid Sima Chongkong and the others. However, she still failed to do so. Long Sanqian, Wanqing is already dead. I am also taking revenge for Wanqing. I know that you hate me, but I promised Wanqing, so I will not ignore it. I know that Wanqing's death hurt you greatly as well. Right now, I do not know how to console you. However, we need to look forward. If there's a way to make you feel better, I will do my best to do so, Gu Hai said sullenly. Make me feel better? You will do your best to help me? Humph. In that case, you can go and die. If you die, I will feel better. If you die, you will be helping me. Long Sanqian said hatefully as she cried. You, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Long Sanqian could not communicate with him at all. Cluster Lord, Venerable Lu Nian advised from the side. Don't bother. He was the one who said to make me feel better. With that bone saber in your hand, anyone who touches it will die. I feel that whoever it touches will die. Just use that bone saber to cut your abdomen and die for me to see. Then I will feel better. I will not blame you. Long Sanqian said hatefully. Everyone felt anxious. Sima Chongkong and Venerable Lun Yin tried to persuade her several times. However, Long Sanqian's arrogant personality did not allow her to listen. Instead, she glared at Gu Hai. Didn't you say to do your best? If you use the bone saber to cut your abdomen, I will not blame you. From now on, I will not blame you. Do you dare? Long Sanqian roared as she glared at Gu Hai. Gao Xianji, Mu Chunfeng, Gao Qin, and the others felt anxious. Just as they were about to speak, Gu Hai stopped them. Gu Hai extended his hand and stopped everyone. Then, he stared at Long Wanyu and said, You said that as long as I use this bone knife to cut my abdomen, you will not compete with me anymore? Then, you will deal with Wanqing's true enemy together with me. However, Long Sanqian felt slightly stunned. What does Gu Hai mean by this? Is he really going to cut his abdomen? That's not right. Earlier, I felt that anyone who touched that bone saber would die. My feeling cannot be wrong. That is an evil saber. Furthermore, I'm going to cut my abdomen with it. Everyone was going to die. I said so. Cut your abdomen. Cut your abdomen in front of me. If you cut your abdomen, we will write off our grudge. Long Sanxian roared with bloodshot eyes. As you wish. Guhai nodded. Then, he slowly set the crimson saber aside. Guhai tore open his shirt, revealing his strong chest and abdominal muscles. Guhai, don't. Mr. Good, don't. Venerable Lun Yin and Sima Chongkong said anxiously. Shut up, you. Long Sanxian roared while glaring. The two looked at Guhai. However, Guhai ignored them. Instead, he looked at Long Sanxian. Long Sanxian, watch carefully. Don't go back on your words later. Guhai raised the bone saber to his chest. Then, he looked at Long Sanxian. I, Long Sanxian, will keep my word. Long Sanxian looked at Guhai with anticipation in her eyes. Xing. Guhai straightforwardly stabbed the life-ender saber into his abdomen. Your Majesty, Gao Xianji and the other officials exclaimed. Sima Chongkong and Venerable Lu Nian showed anxious expressions. The others goggled long ago. Wasn't Guhai trying too hard to calm his sister-in-law down? Is he using the bone saber to cut his abdomen? He stabbed the saber into his abdomen. However, Long Sanxian trembled, showing regret on her face. Why did he really cut his abdomen? Everyone held their breaths and fell silent. They watched in horror as Guhai stabbed the bone saber into his abdomen. Xing. The bone saber stabbed in again. Chapter 281. Then, he stabbed the bone saber into Guhai's abdomen. Mu Chenfeng, Long Sanxian, and Sima Chongkong goggled. Guhai's going too far to please his sister-in-law, right? Commit seppuku? Long Wanyu forced Guhai to commit suicide because she was angry. Long Wanqing's death dealt a huge blow to her. She felt that everyone was an enemy. However, after this anger passed, Long Wanyu would understand. However, you listened to her and committed seppuku to appease her anger. When Long Wanyu saw Guhai stab the bone saber into his abdomen, her entire body trembled. Although she had always wanted to kill Guhai to take revenge for her elder sister, Long Wanyu did not feel as happy as she should have when she saw Guhai die because of her. She did not feel like taking revenge for her elder sister at all. In that instant, she felt like she made a mistake. Long Wanyu! Venerable Lu Nian suddenly roared. Slap! Long Wanyu instinctively swung her whip at Venerable Lu Nian. However, Venerable Lu Nian caught it. That's enough, Venerable Lu Nian said angrily while glaring. Venerable Lu Nian swung his whip and showed a ferocious expression. Is this the result you want? Forcing Guhai to die? You want Guhai to die? You want to take revenge for Wanqing just like that? Do you know how sad Wanqing would be if she saw you forcing Guhai to die like this? He caused my elder sister's death. He deserved to die. Long Wanyu cried out with reddened eyes. However, her voice was much softer now. The one who caused your elder sister's death is Lu Yang. Your elder sister used her life to protect this man. Yet you force him to die? He is your brother-in-law, Long Wanqing's husband. Venerable Lu Nian shouted. I don't care. If not for him, my elder sister would not have died. She would not have died. Sob, sob, sob. Long Wanyu suddenly started crying. At this moment, Long Wanyu's crying seemed like she wanted to vent all the grievances in her heart. At the side, Sima Chongkong, Long Sanxian, and Mu Chenfeng did not dare to say anything. Venerable, there is no need to scold Long Wanyu. It's fine as long as she is happy. Guhai's voice rang. Hearing Guhai's voice, Long Wanyu suddenly felt regret. Xiao Chun had forced Guhai to his death. Had he taken revenge for his elder sister? Would her elder sister be happy? Guhai, hurry up. Don't perform seppuku anymore. Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed. Chi! The life-ender saber plunged halfway into Long Wanqing's abdomen again. Long Wanyu looked up and immediately saw that there was still a small section of the bone saber outside. Long Wanyu's expression changed. She opened her mouth, wanted to tell Long Wanqing not to interrupt. However, she did not know how to say it. Long Wanyu, remember your words. The grudge between us is written off, Guhai said with a faint smile. Long Wanyu bit her lip, and her eyes were filled with fear. Did Gu Hai really commit suicide by committing seppuku? Did he really commit seppuku? All of Long Wanyu's pores seemed to be filled with cold air. Clack! Gu Hai extended his hand and slapped the last section of the bone saber into his abdomen. Your Majesty! The officials exclaimed in horror. Venerable Lun Yin, Sima Changkong, Long Sanqian, and Mu Chunfeng all showed anxious expressions. Don't, Long Wanyu said very softly, showing regret on her face. However, it was already too late. The bone saber had already pierced Gu Hai's abdomen. It was already over. Gao Xianji, bring me a set of clothes, Gu Hai said slowly. Huh? The surrounding people, who were worried about Gu Hai, felt slightly stunned. This is not right. Shouldn't Gu Hai have collapsed? Where's the wound? Where's the wound on Gu Hai's abdomen? Has the wound healed? Now, there is not even a scar. He committed seppuku just like that? Venerable Lun Yin, Sima Changkong, was speechless. Long Wanyu. Everyone remained silent for a while. The faces of the Dahan officials, who were so anxious that they were about to cry, froze, and they retracted the tears that were about to fall. His Majesty is actually fine? He is really fine. There is not a single drop of sweat on his forehead. His complexion is normal, and his complexion is normal. There is not even a scar on his abdomen. Did I see wrongly earlier? Gao Xianji, who was at the side, felt stunned. Then, she immediately brought over a set of clothes. You lied to me. Gu Hai, you lied to me. Long Wanyu's earlier regret disappeared, and her eyes filled with hatred. How did I lie to you? Gu Hai frowned. You only used a trick earlier. You did not stab the bone saber into his abdomen at all. There was no. Long Wanyu angrily reprimanded Gu Hai. However, she suddenly stopped mid-sentence. It was not just Long Wanyu. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they looked at Gu Hai's abdomen in shock. However, they saw a bone saber's handle slowly emerging from Gu Hai's abdomen. It was the bone saber. This was not a magic trick or a trick. It was real. The bone saber really did stab into his abdomen. You. Long Wanyu pointed at Gu Hai, not knowing how to reprimand him for a long time. Did he really stab the bone saber into his abdomen? How did it appear? Wan Qing is a woman of her word. Long Wanyu, I hope that you will not disappoint me and go back on your words, Gu Hai said indifferently. As Gu Hai spoke, he extended his hand and pressed the bone saber's handle with his index finger, pushing it into his abdomen. Sima Changkong was speechless. Venerable Lun Yin, Long Sanqian. Everyone felt like a flock of crows flew over their heads. The atmosphere was so awkward that no one could make sound. Damn it! If you can stuff a bone saber into your abdomen, you should have said so earlier. You made us worry for so long. After everyone was speechless for a while, they all looked at Long Wanyu. His eyes seemed to be asking, Gu Hai has already committed seppuku. You should be content. Although it is as easy as drinking water for Gu Hai to commit seppuku, who asked you to choose this method of all things? You won't go back on your words, right? Long Wanyu instantly felt everyone's gazes on her, looking at her as if they were looking at an idiot. Not only were they looking at her, but also felt like everyone was waiting for her to admit that she was an idiot and admit it personally. When Long Wanyu saw Gu Hai putting on his clothes in the distance, her eyes reddened again. This time, it was not just hatred, but also grievance. Gu Hai, I hate you. I'm not done with you. Long Wanyu roared in anger. What are you looking at? Where's the flying boat? Let's go. Long Wanyu whipped Sima Feng, who was at the side. Oh. Sima Feng immediately took out the flying boat. Long Wanyu stepped onto the flying boat. Then, she led a few subordinates and quickly flew into the distance. I don't want to stay here anymore. Long Wanyu ran away. Long Sanqian and Sima Changkong opened their mouths. They wanted to ask a few questions, but they restrained themselves. Venerable Lun Yin flew in front of Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. You still have a way to stop Long Wanyu. Sigh. It's just a coincidence. As long as she's happy. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Gu Hai had heard about Long Wanyu's character and predicted that there would be a conflict when he met Long Wanyu one day. However, it seemed like this first meeting was rather easy. Mr. Good, you're finally here. Sima Chongkong also flew over with a smile. However, Sima Chongkong was the same as Long Sanqian. They looked at Gu Hai strangely. In the Ding dynasty, there was an area that Liu Yang had singled out. It was shrouded in fog, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Liu Yang stood at the entrance of a large hall and looked at the foggy area. Pejuan stood respectfully behind him. Is there any movement from Takashi Ryushin's army? Liu Yang asked in a low voice. Not yet. They've been temporarily blocked and don't dare to take another step forward. Your Majesty, with Mr. Dongfang and I taking action, Takashi Ryushin can forget about taking another step forward. You should have let Mr. Dongfang and I take action a long time ago. If Mo Yike hadn't repeatedly asked the other armies to take action, we wouldn't have lost 7 times and won 1. Pejuan said with pride in his eyes. Liu Yang narrowed his eyes. Mr. Mo? Although Mr. Mo made me suspicious this time, he's right. An army can't only have one trump card. Besides the commander, it shouldn't matter if anyone else is missing. Yes. Pejuan's face stiffened. Clearly, he had been too complacent just now. It was as if he couldn't do without him. Mr. Dongfang is inside? Liu Yang asked in a low voice. Emperor Ding, please come in. A childlike voice came from inside. Rumble. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the foggy area. Liu Yang and Pejuan stepped in. Whoa. Let me go. Save me. Spare me. Spare me. Cries and wails came from inside the array. The two of them stepped into the foggy array, and the array closed up with a bang. At first glance, the interior of this great array was like an azure hell. At the center was an extremely large pool. Within the pool, clusters of serene blue flames were burning. Within the flames, there were many transparent figures struggling within the pool. Are these the ghosts of the dead from the battle between the two armies? Liu Yang frowned. Yes, there are ghosts of Takashi Ryushin's army, and there are also ghosts of our army. Pejuan nodded. Your Majesty, we are loyal and devoted to the country. Why did you not let us reincarnate after we died? Why did you put us in the pool to be roasted? A ghost that looked like a general saw Liu Yang and screamed. He is Liu Yang of Gojoseon? You devil, His Majesty's army will definitely destroy you. Your Majesty, we are loyal and devoted. In the pool of ghosts, countless ghosts who died in the battle cried out in fear. Shut up. A child's voice sounded again. At the edge of the pool, there was a small child in a white robe standing on a huge platform. The child was wrapped in a white robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. Devil, don't refine me. That is Longevity Master, someone who seizes one's lifespan. He wants to refine our 3 souls into tonics for his cultivation. When the two armies fought, none of the ghosts managed to escape. They were all captured. No, Your Majesty, I died fighting for the Ming dynasty. I don't ask for Your Majesty to avenge me. But please let me reincarnate. Countless ghosts were making a racket. So noisy, humph. The voice of the child in the white robe sounded again. He waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, the rolling blue flames expanded and formed a super fire pot lid. It covered all the ghosts in the pool, and the voices of the ghosts could not be heard. Pejuan and Liu Yang walked in front of the child in the white robe. Mr. Dongfang, it's fine that you collected the ghosts of the Takashi Ryushin army. Why do you still want to? Liu Yang frowned. Ha. Your Majesty of the Qian dynasty, I only agreed to help you because you promised me that you would let me collect the ghosts of war. I am risking offending Master Shou of the Qian dynasty to help you. Mr. Dongfang's voice sounded again. Liu Yang frowned and said, Fine, go ahead. This is not enough. I want more people to die. I want more ghosts. Mr. Dongfang looked at Liu Yang. Chapter 282. This is still not enough. I want more people to die. I want more ghosts. Mr. Dongfang looked at Liu Yang. There are already 10 million of them. Liu Yang said with a frown. 10 million? Huh. See if it is enough. Mr. Dongfang said with a faint smile. Then he waved his hand. Boom. The fog in a small foggy area not far away suddenly scattered, revealing a huge tree. This was the century lifespan immortality peach tree that Gu Hai saw in the innate puzzle world. Root in. Mr. Dongfang waved his hand. Rumble. The century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots suddenly stabbed into the huge ghost pool below. No. The countless ghosts in the ghost pool revealed horrified expressions. Rumble. However, he saw many roots, like a water pump, crazily sucking in the rolling ghosts. The blue flames burned, and some ghosts instantly turned into liquid, which the century lifespan immortality peach tree absorbed faster. The ghosts in the ghost pool cried out. However, they could not escape from the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The blue flames refined them in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The ghost pool was like a whale sucking in water. The ghost pool was sucked clean in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the century lifespan immortality peach tree slowly bloomed. Then, 10 small immortality peaches grew out. They were only the size of a thumb, much smaller than the ones that Gu Hai obtained in the past. Great Ying's Emperor, do you see that? Only 10 tender peaches grew out of this entire pool of ghosts. They are still far from ripening. Mr. Dongfang said with a smile as he looked at Lu Yang. Lu Yang frowned slightly. The century lifespan immortality peach tree? It's growing too slowly. It's not slow anymore. Back in the innate puzzle world, it only bore fruit once every 100 years. Now it's much faster. Unfortunately, it damaged the peach tree somewhat, Mr. Dongfang said indifferently. However, the last time you used living people as nutrients for me. Are you still willing to do so now? Mr. Dongfang looked at Lu Yang. A living person? Using living people as nutrients will incur the wrath of the world. Lu Yang shook his head. Didn't you use it once before? As long as you and I don't say anything, who else will know? Mr. Dongfang said. There's no need. You'd better collect the ghosts. Lu Yang frowned, but his eyes showed that he was finally moved. All right, I will leave everything up to you. However, I do not have enough nourishment here to quickly grow the century lifespan immortality peach. Don't you want to use the lifespan immortality peach to win over those eccentric people? There are no Saturn peaches, this? Mr. Dongfang shook his head and didn't say anything else. Instead, he took out a gourd. Who? As soon as the gourd was opened, a torrent of ghosts rushed out from within and surged into the ghost pool. Your Majesty, save me. Your Majesty, we are loyal and devoted. Your Majesty, this subject died on the battlefield for grading. Why did you ask Master Shou to refine me? The ghosts that flew out of the gourd started begging bitterly. However, Lu Yang remained unmoved. On Sima Chongkong's flying ship, everyone had just experienced Long Wanyu's ambush, so they were in low spirits. Gao Xinji, Gao Chen, and Mu Chanfeng led their subordinates to rest for now. Gu Hai and Venerable Lun Yin stood on the deck, discussing Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu's personality is like that. She is spoiled rotten by Daiqianqing. Wanqing never lets her suffer, so... Gu Hai, please bear with her, Venerable Lun Yin said bitterly. Gu Hai shook his head and said, It's nothing. I was just observing her. When she saw me commit suicide, her eyes filled with regret. She's just a little unruly and willful, but she is not bad in nature. It is good that you can think that way. Venerable Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Because she is unruly and willful, Venerable would rather stay by Wanqing's side back then. Gu Hai smiled. Sigh, that is part of the reason. Long Wanyu has Daiqianqing's protection, so she should not be in danger. Furthermore, I am useless by her side. Back then, only Wanqing could suppress her. No one else could. If I stayed by her side, I would only die of frustration, Venerable Lun Yin said bitterly. Indeed, Wanqing is no longer around. However, there is a limit to being unruly and willful. She cannot be lawless. Someone needs to be able to suppress her. Otherwise, she will end up in big trouble sooner or later. Gu Hai nodded. We can't do anything to her. How about you do it? You can help Wanqing discipline her. Otherwise, no one can control her. Venerable Lun Yin looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. By the way, I still do not understand. Previously, no matter where we went, how did Long Wan Yu know ahead of time? This has always puzzled me, Gu Hai said with a frown. Venerable Lun Yin remained silent for a while. Then, he looked around and smiled bitterly. Originally, I should not say this. However, since you asked, it is good that you know. Oh, when Dai Qianxing was around, he allowed Long Wan Yu to be lawless. Even the crown princes were not as high as Long Wan Yu in Dai Qianxing's heart. However, Long Wanqing, who was also his sister, had a different attitude toward Dai Qianxing, not caring at all. Do you know why? Venerable Lu Nian asked solemnly. Why? Dai Qianxing has many children, and his children have countless children. There are even fourth and fifth generations of Dai Qianxing's children. If he dotes on all of them, how can he dote on all of them? Dai Qianxing only dotes on the more important ones. For example, the crown princes are all incredible characters. Dai Qianxing admires them. However, Long Wan Yu has a talent that everyone envies, Venerable Lun Yin said solemnly. Oh, talent? Long Wan Yu is an innate lifespan master, Venerable Lun Yin said solemnly. An innate lifespan master? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. That's right. Not everyone can cultivate the Master of Longevity. The Master of Longevity's legacy can only be inherited by a person with a special bloodline and life providence. Take the unborn man, for example. Due to his special bloodline and life providence, he cultivated the Master of Longevity. These are all acquired through cultivation, acquired lifespan masters. However, there are two types of lifespan masters that are innate. They are born with this ability. They are innate lifespan masters. Long Wan Yu is one of the innate lifespan masters. Solemnly, Venerable Lu Nian explained. Solemnly? Gu Hai revealed some doubt. She can see the future. Venerable Lu Nian explained. That's impossible. The future is filled with uncertainty. How can she see the future? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. I can't understand it, either. However, that is the truth. She can see the future. She has one opportunity to do so every month, Venerable Lun Yin said while shaking his head. Gu Hai frowned in deep thought. After a long silence, he shook his head and said, That's not right. Our original itinerary was different. She used the stone steel to interfere with us, making us change our itinerary. This shows that there are many variables in the future. Venerable Lun Yin felt slightly confused. Long Wan Yu should have divined the future. She divined that we would see the stone steel. Then, we would change our direction. She would continue divining. Then, she would see the stone steel again and change her direction again. She should be able to divine the future, Gu Hai said gravely. No matter what, her prophecy was not wrong, Venerable Lun Yin said. Solemnly, Venerable Lun Yin said. However, she did not predict that I would not die from suicide. Solemnly, there should still be openings, right? Gu Hai said with a frown. Prophecies cannot be used without limits. Perhaps the power of the prophecy ran out back then, or perhaps she was just angry and did not insist on killing you. Right? Didn't you say that her nature is not bad? Venerable Lun Yin smiled. Gu Hai frowned slightly and nodded. Solemnly, prophets have another ability, which is to distinguish between good and bad. They can seek luck and avoid misfortune. When encountering a fatal threat, they will feel great misfortune. When encountering a fortuitous encounter, they will feel great luck, Venerable Lun Yin said. Solemnly, Venerable Lun Yin said. Oh, great misfortune? Great misfortune? No wonder she immediately said that there was danger when I took out the life ender saber. It turned out that she felt great misfortune, Gu Hai analyzed. That should be the case. Venerable Lun Yin nodded. Solemnly, prophets can divine the future, seek luck and avoid misfortune. No wonder Dai Qianxing treasured her so much. Gu Hai nodded. By the way, I will have to trouble you with this item, Venerable Lun Yin said with a bitter smile. As Venerable Lun Yin spoke, he took out a black jade talisman covered in a layer of faint black energy. This is... Back then, before the unborn man left Long Wan Yu with this treasure to protect herself, the unborn man said that if it is crushed, he will sense it and rush over immediately, no matter where it is. Guhai said with a frown. This is indeed the unborn man's jade talisman. He told me to hand it to Long Wanyu. However, Long Wanyu did not even look at it. The unborn man killed Wan Qing. Long Wanyu hates him to the bone. How could she want this black jade talisman? Long Wanyu hates this father of hers. She is not willing to accept it, Venerable Lun Yin said with a bitter smile. Huh. Guhai sighed softly. Help me keep this item first. I am saying that I cannot touch Long Wanyu. I hope you can convince her, Venerable Lun Yin said bitterly. Guhai nodded and sighed as he received it. When the black jade talisman entered Guhai's hand, he immediately felt a cool sensation in his heart. In that instant, Guhai felt a sense of comfort throughout his entire body. Indeed, the unborn man left a good treasure for his daughter. Guhai carefully put away the jade talisman and looked into the distance. Now, he could see a huge city in the distance. This was not a city for ordinary people to live in. It should be a temporary city like the one that destroyed Lu City. Above the city gates were the words Jinan City. We are here. This is the Jinmu of Scylla's camp, a newly built city, Venerable Lun Yin said as he looked into the distance. At this moment, Long Sanxian and Sima Changkong walked over. Mr. Good, Imperial Father's camp is in front. This humble one has heard Imperial Father mention Mr. Good many times. Imperial Father will definitely be happy that Mr. Good is here, Long Sanxian said with a smile. Mr. Good, enter Jinan City. I will bring Mr. to settle down. His Highness will host a banquet. Does Mr. Good need to rest first? Sima Changkong asked as he looked at Guhai. That's fine. I will have to trouble Mr. Sima. Also, if Mr. Sima does not find it troublesome, can you tell me what capabilities Pajuan's army has to prevent the Jinmu of Scylla's army from advancing? Guhai asked with a smile. How is it troublesome? I cannot ask for more. Sima Changkong smiled. Chapter 283. Jinan City. Venerable Lun Yin went to look for Long Wanyu. Long Sanxian went to report to Jinmu of Scylla. Sima Changkong led Guhai's group to stay. Guhai and Sima Changkong chatted and drank tea in a small courtyard. Your Highness is holding a banquet tonight to welcome Mr. Good. Let me tell Mr. Good about Pajuan's army first, Sima Changkong said with a smile. Right, Guhai nodded. Pajuan is a heaven-grade zither cultivator. First, he can control 1 million zither figurines. You have seen it before, Sima Changkong said as he sipped his tea. 1 million bronze figurines, all peak nascent soul realm cultivators. They are very strong, and there are more than 1 million of them. They are invincible when attacking cities? Guhai recalled. Indeed, invincible, truly invincible. Back then, with Long Wanyu's help, we found all the spies and slandered Mo Yike, putting Mo Yike in a difficult situation. Long Wanyu's arrival helped us a lot, resulting in a record of 7 victories and 1 defeat, Sima Changkong said solemnly. Your Highness mentioned this to me before, right? Your Highness personally went to 9-5 Island to show your sincerity. The problem we are facing is the Army Destroyer. The Army Destroyer's 1 million Sheen terracotta soldiers can attack the city, and it won't take long for them to break into the city. However, it is a good thing that we have a way to deal with them. Oh, you also saw the Book Dao earlier. In my army camp, there are also some experts of the Book Dao. My Sima family's Yellow Spring Law Destruction scripture also shines brightly. As long as the Guqin figurines break into the city, they will immediately enter the rules of the Book Dao and be restricted by the rules of the Book Dao, making them unable to escape. Sima Changkong explained. Guhai nodded. But the figurines are too agile. Unless they barge in themselves, it's hard to do anything to them. Although we have ways to resist, we can't move an inch. We can't get out. Not only the figurines, but also the Les Miserables played by Pajuan. Sima Changkong frowned. Tragic world? We've seen it before. Back in Silver Moon City, it enveloped an entire city. There's no way to escape, Guhai said with a frown. Yes, the Fairy Wanner's tragic world. Heh, back then, the Fairy Wanner was a guest at the residence of the Luyang of Gojoseon and gave this song to Pajuan. So, Sima Changkong said bitterly. The army didn't dare to take a step out of the city. Otherwise, they would lose their five senses and become deaf and blind. Gu Hai said in a low voice. That's right. If the army couldn't get out of the city, how could they advance? So although it's not honorable, it's nothing. We sent assassins. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Oh, they went but never returned. They never came back. Many people went, including an expert from the Kai Tian Palace. Sima Changkong said solemnly. An expert from the Kai Tian Palace? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Sima Changkong nodded. Kai Tian Palace. After entering Pujuan's camp, there was no sound. There wasn't even any sign of struggle. Lu Yang. No, Lu Yang stayed in the camp and didn't come out. There should be an expert in Pujuan's camp. According to our repeated investigation, it should be a longevity master. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Oh, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly. Gu Hai remembered that Long Wanqing and the unborn man had mentioned in the letter that Lu Yang of Gojozian had a longevity master. Did that longevity master take away Long Xiaoye's 3 souls? I heard that there are less than 10 longevity masters in the world. How? Gu Hai frowned. Less than 10 people. How could there be one in Lu Yang of Gojozian's camp? Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. You're right. There are only 8 longevity masters in total. 4 white-robed longevity masters and 4 black-robed longevity masters. There have been only 8 in the world for thousands of years. As for the unborn man, well, I don't know what's going on. However, there are only 8 longevity masters in the Deqian celestial dynasty that could be passed down. However, there is one in Pujuan's camp. Facing Pujuan, ordinary soldiers can't go out of the city, and experts can't do anything either. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, that's why His Highness wants you to solve misery. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Let Gaochen solve it? How? The two chatted for a while. In the evening, Gu Hai brought Gaochen, Gao Xianji, and Mu Chenfeng. The 4 followed Sima Changkong to South Town Hall. At this moment, the 2 rows of South Town Hall were filled with banquets. A large number of civil and military officials were also in the hall. They seemed to have been waiting for Gu Hai for a long time. The Jinmu of Silla was sitting at the main table in the north of the hall. The Jinmu of Silla was dressed casually in a gorgeous brocade robe. She had a broad face and a dignified aura. This was also the first time Gu Hai saw the Jinmu of Silla. Although she had a smile on her face, there was a great sense of majesty coming from far away. Greetings, Grand Marshal. This is Hall Leader Gu Hai. Sima Changkong bowed slightly to the Jinmu of Silla. Gu Hai greets Marshal Daewon of South Town Hall. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Mr. Good is too polite. This marshal has long heard of Mr. Good's great talent. It's a pity that I have not had the chance to meet you. To be able to meet Mr. Good today, this marshal is very pleased. Mr. Good, please take a seat. The Jinmu of Silla said with a smile. The attendant immediately led Gu Hai's group to the first table on the left side of the hall. Gu Hai and the other 3 sat down. Gaochen's eyes lit up when he sat down. He looked at the delicious food on the table and picked up his chopsticks. The civil and military officials frowned. We haven't even touched our chopsticks yet. We've been waiting for you. You're going to start eating without even greeting us? Gaochen, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gaochen's expression froze. He reluctantly put down the piece of meat on his chopsticks, but his eyes were fixed on it. Mr. Good, this is a toast to you. Thank you for your help in dispersing Lu Yang's Dragon Tribe army. Jinmu of Silla raised her glass and smiled. Thank you, Marshal. Gu Hai raised his glass in return. All the civil and military officials raised their glasses and drank together. The wine was emptied in one go. The atmosphere in the hall also relaxed. Let's eat, Gu Hai said to Gaochen, who was beside him. Awu, awu. Gaochen quickly picked up the food. Mr. Good, what do you think about the war between our 2 armies? Jinmu of Silla smiled. Marshal, you're wise. I won't say anything else. Gu Hai shook his head. I heard that Mr. Good has a grudge against Lu Yang. That's why he destroyed the Gengjin sect, destroyed the dragons? Jinmu of Silla looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, It's an irreconcilable grudge. Is it because of Long Wanqing and Long Xiaoya? Jimu of Silla said in a low voice. That's right, Guhai said with a serious expression. Xiaoya is my younger sister. She's the most intelligent one among all my younger sisters. She was also the closest to me. When I found out that she died at the hands of Liu Yang of Gojoseon, I was the first to ask His Holiness for help in avenging her. That's why the Jinan Day one is here today. It's a pity that Long Wanqing. Sigh. Takashi Ryushin sighed softly. Thank you, Grand Marshal, Guhai said sincerely. Heh, Mr. Good, I've read about you. You're unparalleled in your intelligence and methods. Why don't you come with me to destroy Liu Yang's army and avenge Long Wanqing and Long Xiaoya? Jimu of Silla invited. Guhai nodded. That's exactly why I came with you this time. That's great. I have Legio 6 under me. How about I let Mr. Good command it for the time being? Jimu of Silla immediately said with a smile. Command Legio 6? Guhai was slightly confused. That's right. Legio 6 is a group of brave and skilled soldiers. They just lack a wise commander. Mr. Good, why don't you help me command Legio 6? That way, we can destroy Liu Yang's army in the shortest time possible. Jimu of Silla said solemnly. Guhai frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. Command Legio 6? It was true that he would immediately gain control of a large number of troops, but this wasn't what Guhai wanted. Guhai was the emperor of a country. He could work with you, but he couldn't submit to you. The elite hall master was just a guest of the Qian. He wouldn't submit to anyone. Did he have to be your subordinate after joining your army? However, Jimu of Silla's tone was sincere. Perhaps Jimu of Silla didn't think highly of the emperor of Dahan. However, even if others didn't think highly of him, it didn't mean that he could ignore them. What do you think? Jimu of Silla said with a smile. After a moment of silence, Guhai smiled and said, Grand Marshal, do you trust me that much? Of course. Jimu of Silla said with certainty. Guhai smiled bitterly and said, Grand Marshal, thank you for your trust. However, since you trust me, I have a suggestion. I hope you don't mind it. Oh, Guhai, am used to being idle. I haven't led an army for a long time. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to lead it well, so I stopped. Grand Marshal said that Legio 6 lacks a wise commander. I would like to recommend someone. What do you think? Guhai said with a smile. Jimu of Silla frowned slightly. In the hall, all the civil and military officials looked at Guhai in surprise. Grand Marshal is kind enough to make you the commander of Legio 6, but you don't want to accept it? Mr. Good recommended someone, so it shouldn't be bad. Who is it? Jimu of Silla asked curiously. Gao Xianji, Guhai said with a deep voice. Yes, your majesty. Gao Xianji immediately stood up and said respectfully. All the officials looked at the middle-aged general in confusion. They thought that he was Guhai's follower. Jimu of Silla, this is my trusted subordinate, Gao Xianji. Grand Marshal of Legio 6, I can let Gao Xianji take charge of the helm. Guhai said solemnly. Wow, all the officials in the hall were in an uproar. Recommend one of your subordinates? Grand Marshal is already very kind to let you, an outsider, take charge of Legio 6, but you're not satisfied and want to recommend one of your subordinates? Are you looking down on our army? Some of the officials stared at Guhai. Jimu of Silla frowned and looked at Gao Xianji. Jimu of Silla didn't say anything, but a burly man with a long beard suddenly jumped out. Guhai, how dare you? The Grand Marshal treats you like a national hero, but you dare to neglect the Grand Marshal? Are you humiliating us? The burly man glared at him. You are. Guhai frowned. I am the current commander of Legio 6 by Liz Han. The burly man glared at him. Oh, so it's General Bai Li. Huh. Why are you so sure that I am humiliating you? Which eye of yours saw me neglect the Grand Marshal? Guhai said in a deep voice. Jimu of Silla didn't say anything. She drank her wine and narrowed her eyes as she watched quietly. It's not that I neglect the Grand Marshal, but you want to send a servant to lead Legio 6? Bai Lizhan glared. The Grand Marshal needs a wise man. As long as he can lead the army and surpass you, isn't that enough? Guhai smiled. Him? A servant? Has he ever participated in a war between cultivators? Bai Lizhan shouted. Gu Hai looked at Gao Xianji and signaled Gao Xianji to answer. Gao Xianji took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness in her heart. She knew that the emperor was training her. General Bai Li, I have only ever led a secular army. Gao Xianji took a deep breath and said, only led a secular army? You have never participated in a war between cultivators? You have never participated in a war between cultivators, and you dare to overestimate yourself and want to leave Legio 6? Bai Lizan shouted. The Grand Marshal needs a wise man, not a boorish man. Gao Xianji replied indifferently. Boorish man? Haha, you're just a brat who is still wet behind the ears. How dare you call me a boorish man? Bai Lizan glared. General Bai Li, war is not a matter of words. Gao Xianji said indifferently. Bastard. Bai Lizan glared and seemed to explode. Bai Lizan, Jimu of Silla said. Grand Marshal, this brat doesn't know his place. Let me teach him a lesson. Bai Lizan suddenly shouted. Jimu of Silla frowned and said. Grand Marshal, I'm not talking about using force. This brat is so arrogant. I want to show him a sand table deduction and let him know that the army of cultivators is not something that he can take for granted. The lives of every soldier in Legio 6 are precious. We cannot let him ruin them. Bai Lizan shouted. Jimu of Silla frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Sand table deduction? Gu Hai looked at Jimu of Silla in confusion. Sand table deduction is a type of treasure. You can enter the treasure with your consciousness. Both sides will lead a group of soldiers of various types. They will fight against each other and determine the winner. This is a treasure for learning how to fight. Sima Changkong explained. Gu Hai, didn't you recommend your subordinate? Why don't you let me try? I will give him 1,000 soldiers. What do you think? Bai Lizan sneered. Grand Marshal, since General Bailey is interested, why don't we let Gao Xianji try? Gu Hai smiled. Sure. Jimu of Silla nodded. Not far away, Bailey Zhan revealed a slightly complacent smile. Gu Hai looked at Gao Xianji and said, Gao Xianji, Bai Lizhan is provoking you to accept the challenge. Don't underestimate him. Gao Xianji's expression became serious. She immediately understood what Gu Hai meant. Bai Lizhan looked reckless and harmless, but he was shrewd and could not be underestimated. Yes, Your Majesty. I will not let Your Majesty down, Gao Xianji said respectfully. Quang, not far away, a few attendants carried over a huge jade platform. Many talisman scripts and arrays were carved on the jade platform. Come, brat. This is your first time using this battlefield deduction platform, right? Learn from me. Place your palm on the edge and immerse your consciousness into it. Bai Lizhan said with a cold smile. Gao Xianji nodded and walked to the center of the hall. The two stood on both sides of the jade platform and placed their hands on it. Buzz. A light suddenly appeared on the jade platform. The two's consciousness entered it and slowly closed their eyes. Boom. A dazzling light suddenly appeared on the jade platform, projecting a battlefield of mountains and hills. On the two ends of the battlefield, one side was Gao Xianji leading an army of 100,000 cultivators. On the other side was Bai Lizhan leading an army of 100,000 cultivators. A battlefield deduction platform was about to begin. Gao Xianji versus Bai Lizhan. Takashi Ryushin's Corps Commander versus Gu Hai's Corps Commander. Chapter 284. In the South Town Hall, Gu Hai, Takashi Ryushin, Sima Changkong, and a group of civil and military officials were all staring at the battlefield deduction platform. Gao Xianji and Bai Lizhan stood at the side with their eyes closed. Their minds were already focused on the battlefield. They each led 100,000 soldiers and began to arrange the troops at the two ends of the battlefield. This was a mountainous area. The terrain was extremely unfamiliar. The two great commanders needed to scout the terrain and gather information about the enemy. They quickly arranged the troops. However, from the projection, the people on the platform were very fast. It was as if Gu Hai had used the fast-forward button to watch a movie on Earth. Gu Hai looked at the projection in confusion. Your Majesty, this battlefield deduction platform is a special treasure. When one's consciousness enters it, it will be 100 times faster. Therefore, 100 days in the battlefield is a day in the outside world. The people, troops, and terrain on the platform can be set in advance. Mu Chenfeng explained softly. Battlefield deduction platform? This is a good thing. It can be used to train the soldiers. Where can I buy it? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. It is indeed used to train the soldiers. However, it has always been controlled by the major countries. Therefore, it can't be sold. Mu Chenfeng smiled bitterly. Gu Hai nodded. As for this Bailey Zhan, he's not someone easy to deal with. Although he acted rashly just now, his heart is as meticulous as a speck of dust. Moreover, he knows how to manipulate people's emotions, infuriating them, causing them to panic, giving them an opportunity to attack. Mu Chenfeng whispered, "No matter. Gao Xianji's ability to lead troops is not much worse than mine." Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. Mu Chenfeng nodded. Takashi Ryushin looked at the projection and then at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. He did not say anything. The palace was completely silent, and the only sound that could be heard was the sound of the North Star Polaris eating. Did this Gao Xianji know how to lead an army? Why did they send out so many scouts? General Bailey is indeed a veteran. This arrangement of troops is very proper. This is the Yongzhou Square Formation, the famous Tian Square Formation. In the end, they are from the secular world. Cultivators cannot be compared to ordinary mortals. Mortals can be trapped by rivers and mountains, but cultivators can walk on flat ground. Archers? Was it useful for Gao Xianji to train so many archers? You have never led a Xiuzha army and you want to fight against General Bailey? What a joke. The civil and military officials in the hall whispered to each other. None of them thought highly of Gao Xianji. Looking at the fast-moving projection, he revealed a faint smile. Your Majesty, what kind of array did Gao Xianji arrange? Messy and disorderly? What's the point of having so many archers? Archers can only have a short advantage when the two armies come into contact. But the Xiuzha army is very fast. Soon the two armies will come into contact. Then the bows and arrows will be useless. Training archers is a waste of their other talents. They will not be as good as by Liz Han in a head-on battle. Mu Chenfeng said worriedly. Don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. He showed a smile of approval to Gao Xianji's arrangement. Archers? Who said that archers could only shine for a short time on the battlefield? Gu Hai had used this arrangement when he was young. He did not expect that Gao Xianji would use it here. This was guerrilla warfare. Archers were not used for head-on battles. They were used for sneak attacks. They would change places after shooting. No, they would change places after shooting. Moreover, Gao Xianji sent out a large number of scouts in order to grasp the most accurate terrain. It has started. The short investigation is over. The two armies are beginning to come into contact. What is Gao Xianji doing? Where is his army formation? Why is it in a state of disunity? A state of disunity wants to fight with General Bailey? It is indeed impossible. How can they be a match for General Bailey? A group of civil and military officials were discussing in shock. Not far away, Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes and looked at the center of the battlefield. Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. What is it, Sir Sima? An official at the side asked curiously. Although Gao Xianji's army is like a sheet of loose sand, there seems to be a pattern that can be followed. There is not the slightest bit of chaos. They're thinking of surrounding General Bailey? Sima Changkong asked doubtfully. Takashi Ryushin also narrowed his eyes and stared. The two armies are fighting. Shooting arrows? Gao Xianji's archers shot first. But Gao Xianji's archers are not many. They only have 100 people, and they want to shake 100,000 army? Shameless Gao Xianji, running away after shooting? Can they be more shameless? They are deserters on the battlefield. The 100 archers over there are starting to shoot too. They are running away again? Do these archers all run away after a fight? They're back again? Damn, how shameless. When General Bailey's soldiers were chasing you, you ran away, and when General Bailey retreated, you came back. Isn't this F*** up? Are these groups of 100 people specifically responsible for harassment? The officials were criticizing Gao Xianji's shamelessness. However, Takashi Ryushin frowned and suddenly looked at Gu Hai and said, Mr. Good, your subordinates are very confident. They only used 50,000 soldiers? Many of the officials were shocked. Indeed, Gao Xianji's army only had 50,000 soldiers for guerrilla warfare. The other 50,000 soldiers were scattered around but had not moved. Gao Xianji leads the army. I have never interfered. Gu Hai smiled slightly. The officials frowned and looked at Gu Hai. You don't interfere, but Gao Xianji is leading the army. That is too shameless. Gu Hai looked at the projection of the battlefield and showed a trace of satisfaction. Gao Xianji did very well. When the enemy advanced, she retreated. When the enemy stayed, she harassed. When the enemy was tired, she attacked. When the enemy retreated, she advanced. The essence of guerrilla warfare was used incisively and vividly by Gao Xianji. Although in the eyes of some people, this was completely shameless and shameless, there was no small matter on the battlefield. It was a battle of life and death. Shamelessness was not a problem. Gao Xianji used it very well. For a moment, Bai Lijian's army was so tricked that they cursed. They had just split up to deal with the guerrilla teams. In the blink of an eye, they had suffered a great loss and did not dare to split up. However, the guerrilla teams were relentless. They kept pestering them, circling them, and tiring them out. This was the advantage of a 100-man team. Although there were only 100 people, the destructive power was not inferior to a 1,000-man team. 2 hours later, many of Bai Lijian's soldiers were so tired that they were about to collapse. However, there were many guerrilla teams, and they were constantly rotating. Moreover, they had a very good grasp of the terrain. In the blink of an eye, Bai Lijian's army suffered heavy casualties. There were only 80,000 soldiers left. Another 2 hours later, Bai Lijian's army was only left with 50,000 soldiers. At this moment, Bai Lijian's army was about to explode. The morale of the army was slack. An hour later, Bai Lijian's army was only left with 10,000 soldiers. Of the 10,000 soldiers, 8,000 actually collapsed and surrendered. The remaining 2,000 soldiers were finally forced to death by Gao Xianji's army in a valley. 10,000 arrows were fired and the entire army was wiped out. Boom! The projection shook violently and the two immediately regained their consciousness. Bai Lijian was sweating profusely as he looked at Gao Xianji in shock. Thank you for letting me win. Gao Xianji smiled slightly and said calmly. It doesn't count. It doesn't count just now. You rascal. Again, let's do it again. Bai Lijian immediately shouted angrily. That's enough, Bai Lijian. It's fine if you lose. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. But Grand Marshal, I didn't expect Gao Xianji to be so shameless. Bai Lijian suddenly shouted. Gao Xianji only used 50,000 soldiers and less than 3,000 casualties. Your 100,000 soldiers were completely wiped out. Isn't that embarrassing enough? Jinmu of Silla said coldly. Jinmu of Silla was also very uncomfortable at this moment. Although the Legio VI's military performance was not good, Jinmu of Silla could still accept Bai Lijian's ability. However, comparing goods with goods had to be thrown out. Gao Xianji used less than 3,000 casualties. No, less than 1,000 casualties to destroy Bai Lijian's 100,000 soldiers. How could his ability to lead an army be just one level lower? Yes, Bai Lijian said bitterly. Gao Xianji slowly walked back to his seat and said, Your Majesty, I have disappointed you. I made 3 mistakes in the battlefield simulation. In the main hall, a group of civil and military officials looked at Gao Xianji. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You did it on purpose, didn't you? After such a great victory, you told me that you made 3 mistakes? Huh. You made 3 mistakes and defeated Bai Lijian so badly. What would happen if you didn't make any mistakes? Bai Lijian looked at Gao Xianji with resentment. It's okay. It's your first time leading an army of practitioners. It's inevitable that you will make mistakes. It will be fine when you understand the habits of the army of practitioners. Gu Hai said with a smile. Bai Lijian, all the officials, first time leading an army of practitioners? Are you kidding me? Grand Marshal, I wonder if the Grand Marshal likes Gao Xianji whom I recommended? Gu Hai said with a smile. I didn't expect Mr. Good to have such a good fighter under his command. Gao Xianji? Good, not bad. She can be the commander of Legio 6. Jinmu of Silla nodded. Gao Xianji's tactics didn't just defeat Bai Lizhan and make Bai Lizhan feel depressed. Jinmu of Silla looked at Gao Xianji with envy. The battle just now was really exciting. Even in her own camp, she was a talented general. There weren't many people in the camp who could lead an army to such an effect. It would be good if she could be taken in as a subordinate. Why aren't you thanking the Grand Marshal? Gu Hai looked at Gao Xianji. Thank you, Grand Marshal. Gao Xianji bowed slightly. Jinmu of Silla smiled and was about to show her gratitude when suddenly a willful call came from outside the main hall. No, I want Legio 6. Long Wanyu's voice came from afar. Huh. Everyone frowned slightly and looked outside the main hall. They saw Long Wanyu jump into the main hall with a few black-robed men. Behind them was Venerable Lun Yen. Greetings, Grand Marshal. The group of black-robed men and Venerable Lun Yen immediately greeted respectfully. Only Long Wanyu had a resentful expression. Long Wanyu turned her head and glared at Gu Hai. Clearly, she still couldn't get over being played by Gu Hai not long ago. Seeing that Gu Hai was about to take control of Legio 6, she immediately wanted to stop him. Gao Xianji was Gu Hai's subordinate. If Gao Xianji took control of Legio 6, it meant that Gu Hai took control of it. How could Long Wanyu let Gu Hai have an easy time? As long as it could make Gu Hai have an easy time, she would interfere. Chapter 285. Wanyu, this is a military matter. Don't be presumptuous. Jinmu of Silla frowned. What do you mean presumptuous? Do you think I will lose if I lead an army to war? Am I not qualified to lead Legio 6? Long Wanyu glared at her. Jinmu of Silla was slightly stunned. At the side, Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly. How could Long Wanyu lose when leading an army? She was a prophet. She knew how to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. She could tell which areas were auspicious and which were ominous at a glance. When it came to leading an army to war, perhaps no one could compare to her. His Holiness told me not to let anything happen to you. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. What could happen to me? When a general is outside, he will not obey the orders of the emperor. So what if he wants you to lead an army? I could defeat 10 of the enemy's armies. Long Wanyu argued. Jinmu of Silla frowned when she saw Long Wanyu's unyielding attitude. In terms of seniority, Long Wanyu was her junior. In this camp, she was the most senior. It was not her place to act presumptuously in front of her. However, Long Wanyu was too favored by His Holiness. He favored her to the point that all the princes were not as important as Long Wanyu in His Holiness's heart. The emperor's heart was in her hands. No matter how willful she was, she could not do anything to her. How about this? I will allocate another legion to you. Jinmu of Silla frowned. No, I want Legio 6. Long Wanyu immediately refused. Takashi Ryushin was a little unhappy. After all, this was a military camp. He could not be led around by a little girl. Otherwise, how could he convince the others? Jinmu of Silla turned to look at Gu Hai and asked, Mr. Good, what do you think? At the side, Gao Xianji frowned deeply, seemingly unwilling to accept this. Obviously, she could see that Long Wanyu was here to disturb her, but no one could do anything to him. It was as Venerable Lun Yen said. Without Long Wanqing, no one could suppress her arrogance. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu with the same expression. Obviously, Gu Hai did not like Long Wanyu's current arrogance, but who asked her to be Wanqing's little sister? Before Wanqing died, the one she couldn't let go the most was Long Wanyu, and she had entrusted him to take care of her. She had to be taught a lesson for being so arrogant and unruly. Taking care of her was not simply indulging her. She needed to be taught how to behave. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu and smiled faintly. Long Wanyu, you want to take over Legio 6? Is it because of me? Long Wanyu glared at Gu Hai and said, Humph. Gu Hai, Long Wanyu, am not someone who goes back on my words. Back then, I said that if you committed seppuku, our grudges would be written off. I will not use my sister's death to pester you. If you want to take over Legio 6, that is my problem. Don't flatter yourself. Haha. What I want to say is that if you want to lead an army, you are still lacking. Gu Hai laughed. What's lacking? Gu Hai, are you the only one who can lead an army? Are you the only one who can lead an army? Why can't I? If I lead an army, I will definitely win every battle. Can you win against me? Long Wan Yu said angrily. As a commander, one needs to remain unaffected by the wind and control the universe. No interference can affect one's mental state or ruin one's thoughts. Can you do that? Gu Hai asked seriously. Humph. What kind of external factors are you talking about? No external factors can affect me because I know where I can win and where I can lose. I am the one who cannot be affected by any external factors. Long Wan Yu said confidently. No matter how external factors interfered with her, Long Wan Yu knew where was good and where was bad. This was the terrifying ability of a prophet. How could she be affected by external factors? Humph. Why don't we do an experiment to see if you are the one who cannot be affected by any external factors? If you really have the ability to be a commander, I will give you Legio 6. Gu Hai laughed. Okay, you said it. Long Wan Yu glared at him with a hint of mockery. Long Wan Yu was here specifically to target Gu Hai. Naturally, she did not care about other people's opinions. As long as she could taunt Gu Hai, Long Wan Yu would naturally agree to it. Gu Hai looked at Jinmu of Silla and said, Grand Marshal, I'm Shui Yu. Please let Legio 6 bet with me and Long Wan Yu. No problem. Mr. Good, just do as you wish. Jinmu of Silla smiled slightly. Long Wan Yu was a hot potato. Since Gu Hai wanted her to accept the bet, then he should accept it. Jinmu of Silla was happy to see the two of them arguing. Tell me, how do you want to test it? Long Wan Yu stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled slightly and said, when marching and fighting, there are often times when there are musicians who play music to disturb the commander. How about this? I will let Gao Chen sing you a song. He will not use the artistic conception of the Guqin. It will be just a normal song. If you can listen to the entire song and still be calm about it, then you win. Not using the artistic conception of the Guqin, Long Wan Yu frowned. Yes, not using the artistic conception of the Guqin. Just a normal song. Gu Hai nodded. Humph, you think a song can disturb me? You underestimate me. Come on, sing quickly. Long Wan Yu said proudly. Gao Chen. Gu Hai shouted. Hula, hula, awoo. Gao Chen was still licking the plate. Gu Hai shouted softly, and all the officials in the hall turned their heads to look. They just happened to see Gao Chen fighting fiercely. Everyone's face stiffened. Was this a foodie? Was this really a heaven-grade Guqin? Master, you called me? Gao Chen held the plate with a reluctant expression. I will immediately ask you to sing a song. Gu Hai shouted. What? Really? Gao Chen was pleasantly surprised. He immediately threw the plate away and wiped his face clean. All the officials let out a long breath. This was the attitude a heaven-grade Guqin should have. He should be addicted to music. Yes, the song you composed. Choose a longer song and sing it for Long Wan Yu. Gu Hai nodded. Only for Long Wan Yu? Can't others listen? Gao Chen said with a look of pity. Mr. Good, why can't we listen to it together? Yes, Mr. Good. We have been waiting for a heaven-grade Guqin for a long time. Mr. Good, can we listen to it together with Long Wan Yu? All the officials were looking forward to it. Gu Hai's face darkened, but he hardened his heart and shook his head. Only for Long Wan Yu. Everyone else, including me, set a sound barrier. Gu Hai said. All the officials looked at Gu Hai regretfully. Some of them complained. Gu Hai turned his face away and did not look at the officials. I am doing this for your own good. Otherwise, all the food you just ate will be wasted. All right, forget it. I will sing it. Gao Chen stood up. When Gao Xinji, who was at the side, saw Gao Chen take a step forward, her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly moved to the side. Not far away, Sima Chongkong and Jinmu of Silla had been paying attention to Gao Xinji. When they saw Gao Xinji show some fear as she looked at Gao Chen, the two immediately felt confused. Perhaps this Gao Xinji was not as incredible as they thought. At the very least, she could not hide her emotions. It was not just Gao Xinji. Mu Chenfeng's and Venerable Lu Nian's expressions changed. Venerable Lu Nian looked at Long Wan Yu, and some pity flashed in his eyes. However, he did not say anything. Sing. Long Wan Yu showed a disdainful expression. How much influence could a song without any state of the zither have? Gao Chen waved his hand, and everyone in the hall set a sound barrier. Gao Chen started singing. Although no one could hear anything, they all goggled. It truly lives up to being a heaven-ranked zither. When he opens his mouth, his emotions reach the peak. Look at Gauchen. He is holding his chest with one hand and waving with the other. He looks intoxicated. This is definitely a song filled with emotions. How unfortunate. I wish I could listen to it just once. Many officials whispered to each other in anticipation. When Gauchen sang the first line, Long Wanyu's disdainful expression suddenly changed. In that instant, it was as if her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Her face alternated between red, white, green, and purple. Demonic sound. How can there be such a terrible song in the world? At this moment, Jimu of Silla and Sima Chongkong felt slightly stunned. Why is Long Wanyu showing such an expression? Isn't there no state of the zither? At the side, Venerable Lun Yin rubbed his bald head and covered his face. Indeed, Gauchen's demonic sound is starting to brainwash. Gao Xianji and Mu Chenfeng released their bated breaths, rejoicing. Then, they revealed strange smiles. Back then, they were on the verge of breaking down. Yet, they let Long Wanyu try. Gu Hai smiled faintly as he drank his wine. A group of officials was praising the North Chun. By the time Gauchen sang the third line, he had switched from his right hand to his left hand to his chest. Tears of gratitude appeared in his eyes. That intoxicated expression made the hearts of the officials itch. It is such a good song. Why is Gu Hai not letting me listen to it? Long Wanyu's face was already flushed red, and her eyes were bloodshot. She clenched her fists tightly, and the whip in her right hand creaked. Her entire body trembled as she turned to look at Gu Hai. However, she saw Gu Hai raise his cup and smile faintly. Is he mocking me for not being able to listen to it? No, I can definitely listen to it. I definitely can. I will not let Gu Hai, that despicable person, get cocky. When Gauchen sang the fifth line, evildoer die, Long Wanyu suddenly roared. He lashed out with his whip at the North Star. The sudden change startled all the officials in the hall, who goggled. What is going on? Why did Long Wanyu go berserk? No. Gauchen immediately jumped up in fright. Ha! In the end, Long Wanyu sent Gauchen flying with her whip. Master, save me. Die, evildoer. Long Wanyu grabbed her whip and immediately chased Xiao Chun around the hall. He immediately kicked over a large number of tables along the way. A large number of officials were shocked and retreated. A good banquet was turned upside down by the two of them. Jimu of Silla's face darkened. Sima Chongkong was slightly stunned. What happened to Gauchen's singing? Demon, don't run. Die for me. Long Wanyu roared and chased after him. Master, save me, save me. Gauchen jumped behind Gu Hai. Ha! She whipped at him, but Gu Hai suddenly caught it with one hand. Gu Hai, let go of me. I want to kill this demon. I want to kill him. Long Wanyu suddenly roared. Long Wanyu, you lost. Gu Hai said with a slight smile. Long Wanyu paused. She then remembered that she was still gambling with Gu Hai. However, Gauchen's singing was too bad. It was so bad that she went berserk. She couldn't remember anything just now, only that she wanted to kill this demon. Gu Hai actually dared to bet with me on this terrible singing? It's so bad, and he still wants me to listen to it? He caused my sister's death, and I don't even want to pursue the matter. He still wants me to listen to such a terrible song? He even said that I lost. Long Wanyu's heart was suddenly filled with grievance. Her eyes immediately turned red. You bullied me, woo-woo. Long Wanyu whipped her whip and immediately ran out of the hall. She left behind a hall full of confused officials, and Gauchen, who was even more wrong than Long Wanyu. Chapter 286. Long Wanyu ran out of the South Town Hall and kicked a rock on a small hill, her face full of resentment. Damn Gu Hai, bad Gu Hai, super bad guy. Not far away, the group of people following Long Wanyu stopped because they knew that Long Wanyu was in a fit of anger. Whoever went up would be unlucky. As long as Long Wanyu was not in danger, it was fine. Long Wanyu kicked a rock and kept cursing Gu Hai. Twice now. She was toyed with the last time, and now it's happening again? That's not a song for humans to listen to. Let me finish listening. Gu Hai is a bad guy. Long Wanyu's eyes were red as she kept cursing Gu Hai. Ha ha. Little girl, you can't stand one song? Suddenly, a voice sounded from Long Wanyu's body. Only Long Wanyu could hear it. Why do you care? Damn you, Demon Spectre. Long One Yu said angrily. Do you want revenge? Just fuse with me. The voice of the Demon Spectre in Long Wan Yu's body sounded again. You're a bad guy too. Why didn't you remind me? Huh? You made me listen to such a bad song, and you still have the cheek to say it? Long One Yu said angrily. Demon Spectre. I know. You sealed your consciousness just now. You couldn't hear it? Long One Yu glared. It was too bad, so. Demon Spectre said awkwardly. We agreed to face difficulties together, but you hid? You didn't tell me and let me listen to it alone. You're a bad guy. Long One Yu said angrily. Don't you want revenge? You don't have the ability now. Look, you can't even deal with Guhai. How are you going to take revenge? Fuse with me and you'll have power immediately. Enormous power. You'll receive my memories. Let's fuse? Demon Spectre persuaded. You're a bad guy too. Don't even think about it. Long One Yu said angrily. Didn't we already fuse halfway last time? Look, who was the one who coaxed you since you were young? It was me. I've been talking to you and relieving you of your boredom. Fusing with me. Isn't it a good thing? You can see the future once a month, and I'm the one who helped you. Let's merge. It's good for you. You can take revenge. You can beat Guhai. You can do whatever you want. You just need to fuse with it. The fiend ghost spirit advised softly. Don't even think about it. Long One Yu hatefully said. Why? You weren't this determined before? I promised elder sister. I will definitely do it. Long Wan Yu's eyes suddenly turned red again. Wan Yu? Long? She's already Wan Yu. She's dead. She's dead's dead body of the dead body of her Wan Yu. None of your business. None of your business. I'll listen to my sister. You want me to fuse with you? Dream on. Unless my sister comes back to life. Unless my sister comes back to life. Long Wan Yu said resolutely. Demon Spectre was anxious and could only persuade. Little girl, Long Wanching's words might not be right. Otherwise, she wouldn't have died. Her death shows that she wasn't entirely right. Besides, she's already dead. What do you want me to do? You're not allowed to speak ill of my sister. My sister is right. Ever since I was young, my sister's only request was for me to not fuse with you. Give up on that thought. I will definitely abide by my sister's only request. Long One Yu said stubbornly. Demon Spectre was conflicted and said bitterly, but don't talk about my sister. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore. Long One Yu glared. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. Sigh, why am I so unlucky? Demon Spectre said bitterly. Long One Yu made a scene, and the banquet couldn't continue. Fortunately, what needed to be said had been said. Jinmu of Silla met Gu Hai, and that was enough. Next, Sima Chan Kong and the rest would interact with Gu Hai. Gao Xinji officially became the Legio 6 commander of the Southern Battlefront Army. Gu Hai's residence. Gu Hai flipped through the large amount of information sent by Sima Chan Kong, and Gao Xinji stood beside him. After a while, Gu Hai slowly put down the information in his hands and looked at Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji, tomorrow, you will take over Legio 6. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Gao Xinji replied. Looking at Gao Xinji, Gu Hai smiled and said, Jinmu of Silla just sent a large amount of rewards to you. She must be trying to win you over, right? This subject is the Han Dynasty's first Legion commander and will always be. Gao Xinji said with a serious expression. It's okay. I don't mind others trying to win you over. You are a smart person. If the Dahan really can't give you enough and you are won over by others, then it's my fault. I won't blame you. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gao Xinji's expression changed and said, Rest assured, Your Majesty. In today's world, Gao Xinji only listens to Your Majesty and only listens to the Dahan. It's okay. This subject recommends you to lead Legio 6 of the Southern Battlefront Army, so I'm confident that you won't be poached by others. This is a great opportunity for you to train. In the future, the First Legion of the Han Dynasty will need you to open up new territories for this subject. This Legio 6 will be your training. Gu Hai said lightly. Yes, this subject will not disappoint Your Majesty. Gao Xinji said with a smile. Only Gu Hai was so confident that Gao Xinji wouldn't betray the Dahan by using other people's soldiers to train his own generals. Remember, when leading an army into battle, you have to be loyal to your master. This subject believes that your Legio 6 will be successful all the way. However, I hope that when you step down from your position as the leader of the Legio 6 in the future, you won't come back alone. Instead, you will come back with a group of experts following you back. Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes, Gao Xianji will remember. Gao Xianji replied. All right, you can go and prepare first. Guhai ordered. Yes. Gao Xianji left Guhai's study room. After Gao Xianji left, Guhai flipped through some documents again. In the evening, Sima Chongkong brought another batch of documents to him. Mr. Gu, you read really fast. There's so much information, and you've already finished reading it? Sima Chongkong said in surprise. Guhai smiled slightly and said, I'm just busy with my life. However, there's something that I would like to ask Mr. Sima for help with. Oh, Sima Chongkong was puzzled. I want to see Mo Yike, Guhai said in a deep voice. Mo Yike? Sima Chongkong was a little surprised. That's right. According to your documents, Mo Yike is suspected by Liu Yang and is being monitored by Liu Yang. He fishes in his residence all day long and entertains guests. Haha, I want to see him. Don't you have a spy on the other side? Can you let me see Mo Yike? Guhai said with a smile. Why do you want to see Mo Yike? Sima Chongkong was a little surprised. Wouldn't it be a good thing if you can persuade Mo Yike to surrender? Guhai said with a smile. Impossible. Although Mo Yike is suspected by Liu Yang, he's too arrogant. We've thought about it before. No, we've sent people to secretly persuade him to surrender. Unfortunately, Sima Chongkong shook his head. Even if we can't persuade him to surrender, I still want to see him. After all, he was Liu Yang's most trusted person in the past. Liu Yang has a lot of secrets, and I want to ask him about some things. Guhai said solemnly. Sima Chongkong was slightly surprised and fell silent for a while. Sima Chongkong did not advise Guhai not to take the risk because Sima Chongkong knew that Guhai had already considered this matter and did not need to be reminded. How is it? Does your spy have the authority? Guhai asked doubtfully. Perhaps he can, but you have to be careful. Sima Chongkong nodded. A few days later, Liu Yang's city, Beiwang City. Liu Yang's army was stationed here. Guhai and Sima Chongkong disguised themselves and entered Beiwang City. The Qian spies may not have a high position in the Ding dynasty, but it was not difficult to bring two people into this city. In the evening, Guhai and Sima Chongkong put on some makeup and followed an official to Mo Yike's residence for the banquet. With just a few strokes, Guhai and Sima Chongkong looked like two different people. In the evening, Mo Yike's residence was filled with guests. Even though Mo Yike had fallen out of favor, no one dared to underestimate him. Who could guarantee that Mr. Mo would suddenly be favored again? The emperor had not said anything, so what was there to be worried about? If they were on good terms with Mr. Mo now, it would be very convenient in the future. All the officials politely went to Mo Yike's residence for the banquet. Guhai and Sima Chongkong followed behind an official and were also looking for Mo Yike. Everyone, please come in. Welcome to my humble abode. Mo Yike stood at the entrance of a hall and said politely to the guests, Mr. Mo, thank you Mr. Mo for the invitation. I hope you don't blame me for being late. This time, I brought two servants. I hope they did not dirty Mr. Mo's residence. The official said respectfully with a smile. Mo Yike was slightly stunned. Two servants? Other people also brought servants and bodyguards, but none of them mentioned it. Why did you mention it? Mo Yike looked at the two servants curiously. Guhai had drawn his eyebrows and kept a beard. He was very different from his previous appearance. Mr. Mo, long time no see, Guhai said with a smile. Mo Yike's pupils suddenly shrank, and he almost shouted. Mo Yike recognized Guhai at a glance. There was no mistaking that look. Guhai had sneaked in? Mo Yike was not shocked or angry. Instead, he showed a hint of joy. On the other hand, Mo Yike gasped. Was that Sima Chongkong? He was here too? Lord Chun, are your clothes dirty? Someone, take Lord Chun to the inner room and change into a clean set of clothes. Mo Yike ordered. However, he saw that Lord Chun, who brought Guhai and Sima Chongkong, did have a water stain on his clothes. Guhai had deliberately wet them earlier. It was just to give Mo Yike an excuse. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Lord Chun replied. Two servants personally came to invite Lord Chun, Gu Hai, and Sima Chongkong to take off their clothes. Mo Yike continued to welcome the guests as if nothing had happened. After more than an hour, most of the guests had arrived. All the guests are here. Close the door and thank all the guests. Mo Yike ordered. Yes. The door of the Mo mansion closed loudly. I'm going to change my clothes. Treat the guests well. Mo Yike ordered. Yes, sir. The group of servants answered. Mo Yike hurried to the backyard. In a hall in the backyard, Gu Hai, Sima Chongkong, and Lord Chun were looking at the decorations inside. Ha ha ha, Mr. Good, Mr. Sima, how dare you trespass into my mansion? Mr. Mo laughed as he stepped into the hall. Chapter 287. Gu Hai and Sima Chongkong turned their heads and looked over. However, they smiled slowly. They weren't worried that Mo Yike would report them. Smart people had their own pride. They wouldn't do something so despicable unless it was a life or death situation. Moreover, Lu Yang was suspicious of Mr. Mo. It doesn't matter if I'm bold or not. Mr. Mo, it's been a while. Sima Chongkong smiled. Mr. Sima, you still owe me an explanation for what happened in Silver Moon City, but you keep slandering me? You still dare to come? Mo Yike smiled. Don't. I'm not the one who slandered you. It's Mr. Good. If you want to look for someone, look for him. Sima Chongkong smiled. Mr. Good, I've been waiting for you. Not bad. It's almost the time I calculated. You still came. Mo Yike said with a smile. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Sima Chongkong, who was beside him, also looked a little confused. Both of you, please take a seat. Oh yeah, Lord Chun, since you're here for the banquet, you should go to the banquet hall. Mo Yike said with a smile. Lord Chun looked at Sima Chongkong. Sima Chongkong nodded. Lord Chun bowed respectfully and left. They're going to the banquet. What about you? What about you, the main character? Sima Chongkong asked curiously. It's okay. I'm not going. My substitute will go. Both of you came from afar. How can I be rude? Both of you, please take a seat. Mo Yike said with a smile. Substitute? Sima Chongkong's expression changed, but she didn't care. Since Mo Yike had thought about everything, what was there to worry about? The three of them sat down. Mo Yike poured a cup of tea for the other two and himself. Why don't the two of you have a taste of my tea? Mo Yike smiled. Sima Chongkong and Gu Hai both picked it up and took a sip. Good tea. It's fragrant and refreshing. Gu Hai said with a smile. Good tea. Sima Chongkong nodded. However, Mo Yike looked at Sima Chongkong and said with a smile, Mr. Sima, you're not as generous as Mr. Good. Do you think there's poison in my tea? As he spoke, Mo Yike took a sip. Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly. Sorry, I got used to it and couldn't control myself. I should be punished. Sima Chongkong finished the tea in one gulp. Obviously, although Sima Chongkong took a sip, she didn't really drink it. Mr. Mo, this banquet is a good guest. Lu Yang restricted your freedom, but you used this banquet to gain access to the world? Gu Hai said with a smile. For example, Gu Hai and Sima Chongkong came, but no one knew about it. No one stopped them, but this banquet was able to deceive so many people. Mr. Good, you're joking. Isn't this all thanks to you? Mo Yike said with a smile. Mr. Mo, you don't have to say that. I didn't have a choice. Who asked Mr. to be too capable? Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Mo Yike looked serious and sighed slightly. Sigh, I tried to persuade the emperor. Unfortunately, my words weren't enough. That's why Long Wan Qing she... Oh, Mr. Mo knows? Does that mean that we haven't gotten rid of all the spies in our camp? Sima Chongkong frowned slightly. Mr. Sima, don't worry. Those spies only serve me. They don't interfere with your military affairs, and they don't have the ability to do so. Mr. Mo shook his head. Huh, Mr. Mo, you're so smart. Sima Chongkong exclaimed. Mr. Mo, Gu Hai can only say sorry for your situation today. However, perhaps it's not a bad thing to get back what you lose at the swings. Mr. Mo, you're a great talent, but it's a waste for you to stay in the Ing dynasty. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Mo Yike picked up his teacup and looked at the two of them. He took a sip of tea and smiled slightly. Oh, if it's a waste for me to stay in the Ing dynasty, then where would it not be a waste? My king, Takashi Ryushin, leads the Southern Army and unifies thousands of troops in the world. If you can join my palace, you'll definitely be my king's #1 strategist. I'm willing to give up my position to you. What do you think? Sima Changkong immediately tried to persuade him. Oh, I'll be Takashi Ryushin's #1 strategist? Mo Yike smiled slightly. He looked at Guhai. Guhai smiled slightly and said, perhaps Mr. Mo won't like me, but I'll still shamelessly recommend myself. My Han Dynasty is in urgent need of a wise person like Mr. Mo to guide us. Mo Yike looked at Guhai. Ha ha ha, Mr. Good, I didn't say that I wouldn't like your Han Dynasty. With Mr. Good in charge, even if the Han Dynasty is a pile of mud, it'll be as solid as iron. Oh, you're willing to join my hand? Guhai probed. Mo Yike drank his tea and looked at the two expectant people. He smiled slightly and said, you too. Are you so sure that I've fallen to the point where I'll be picked by others? Mr. Mo, you've misunderstood. You're a treasure. No matter who it is, they'll fight for you. Why would I be picky? Sima Changkong shook his head. Mo Yike smiled and said, Mr. Sima, Mr. Good, you don't have to persuade me. I'm just a low point. There'll be a time when I'll rise again. You two don't have to worry about my future. Let's talk about the purpose of your trip. Sima Changkong looked at Guhai and smiled bitterly. It was as he said before. Mo Yike was really stubborn and couldn't be persuaded. All right, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here because I have something important to ask you, Mr. Mo. You said before that you guessed my identity, so I'm sure you've guessed it, right? Guhai said with a serious expression. Oh, Mr. Good, tell me. I'm listening. Mo Yike's expression also became serious. Liu Yang controlled Li Haoran to kill Long Xiaoya back then, but he obtained the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya. He used the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya to threaten the unborn man, so that the unborn man could assassinate me. I'm sure Mr. Mo knows about this, right? Guhai said solemnly. I found out later. Mo Yike nodded. The human soul was given to the unborn man. I want to know the whereabouts of the Long Xiaoya's heaven soul and earth soul. Guhai said solemnly. At the side, Sima Changkong also looked at Mo Yike with a grave expression. Mo Yike remained silent for a while. Then, he took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. I asked Mr. Good. Back then, you played Go with the 9th young master of the Sky Chess Pavilion on 9-5 Island? When Mo Yike changed the topic, Guhai's eyes lit up. Since Mo Yike changed the topic, it meant that he had some information and wanted to negotiate with Guhai. That's right. I played Go with him in the Dragon Pinning sect. Guhai nodded. I also played Go with the 9th young master. Mo Yike recalled. Oh. Guhai looked at Mo Yike. After that, the 9th young master wanted me to be his substitute. Unfortunately, I did not agree. Mo Yike said with a smile. However, Guhai raised his eyebrows. The 9th young master's substitute? The 9th young master was extremely picky when looking for a substitute. Furthermore, he only looked for experts in the Go Dao. Back then, he looked for Xiao Chun, but Xiao Chun rejected him. At that time, the 9th young master played a game of chess with me called the 29-line pair World Chess Game. Unfortunately, we did not finish the game. That game was truly marvelous to the extreme. It was the 29-line pair World Chess Game. Mr. Good, you know how to play it as well, right? Mo Yike looked at Guhai. That's right. Guhai nodded. Back then, we did not finish the game. However, that game has been lingering in my mind. Mr. Good, this Mo is not talented, but I have done some research on the Go Dao. I have read countless Go records in my life. However, that game moved me the most. If Mr. Good does not give up, I would like to solve the original game that Mr. Good played. Mo Yike said NNLY. The 29-line pair World Go game? Of course, I did not know much about Long Xiaoya's heavenly soul and earthly soul, so I will tell you the truth. However, I do know a clue. If you do not find it troublesome, you can go and investigate it. Is that all right? Mo Yike smiled at Guhai. Since Mr. Mo likes Go, I'm naturally willing to tell you. It is my dream to meet a match in Go in life, be it friend or foe. Guhai said with a smile. Mr. Good, please. Mo Yike immediately took out a go board. There were 29 lines in each direction. Beside them were white and black go stones. Guhai waved his hand. The black and white go stones were immediately arranged on the go board. It looked extremely complicated. Mr. Mo, look at this. This is the perfect state of mind for the 29 heavens and earth chess game. It is the life chess game from the life and death chess game. Guhai said with a smile. Mo Yike immediately immersed himself in the game. Sima Changkong watched from the side seriously. Sima Changkong knew a little about the four arts, but her main focus was still on writing. She was not as obsessed with Go as Guhai and Mo Yike were. However, she knew a little about it. Looking at the Go board, Sima Changkong frowned deeply. Guhai sat at the side and drank tea. Mo Yike stared at the Go board carefully. His mind was immersed in it. They sat there for 2 hours. After 2 hours, Mo Yike slowly took out a white Go stone and placed it on the Go board. Pa! The white Go stone was placed. It was different from when Guhai played the life chess game. Back then, Guhai had solved it before the Go stone was placed. Mo Yike did not solve the Go stone at once. Guhai saw through the game. Naturally, he played along and placed a black Go stone, changing the game. Mo Yike raised his eyebrows slightly. He sat there for another 2 hours. Pa! Another Go stone was placed. Guhai was slightly stunned. Mo Yike was indeed not an ordinary person. He could see the general idea of this Go game. Pa! Guhai placed a white Go stone. Mo Yike continued to look at the Go board. After sitting there for another 2 hours, Mo Yike's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Could it not be solved? At this moment, Mo Yike suddenly closed his eyes and relaxed. He didn't want to think about this game of chess. After some time, Mo Yike took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and placed another Go stone. Ha! Walala! The entire Go board trembled. Ha 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 ha! So that's how it is. That's how it is. Mo Yike seemed to be possessed by a demon as he excitedly shouted. Guhai, however, looked at Mo Yike. Although Mo Yike was not like Guhai, who could decide the game with one Go piece, he was able to solve the 29 line pair world chess game with 3 Go pieces. That was already an extremely terrifying skill. Congratulations, Mr. Mo. You solved the 29 line pair world chess game in just 6 hours. Guhai exclaimed. Mr. Good, you're too kind. It's not 6 hours. It's been almost a year. When I saw the 9th young master set up the Go game last time, I've been thinking about it. Just now, Mr. Good's 2 Go pieces guided me, and I was able to solve the 29 line pair world chess game. It's a great white, Mo Yike said excitedly. Guhai smiled slightly. He was not uncomfortable because Mo Yike had solved the 29 line pair world chess game. Instead, he was a little happy. Mo Yike had just solved the Go game, but it would still take some time for him to join the society. However, it was only a matter of time. Mo Yike got up and bowed respectfully to Guhai. Thank you, Mr. Good. Don't, Mr. Mo, you don't have to do this. I also have something that I need Mr. Mo's help with. Guhai said with a smile. Mo Yike nodded and said, about the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya, I'm not sure either. I didn't know that they killed Long Xiaoya back then. Sigh, if I knew, I would have stopped the Emperor. Oh, the Emperor has a longevity master called Mr. Dongfang. Although the Emperor has not allowed me to get in touch with him, I still know some news. This Mr. Dongfang is now in Pujuan's military camp. If you want to know about the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya, you can either go to the Emperor or Mr. Dongfang. Mo Yike said solemnly. Mr. Dongfang? White-robed longevity master. Sima Changkong raised his eyebrows slightly. White-robed longevity master. Guhai asked in confusion. Yes, there are 8 longevity masters in the world. 4 of them are white-robed, and the other 4 are black-robed. The white-robed longevity master is called Mr. Dongfang. No matter how many generations it has been passed down, it will always have the compound surname Dongfang. I don't know what this generation is called. Sima Changkong frowned. White-robed, black-robed? What's the difference? White-robed longevity master and black-robed longevity master dies. White-robed longevity masters are mostly children. They cultivate their longevity by relying on a tyrant and bewitching the tyrant to kill, just like how they followed Liu Yang. Liu Yang killed, and all the souls were collected by Mr. Dongfang. However, most of the sins were taken by Liu Yang. If there is divine retribution, the first thing they will look for is Liu Yang. That's why these longevity masters are the most sinister and cunning, Sima Changkong said with a frown. I can't help you with that. Here are 2 of Mr. Dongfang's soul seeds. Take them with you, and you can avoid the interference of Mr. Dongfang's longevity array. Otherwise, once you get close to it, you will definitely fall into his longevity array. Mr. Mo handed over 2 black seeds. Oh, Guhai took them with a puzzled expression. It's up to you whether you want to find him or not. This was given to me by the Emperor in the past to prevent me from accidentally entering the range of the longevity array and getting hurt. You should keep it. At least it will keep you awake in the longevity array. Mo Yike said solemnly. No wonder the assassins we sent disappeared without a trace. Did they really fall into the longevity array? Oh, Mr. Dongfang? Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Guhai carefully put away the 2 soul seeds and bowed to Mr. Mo in an extremely solemnly manner. Thank you very much, Mr. Mo. Mr. Good, you're too polite. You and I benefit from each other, so you don't have to thank me. I hope you'll be fine. We'll play chess again in the future. Mo Yike said with a smile. Sure, Guhai said with a smile. After chatting for a while, the banquet hosted by Mo Yike's substitute also came to an end. Guhai and Sima Changkong followed Lord Chun out of the Mo mansion again. At the same time, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, the 3 of them left Beiwang City overnight. Chapter 288. Lord Chun, Guhai, and Sima Changkong left Beiwang City and went straight to Jinan City. Mr. Good, I don't know how many generations Mr. Dongfang has passed down, and I don't know what his cultivation is like, but he's definitely strange and unpredictable. Our experts from Kaitian Palace entered and never came back. Are you really going to investigate? Sima Changkong was confused. I think it's more difficult to get Long Xiaoya's 2 souls from Liu Yang, right? Guhai smiled bitterly. But Mr. Dongfang is master show. Although you have Mo Yike's 2 soul seeds, if Mr. Dongfang finds out about them, there will definitely be problems. At that time, it will be difficult for you to come out. Sima Changkong said worriedly. Guhai was silent for a while. Then he shook his head and said, I have a way to come out. Oh. Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. Why was Guhai so confident? After thinking for a while, Sima Changkong's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be? Mr. has seen it before. Haha. However, I will need Prince's cooperation when I return this time. When the 2 armies clash, I need to interfere with defeating army. Otherwise, my whereabouts will be too dangerous. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, is it worth it for you to work so hard? After all, they are Long Xiaoya's 2 souls. After a moment of silence, Guhai smiled and said, Wan Qing is my wife. If she's still alive, will she ignore it? Huh? Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. Wan Qing won't ignore it. As Wan Qing's husband, I have the obligation to help her fulfill her last wish. Guhai shook his head and said affirmatively. Okay. Sima Changkong sighed slightly. They soon arrived at Jinan City. Sima Changkong went to Jinmu of Silla to explain and asked Jinmu of Silla to cooperate with Guhai this time. Long Wanyu's residence. Long Wanyu looked at a plate in front of her. Demon Ghost Spirit, the formation you said is really useful. It can monitor Guhai's residence. Fortunately, Guhai wasn't at home a few days ago. I set up a receiving formation in advance. Today he's back, haha. Long looked at the plate excitedly. Of course. How many people in this world do you think know as much as I do? The voice of the demon spirit in his body sounded. Guhai is a bad guy. This time I'm going to make him suffer. He won't expect me to set up a sky pepper pit in his house. It'll burn him to death. Long Wanyu's eyes were filled with excitement. Once the sky pepper is ingested into the body, his eyes will turn red and tears will flow uncontrollably. But isn't yours trap too low level? Only make him cry? I have an even more powerful one that will directly cripple Gu Hai. Demon Ghost Spirit said persuasively. I want the sky pepper. I want the sky pepper. He made me cry a few times, so I want him to cry. When the time comes, I'll laugh at him. Don't talk nonsense. What does it have to do with you? Long One, you glared. Demon Ghost Spirit. I'm helping you come up with a plan, okay? Moreover, this receiving formation and the sky pepper pits arrangement were also taught by me, okay? Gu Hai is back. Ha ha ha. As long as he reaches the back courtyard, he will be in trouble. Long One, you said excitedly. Long One, you looked at the disc in anticipation. Just at this moment, Gu Hai invited Venerable Lu Nian over. Baldy Lu Nian, why are you here as well? Long One, you frowned slightly. Perhaps we were discussing something? Demon Ghost Spirit said. Let me hear it. What kind of lousy formation is this? Why did you turn up the volume? Long One, you called out. Demon Ghost Spirit. After tidying up the disc, Demon Ghost Spirit heard voices on the other side. In the disc, Gu Hai spoke with Venerable Lu Nian for a while in a guest hall. You're telling the truth? Long Xiaoya's heavenly soul and earthly soul? Venerable Lu Nian said excitedly. Indeed, I don't know what the outcome will be. However, there is always hope, right? Gu Hai smiled. Good, good. Gu Hai, give me the other soul seed. Give it to me. I'll go with you. I'll go with you to find Xiaoya's two souls. Even if it is hell, I have to give it a try. Are Long Xiaoya's two souls still there? Venerable Lu Nian asked excitedly. In that case, I will have to trouble Venerable, Gu Hai said with a smile. It's no trouble, no trouble. Venerable Lu Nian said excitedly. There might be some arrangements to find Long Xiaoya's two souls. Sima Chongkong is going to meet the Grand Marshal. I hope that the three armies will cooperate with us. There's only one chance, Gu Hai said solemnly. At Long Wanyu's residence, Long Wanyu's mind suddenly buzzed. Venerable Lu Nian is going as well. Should the two of you fall into the pit together? Fiend Ghost asked with a smile. Long Wanyu ignored Fiend Ghost. Her earlier excitement vanished, and her expression turned blank. They are talking about my mother? They are looking for my mother's soul? Isn't Long Xiaoya dead? Fiend Ghost asked, feeling bewildered. Shut up. I want my mother. Mother? Can mother be revived? I want my mother. They are going to look for my mother? I want to go too. I want to go too. Long Wanyu said excitedly. Bang! Long Wanyu kicked open the door, and she immediately jumped out. Cluster Lord. A group of subordinates immediately rushed forward. Scram! Don't block me. Long Wanyu immediately kicked aside the person who came forward and ran out. The subordinate who got kicked away appeared speechless. However, Long Wanyu went out and pulled a red-crowned crane carriage. She kicked the general on it and sent him flying. Let's go to Gu Hai's residence. To Gu Hai's residence. Long Wanyu shouted to the red-crowned crane. Screech. The red-crowned crane answered and flew over with Long Wanyu on its back. The general who did not check the almanac flew to Long Wanyu's residence and was kicked to the ground. He stood up in confusion and shouted angrily, How dare you kick me? If you have the guts, come out. I want to fight you one-on-one. After shouting, the general saw that the red-crowned crane carriage had already flown far away. There was a woman sitting on the crane carriage. She looked familiar. At this moment, Long Wanyu's subordinates chased after the general. However, one of them stayed behind and looked at the general. This general, you are really gutsy. Our cluster lord likes to fight one-on-one. However, everyone avoids her. You actually took the initiative to challenge her. Oh, what is your surname? Which army do you belong to? Which battalion do you belong to? Oh, don't mind me. I am only in charge of the cluster lord's paperwork. I help the cluster lord record some things so that I can remind the cluster lord. Tell me where your house is. The cluster lord will definitely pay you a visit in the future and fulfill this unfinished challenge. Cluster Lord Wanyu? The general's expression changed, showing some fear. That's right. The cluster lord never avoids challenges. Where do you live? What is your surname? The general. Don't run. I haven't recorded it yet. Hey, don't run so fast. Don't. At Gu Hai's residence. Gu Hai was discussing with Venerable Lu Nian how to get to Mr. Dongfang's residence when the doors to the Gu residence opened. Boom! Long Wanyu kicked open the doors. The loud sound made everyone's expressions sink. "Gu Hai, come out! Gu Hai!" Long Wan Yu suddenly roared. "It's you again?" Gao Chen came out to check. When he saw Long Wan Yu, his expression changed. Clearly, the memory of Long Wan Yu using the demon's subduing hair whip to chase after Gao Chen in the South Town Hall was still vivid in his mind. "Scram, you damn pervert!" Long Wan Yu shouted while glaring. Gao Chen really did scram. Even if Xiao Chun could not afford to offend him, could he not avoid him? After all, Long Wan Yu saw the position of Gu Hai's image in the disc earlier. She quickly found the hall where Gu Hai was. Bang! Long Wan Yu arrived. "Cluster Lord?" Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. "You're going to find my mother's ghost? I want to go as well." Long Wan Yu immediately said excitedly. "Huh?" Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. "How did you know that I was talking to Venerable Lu Nian?" "Don't worry. I want to go. That is my mother." Long Wan Yu shouted. "No, only 2 people. I already discussed this with the Venerable. Furthermore, how did you know that we were talking?" Gu Hai asked sullenly. "Huh?" Venerable Lu Nian raised his eyebrows and immediately saw a bunch of spirit stones on the ceiling beam. Gu Hai also noticed that the spirit stones only gave off a faint mist. The color actually blended in with the ceiling beam, making it hard to notice. She should be using this thing to transmit images, right? The Cluster Lord used it once in the past. I was wondering why she came to your residence when you were not home. It turns out, a surveillance camera? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Then, he looked coldly at Long Wan Yu. "This has nothing to do with me. Gu Hai, where's my mother's ghost? Tell me." Long Wan Yu said anxiously. "Sorry, you had better not interfere in this matter. Only 2 people can go. I already discussed this with the Venerable. Just wait for the news," Long Wan Yu said anxiously. Gu Hai shook his head. "Soul seed? What kind of soul seed are you talking about?" Long Wan Yu suddenly cried out. As Long Wan Yu spoke, she suddenly saw 2 black seeds on the tea table at the entrance to the backyard. "This is it. With this, we can find my mother? I want one. I want one." Long Wan Yu immediately wanted charge over. Gu Hai's face sank. His figure flashed as he rushed over to the soul seed. This was a rare opportunity. He could not let Long Wan Yu waste it. The 2 of them rushed over to the soul seed at almost the same time. Long Wan Yu rushed over with all her might. However, Gu Hai was still a little closer. His explosive power was shocking. In an instant, he grabbed the 2 soul seeds in his hands. Long Wan Yu tried her best, but she did not manage to grab the soul seed. However, she could not stop in time. In an instant, she crashed into the tea table and rushed into the backyard. Oh no! The voice of the demon ghost was suddenly heard. However, only Long Wan Yu could hear it. Bam! The tea table flew out, and Long Wan Yu fell into the backyard. Boom! A large hole suddenly appeared in the ground of the rear courtyard, and Long Wan Yu fell into it. The pit was very ordinary. However, there was a faint red aura. In an instant, it went into Long Wan Yu's nostrils. However, no one else saw it. "Oh, you even dug a pit in my backyard? However, what's the use of this pit? There's nothing. It's only half a person's height. What are you trying to do?" Gu Hai said with a puzzled expression. "It's over. The celestial pepper. You've sucked in the celestial pepper," the demon ghost said in shock. Long Wan Yu's eyes turned red when the celestial pepper entered her nostrils. "Woo woo woo woo. Wah 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 wah. Gu Hai, I want the soul seed. I want to find my mother. I want to find my mother." Her teary eyes were instantly filled with blood vessels. Tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. That was an expression of grief. Those were tears of despair. They were filled with infinite sorrow. Gu Hai's expression froze when he saw Xiao Chun crying bitterly. Why is she crying so sadly? A trace of guilt flashed in Gu Hai's heart. Wan Qing asked him to take care of Long Wan Yu. However, he bullied her again and again. Did he really go overboard? Chapter 289. When a heavenly pepper entered her nose, she cried bitterly. This time, she really did not feel like crying. Long Wan Yu was just flustered and exasperated. She did not feel sad at all. She felt angry and anxious, not sad. However, the heavenly pepper was not something she could control. She could not stop her tears and snot from falling. Long Wan Yu felt very anxious. She wanted to stop herself from crying. However, she was the one who set the trap, and she was the one who placed the heavenly pepper. To mock Gu Hai, she even put in the largest dose. At this moment, Long Wan Yu kept wiping her eyes, trying to stop her tears from falling. However, she could not stop them. When Gu Hai saw Long Wan Yu's miserable appearance, he felt guilty. Wan Qing asked me to take care of Long Wan Yu, but I bullied her again and again. Did I go overboard? When Venerable Lun Yin saw Long Wan Yu's sorrowful and despairing expression, he also felt somewhat bitter. Gu Hai, although I really want to go, I think the person who cares about Long Xiaoya the most in this world is still Long Wan Yu. After all, she is her daughter. Love can be connected. Look at her sad appearance. Venerable Lun Yin sighed softly. She is still young and insensible. I'm worried. Gu Hai's tone softened somewhat, but he still felt worried. Danger lurks everywhere in the lifespan array. I won't be of much use even if I go. Long Wan Yu is a prophet. She has the ability to seek luck and avoid calamity. Perhaps she can point you in the right direction. Venerable Lun Yin sighed. Clearly, Venerable Lun Yin felt very regretful that he could not participate in the investigation of Long Xiaoya's two spiritual souls. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at Long Wan Yu in the courtyard. Long Wan Yu had already climbed out of the pit. I don't want to cry. I don't want to cry. Sob, sob, sob. Wah. Long Wan Yu cried. Long Wan Yu really didn't want to cry. However, when the celestial pepper entered his nose, he could not stop it. This feeling of crying was very uncomfortable. He had to stop it. I can't do anything about it. Who told you to put in so many celestial peppers? Why don't you try washing your eyes and drinking some water? Demon Ghost was speechless. However, in the eyes of Gu Hai and Venerable Lun Yin, Long Wan Yu was very sad, but she still had to be strong. She shouted at me not to cry as she ran to the small pond in the backyard. She used the pond water to wash her face, pretending to be strong and enduring the sadness. Pity flashed in the eyes of Venerable Lun Yin and Gu Hai. Sigh. Gu Hai, forget it. You should take Long Wan Yu with you. Xiaoya only has 2 daughters. Wan Qing is already dead, and Wan Yu is in great grief. Since she wants to go so badly, just fulfill her wish. Venerable Lun Yin could not help advising. Not far away, Long Wan Yu drank a few mouthfuls of the pond water. After washing her face with it, she finally stopped the vile effects of the celestial pepper. Long Wan Yu let out a long breath and turned her head. The moment she turned her head, her face mixed with tears and the pond water, looking exceptionally miserable and pitiful. All right, never mind. In that case, there is no need for Venerable to go. Let Long Wan Yu come with me. Gu Hai sighed softly, finally relenting. Long Wan Yu felt slightly stunned when she turned her head. What just happened? Is Gu Hai's brain damaged? Why is he suddenly willing to let me go? Long Wan Yu, go wash up and get ready. We will be setting off the day after tomorrow at the latest. This soul seed is for you. Remember, this is proof that you are going. Don't lose it. Gu Hai said in an incredibly solemnly manner. Long Wan Yu received the soul seed in a daze. 2 days later, outside Jinan City. At this moment, Long Wan Yu was in high spirits as she looked at Gu Hai, who was still giving instructions to Sima Changkong and Venerable Lun Yin. Gu Hai, hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. Long Wan Yu called out in a good mood. Gu Hai, Sima Changkong, and Venerable Lun Yin turned their heads and looked at Long Wan Yu, who was carrying a small bag as if she was going on outing. The 3 of them were speechless and continued to talk. Mr. Sima, everything depends on you. The biggest threat to us this time is Pejuan. Pejuan's hearing is as strong as Gauchen's. Gauchen can set up a sound barrier for us, but he can't keep up with us for long. Only by attracting Pejuan's attention can we safely reach the longevity array. Gu Hai said in a solemnly manner. I have already spoken to the Grand Marshal. I will fully cooperate with you later. Gauchen's zither moves the heavens and earth will confront Pejuan head-on. When the time comes, the army will be noisy. Pejuan will definitely not notice you. Sima Changkong said in a deep voice. That's good. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai, Long Wan Yu will have to go through a lot of trouble on this trip. Venerable Lun Yin smiled bitterly. At this moment, Venerable Lun Yin suddenly had an impulse to regret letting Long Wan Yu go, right? Don't worry. I promised Wan Qing that I will take good care of her. Gu Hai nodded. Are we going or not, Gu Hai? Long Wan Yu asked anxiously. Gu Hai was speechless. Gao-chen, come here. Gu Hai called out. Master, Gao-chen said respectfully. Do you remember what I told you yesterday in the song I passed to you? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Master, don't worry. I won't forget the song after memorizing it once. Gao-chen nodded affirmatively. Good. If anything happens later, Venerable Lun Yin will tell you how to deal with it. Just listen to Venerable Lun Yin. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Gao-chen nodded. I remember that at Silver Moon Sea, Yin Mo used your state of the zither doubt to tie up a string with a state of intent to bind a group of zither players. In the end, Yin Mo controlled it, and all the bound zither players in Silver Moon Sea were instantly pulled back to Silver Moon Island. Gu Hai said, Oh, that's easy. Only the two of you can touch the zither string with a state of intent. Others can't see it or touch it. Gao-chen nodded. Now, use that string with a state of intent to bind Long Wan Yu and me. As long as you receive my signal, no matter what happens, immediately pull Long Wan Yu and me back. Gu Hai said solemnly. This way, even if Gu Hai and Long Wan Yu entered a quagmire, they would be instantly pulled back. Gao-chen nodded. Long Wan Yu, come here. Gu Hai called out. What are you doing? Long Wan Yu asked with a frown. Whoosh. Suddenly, 2 golden threads appeared in Gao-chen's palm. Then, he handed them to Gu Hai. Gu Hai tied one to his waist. The other was tied to Long Wan Yu's waist. What are you doing, Gu Hai? Long Wan Yu stared at him. If you want to go, don't move. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Wan Yu looked uncomfortable, but she still allowed Gu Hai to tie her up. Wong. The golden threads trembled slightly and disappeared. Other people couldn't see or touch them. Only Gu Hai and Long Wan Yu could see and touch them. Add a layer of insurance. Don't break it. This is life-saving. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oomph. Long Wan Yu snorted coldly, but didn't move in the end. Everyone, we're leaving. Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Everyone nodded. Screech. Gu Hai and Long Wan Yu rode on 2 red-crowned cranes and flew close to the ground, heading towards the fog-shrouded Pajuan military camp in the distance. On the red-crowned crane, Gu Hai looked at Long Wan Yu and said, Long Wan Yu. What? Long Wan Yu said fiercely with a straight face. I don't care what attitude you have when you come with me, and I don't care how much you hate me. But I hope you remember one thing. Today, we're not going to play, and it's not the time to be angry. I hope you can cooperate with me. Today, we're tracking your mother's ghost. There's only one chance. Don't be stubborn and listen to me. Cooperate fully with me. Okay? Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Long Wan Yu frowned slightly. Speaking of which, her resentment towards Gu Hai still hadn't disappeared. But maybe Gu Hai was right. No matter how much resentment she had, she couldn't vent it today. Today, there was only one chance to track down her mother's ghost. Solemnly, Long Wan Yu said, Humph, don't worry, I won't find trouble with you today. Okay, when we enter later, you can seek luck and avoid misfortune. I hope you can inform me in advance if you encounter great misfortune or great fortune. Don't lie to me, and don't act on your own accord. Gu Hai said solemnly. Don't worry, in order to find my mother, I won't be angry at this time. I'll cooperate with you. Long Wan Yu nodded. Thank you. Gu Hai smiled. You're actually thanking me? Long Wan Yu stared at Long Wan Yu with wide eyes. Gu Hai shook his head and didn't say much. On the other side, Sima Changkong watched as Gu Hai's group disappeared into the distant forest. Then, he turned to the group and said, All right, it's time for us to return. Prepare for battle. All right. Venerable Lun Yin, Gao-chen, and the others answered. Then, the group entered the city and prepared as they had discussed. Jimu of Silla stood on the city gate tower, looking into the distance. Grand Marshal, it's about time. Sima Changkong said respectfully as he stepped forward. You take command. This marshal will not interfere in this battle. Jimu of Silla said indifferently. Yes. Sima Changkong waved his hand, and a nearby subordinate quickly waved a small flag. Dong, 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 dong. Dong. Woo 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 woo. The surrounding soldiers had already gathered at the city gates and on the city walls. A great battle could break out at any moment. The sound of the war drums and the sound of the horns was a challenge to the distant military camp in the clouds. At the distant military camp in the clouds, there were not many ordinary soldiers. Pujuin's army was mainly made up of the 1 million zither figurines and 1 million bronze men arranged neatly in a huge plaza, looking incredibly awe-inspiring. In the distance, the sound of the war drums and horns immediately caused Pujuin, who was in a large hall, to raise his eyebrows. General, Takashi Ryushin's army actually issued a challenge? A subordinate ran in shock. Pujuin stood up and walked out of the large hall. Then, he looked into the distance and frowned slightly. Takashi Ryushin, you are finally willing to face off? Huh. With me around, your southern subduing army can only be a coward. You can forget about leaving southern subduing city. Sound the drums and prepare for battle. Pujuin cracked his neck, showing some disdain. Yes. Chapter 290. Guhai and Long Wanyu rode their cranes quickly through the forest. Although defeating armies could hear their voices, he didn't care at all. It was like standing on top of the city gate tower and looking at 100 million people walking around. He could see everyone clearly, but how could he see everyone's face clearly? According to the information that Sima Chongkong gave me, Mr. Dongfang should be in that direction when those people disappeared after entering the cloud zone. Guhai said as he pointed into the distance. Then why aren't we moving? Long Wanyu shouted. Long Wanyu, remember, we're not going to fight. We're going to have a good chat with Mr. Dongfang. As long as he's not a difficult person to communicate with, there shouldn't be any conflict. You should pay attention to your attitude. After all, you're asking for help. Guhai solemnly emphasized. I know, Long Wanyu said impatiently. Guhai smiled bitterly. Perhaps bringing Long Wanyu along wasn't the right thing to do. Rumble. All of a sudden, a strong gust of wind appeared above their heads. So many bronze men. Long Wanyu looked at the sky in surprise. Let's go. It'll be troublesome when Les Miserables appears. Guhai said in a low voice. Screech. The two immortal cranes let out a long cry and immediately rushed into the distance. In an instant, they rushed into the cloud area. Pujuin's military camp didn't have many human subordinates, but Guhai and Long Wanyu managed to get in very smoothly. Pujuin stood on the peak of a mountain and looked coldly at Jinnan City in the distance. Takashi Ryushin, your army is finally not a coward and is willing to come out and fight with me? Defeating armies said with pride in his eyes. During this time, Pujuin had forced Jinnan City's army to stay in the city, not daring to come out. This achievement made Pujuin very proud. Boom! 1 million bronze men flew to the outskirts of Southtown City. They lined up in a very neat formation. The aura of peak nascent soul stage gushed out, rolling up clouds of dust. The expressions of the soldiers who were leaving the city changed. After all, the great battle of the past was still vivid in their minds. Those comrades were still deaf and blind. Pujuin showed a trace of disdain. Just as he was about to continue shouting at Takashi Ryushin, a voice suddenly sounded. Oh my, the loser has learned to be cocky? A complacent voice sounded from the tower of Southtown City. Pujuin suddenly raised his eyebrows, his face darkening as he said coldly, It's you, Gauchin? I was wondering why Takashi Ryushin hadn't left the city for so long. So he went to invite Guhai. Gauchin, are you here to die as well? The sound of the two heaven-grade zither naturally had a strong penetrative power. The conversation between the two could be heard from afar. Die? Are you kidding me? Pujuin, you and I have competed twice. What did you beat me? A loser dares to yell at me? Gauchin said disdainfully. When did we compete twice? Pujuin said coldly. Isn't it? In the first round, your shattering east wind lost to my 10-sided ambush. In the second round, you and I competed in singing. Didn't you lose to me? Gauchin said proudly. Bullshit. Who competed with you in singing? You idiot. You dare to mention songs? Believe it or not, I'll let you die without a complete corpse? Pujuin suddenly said in exasperation. Others listened to Gauchin's songs and found them unpleasant, but Pijuan was 100 times more sensitive to notes than ordinary people. Before Gauchin sang, he was ready to taste it carefully. Who would have thought that Gauchin songs were tone-deaf to such an extent? The unpleasant sound almost made his musical sense collapse. Even now, that demonic sound still lingered in Xiao Chen's ears. Every time it echoed, he could not help but shudder. Now, Gauchin did not find it shameful. Instead, he felt proud of it. How could I be defeated by this idiot? Also, this group of Qin figurines is the same. Back at Silver Moon Sea, they were leftovers. I don't want them anymore, but you picked them up and played with them? Gauchin said in disdain as he looked at the 1 million Qin figurines. Pijuan, what do you mean by leftovers? You did control more than 1 million Qin figurines, but now, the Qin figurines have changed owners. They are now my soldiers, not leftovers. You can't beat me, and you like to learn from me. How about I teach you how to sing? I've created quite a few classics recently. Gauchin exclaimed. Pijuan was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he found that he could not keep up with Gauchin's thoughts. Is there such a jump in thought? Who wants to learn from you? Scram, go to hell, idiot. I'm not going to learn from you. 1 million Qin figurines, attack. Pijuan said in frustration and anger. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came from afar. Gu Hai and Long Wanyu, on the other hand, found the longevity array, because the soul seeds that the two of them carried suddenly vibrated, as if a wave of mysterious power was suddenly transmitted into their bodies. The two of them immediately felt refreshed. Longevity array? We're here. Be careful. Gu Hai whispered. There is a sound barrier here. We can't hear anything from the outside world. Long Wanyu said in surprise. Maybe they are afraid that the Qin will accidentally hurt Mr. Dongfang. Gu Hai shook his head. Let's go in. Gu Hai shouted to the red-crowned cranes. Screech. The two red-crowned cranes immediately rushed in. The news of my mother's ghost is inside. Long Wanyu's eyes became firm. Buzz. Suddenly, Long Wanyu's body trembled. An array of blue light suddenly appeared above her right eye. It's an ominous sign. Girl, you can't go in. It's an ominous sign. Suddenly, the voice of the demon ghost was heard. However, only Long Wanyu could hear the voice of the demon ghost. Gu Hai flew in front and did not notice anything unusual. Long Wanyu raised her eyebrows and bit her lip. Little girl, go back quickly. This is an ominous sign. A very strong ominous sign. People will die. Go, go. The demon ghost shouted. Long Wanyu's face was very pale, but she still bit her lip. What are you doing? Girl, what's wrong with you? Go back quickly. The demon ghost said anxiously. Demon ghost, I remember you said that although the future can be predicted, the future is not always fixed. As long as we work hard, we can change the future. Long Wanyu said in a low voice. Of course, only the demon ghost could hear her voice. What? Little girl, you haven't learned how to walk yet, and you want to run? You still want to change the future? Seek fortune and avoid calamity. Calamity can only be avoided, not changed. Even I don't dare to say that I can change the future. You're still far from that. Go quickly. The demon ghost said anxiously. I'm not going. My mother's news is inside. I have to know. I don't have a single relative in this world. My elder sister is gone as well. I miss my mother. I miss my mother. Long Wanyu said with reddened eyes. You bastard. Little girl, don't go. I beg you. Kneel down, okay? Sob. Sob. If you die, I will die too. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Why am I attached to a girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Heavens, are you playing with me? Sob. 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 The demon ghost said in despair. However, Long Wanyu did not care at all. Gu Hai turned his head at the right time and said, Long Wanyu, since you are a prophet, you should be careful. If you encounter a very dangerous situation, inform me in advance. Don't worry. It's a very auspicious situation now. Long Wanyu said. Gu Hai nodded and continued to fly inside on the red-crowned crane. Little girl, you have sinned. Not only are you courting death, but you are also going to kill me. Not only did you kill me, but you're also going to kill Gu Hai? Is this considered taking revenge on Gu Hai? The demon ghost said in despair. Long Wanyu did not care at all. Boom! The two of them seemed to have rushed through an area of thick fog and immediately fell into the inner part. Ah, help! Don't refine me. I am a general of the dying dynasty. The emperor will not refine me. I don't want to become fertilizer. I don't want to. Help! In the thick fog, there was suddenly a burst of ghostly wailing and howling. Guhai could not see clearly. The red-crowned crane he was riding suddenly let out a scream. Screech! The two red-crowned cranes suddenly turned into a pool of blood amidst their screams. Bang! Guhai and Long Wanyu fell to the ground. However, the spirit seed protected the two of them. The surrounding air was filled with black. A chilly wind blew continuously. The two red-crowned cranes were disintegrated by the black, chilly wind. Long Wanyu? Guhai looked at Long Wanyu. Auspicious. Auspicious. Long Wanyu immediately shouted. Guhai was slightly stunned. Auspicious? He saw a huge ghost pond not far away. In the ghost pond, countless ghosts were screaming in fear. Each of them had a ferocious expression and were in extreme pain. Endless flames were burning them. Above the ghost pond, there was an energy pot lid. The millions of ghosts were sealed in this big pot to cook. No matter how they screamed, no one responded. There was a white fog area above. There seemed to be something hidden inside. Not far away, there was a high platform. On the high platform, the figure of a white-robed child was making hand seals and continuously casting spells into the pot. Is it really auspicious? Guhai looked in front of him and looked at Long Wanyu with uncertainty. Yes, it's very, very auspicious, Long Wanyu said with a slightly stiff expression. Auspicious my ass. Extremely ominous. Guhai, quickly take Long Wanyu and escape. Damn, you can't hear my voice. Why am I so unlucky? The demon ghost shouted in despair. Guhai saw Long Wanyu's stiff expression and raised an eyebrow. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Suddenly, a voice came from the high platform in the distance. Keek, there are actually two uninvited guests. Keek, they are safe and sound in my array. These two brats, who are they? The white-robed child suddenly shouted in surprise. Guhai greets Mr. Dongfang. Guhai said solemnly. Guhai, oh, isn't that the brat that the Emperor of Great Ing has been troubled by? You're really Guhai? Mr. Dongfang said in surprise. Yes, it's really me. I hope you don't blame me for disturbing you this time. Guhai said with a wry smile. Keek, it's not strange at all. You've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Brat, you're really brave. You actually dared to barge into my array. Good, very good. Keek, where's the other little girl? Mr. Dongfang said with a hint of joy. My name is Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu said. Long Wanyu? Oh, the Long Wanyu of the Deqian Celestial Empire? Keek, what a rare guest. You two are bringing light to my humble abode, aren't you? Keek. Mr. Dongfang's voice was full of joy. Long Wanyu's right, I was twitching wildly. It's over. This ominous sign has already made your right eye twitch. This is bad, really bad. Boo-hoo, I'm so unlucky. The demon ghost said in despair. Chapter 291. In the ghost pool, the group of ghosts screamed and struggled, but they couldn't escape at all. Guhai frowned slightly. He was unhappy. These were the souls of the soldiers who had just died in battle. They couldn't even rest in peace after death. Although he was unhappy, Guhai couldn't do anything about it. At least there were more important things to do. How did you two get in here? My longevity array is full of illusions. There's even a chilly wind that can cut bones and flesh. Yet, you all made it here safely? You weren't affected by the array? How rare. Mr. Dongfang looked at the two of them. His tone was still very calm. Mr. Dongfang, sorry to disturb you. I want to ask you something. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Long Wanyu was eager to get her mother, so Guhai couldn't stop her. Oh, you want to ask me something? Then show me your sincerity first. Tell me first, how did you get in here safely? Mr. Dongfang asked with confusion. We have 2 soul seeds. Look, this is it. Long Wanyu immediately took out the soul seed. Long Wanyu. Guhai raised his eyebrows. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Mr. Dongfang had already seen the soul seed in Long Wanyu's hand. Ding Mao's soul seed? This is what I gave to the Emperor of Great Ing. You two are really good. How did you get it? Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. It was a coincidence. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Hers is Ding Mao. What's the number of your soul seed? Let me see. Mr. Dongfang said lightly. Gu Hai, let him see. Hurry up, I want to know about my mother. Long One, you said anxiously. Gu Hai looked at Mr. Dongfang in confusion. Why did he have to see his soul seed? No matter how Long One you urged, Gu Hai didn't take it out. Instead, he stared at Long Wan Yu and said, Long Wan Yu, are you sure? Are you sure it's the G? Long Wan Yu was slightly stunned. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He knew that he shouldn't have trusted Long Wan Yu. Sigh. Gu Hai, where's your soul seed? Let me see. Mr. Dongfang shouted. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Mr. Dongfang, I hope you don't blame me for disturbing you. We are now representing the Deqian Celestial Empire. This is Princess Wan Yu, the most beloved daughter of Dai Qianxing. If anything happens to her, Dai Qianxing will definitely be furious. This time, we are against Dai Qianxing, not against you. When you go to Deqian in the future, Princess Wan Yu will definitely treat you as a guest of honor. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai. Are you threatening me? Mr. Dongfang suddenly sneered. No, I just want to be on good terms with Mr. Dongfang. Gu Hai said with a smile. There's no need to be on good terms with him. Master Shou of Deqian has a grudge against me. Do you think I'm afraid of Dai Qianxing? Ha 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 ha. The two of you barged in today. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Ha ha ha. Mr. Dongfang said with a proud smile. Gu Hai's expression changed. Mr. Dongfang, I want to know where my mother's heaven soul and earth soul are. Do you know? Long Wan Yu shouted anxiously. Oh, so you barged in because of Long Xiaoya's two souls? Ha ha ha. Good, good. Come, you want Long Xiaoya's two souls. Come to me, I'll give them to you. Mr. Dongfang said with a smile. You really have them? Long Wan Yu took a step forward. Slap. Gu Hai grabbed Long Wan Yu's arm. What are you doing? Long Wan Yu frowned. Gu Hai looked at Mr. Dongfang and said, Mr. Dongfang, sorry for disturbing you this time. We'll leave now. Huh? He said that he has my mother's two souls. Long Wan Yu said anxiously. Shut up. Gu Hai glared at Long Wan Yu and stopped her. He grabbed Long Wan Yu and was about to retreat. My life array is a place where you can come and go as you please. Mr. Dongfang sneered. As he spoke, he pointed his finger. Boom! Billowing black wind suddenly gathered from all directions and surrounded Gu Hai and Long Wan Yu in an instant. Ding Mao's ship? Haha, my soul seed is for you to use? What a joke. Break. Mr. Dongfang snapped his fingers. Slap. The soul seed in Long Wan Yu's palm exploded instantly and turned into a cloud of smoke that surrounded Long Wan Yu. It's over, it's over. Girl, you've committed a sin. Let's see how you're going to get out now. You'll melt if you touch this cold wind that can cut bones and melt flesh. The ghost shouted in despair. You, how can you do this? Long Wan Yu stared at Mr. Dongfang with wide eyes. Why can't I do this? Mr. Dongfang sneered. Gu Hai shielded Long Wan Yu behind him. He looked at Mr. Dongfang and said, Mr. Dongfang, the two of us didn't come here today to incur enmity with you. We just want to ask for your advice on something. Moreover, if you have any requests, please state them. As long as we can do it, we will definitely do it for you. Please calm down. Calm down? Ha 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 ha. You want me to calm down too? But I'm not angry. I just want to arrest you. Also, I want to make the Qian's teacher show angry. Ha 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 ha. I don't know how angry the Qian's teacher show will be after I kill Long Wan Yu. Mr. Dongfang sneered. How can there be such a bad person? How can there be such a bad person? Long Wan Yu's eyes suddenly turned red. Long Wan Yu was unruly and willful, but she grew up in the Deqian Palace and was protected by the Dai Qianxing. She didn't expect the people outside to be so bad. Gu Hai's face darkened. This Mr. Dongfang was not reasonable at all, but there was no such thing as the worst, only worse. Mr. Dongfang suddenly said in surprise, Hey, what's that tied to the little girl? Huh? Gu Hai's face darkened. Oh, fortunately, the soul seed scattered and enveloped you. That's why I saw it. Ha ha ha. You are really well prepared. Century lifespan immortality peach tree. Move your roots for me. Break. Mr. Dongfang waved his hand. Boom. Not far away, the clouds scattered, revealing the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The moment the century lifespan immortality peach tree appeared, its roots turned into a large net, instantly enveloping the entire space inside. Even if Guhai and Long Wanyu wanted to escape, they would be blocked. Are these zither strings? Little girl, you have zither strings tied to your body? Ha ha ha. You came prepared indeed. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Oh no. Gauchen, Gauchen. Guhai stretched out his hand and pulled the willed zither strings on Long Wanyu's body. The sudden pull on the zither strings instantly alerted Gauchen in the distance. Bang! Gauchen pulled hard on the zither strings. Long Wanyu was pulled back, and she was about to be dragged back to Southtown City. Bang! However, the large net formed by the century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots was like a sturdy wall, instantly blocking Long Wanyu. She could not escape. Long Wanyu screamed in pain. Escape? You can't escape. Break this zither string for me. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Bang! Two tree roots collided with the zither strings. Tuck! The strings of the Guqin broke with a loud bang. Woo-woo! You're a bad guy. You're a big bad guy. Long Wanyu was so frightened that she started crying. I am doing this for your own good, little girl. Without your soul seed, you escape into my wind ritual array. Your bones and flesh will soon melt. If I had not used the tree roots to block you, you would have died already. Escape? You can't escape. I will find a decent way for you to die. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Dongfang laughed sinisterly. Woo-woo-woo. Mother, elder sister, Long Wanyu screamed in horror. For the first time, Long Wanyu felt fear, incomparable fear. Long Wanyu had never experienced this kind of threat of death before. Now that she had experienced it, she was scared witless. She deeply regretted her previous willfulness. The century lifespan immortality peach tree? I heard that the century lifespan immortality peach tree's nourishment is ghosts. It turns out that Mr. refined these ghosts for this peach. Guhai is untalented, but he coincidentally has a century lifespan immortality peach. I am willing to use this peach to redeem the two of us for our offense. Mr. Dongfang, what do you think? Guhai looked at Mr. Dongfang. Oh, Mr. Dongfang felt slightly stunned. I remember now. That Guhai from the innate puzzle world is you, right? You do have one. Ha ha ha. Give it to me, and I will consider it. Mr. Dongfang sneered. All right. Guhai nodded. Then he stretched out his hand as though he wanted to take the century lifespan immortality peach. However, he moved closer to the frightened Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu, I suffered a great loss because of your mistake this time. Guhai smiled bitterly. Woo-woo-woo. I. Long Wanyu was still frightened. She no longer had the energy to refute Guhai's accusation. Just at this moment, Guhai suddenly picked up Long Wanyu. Huh? Mr. Dongfang felt slightly stunned. Long Wanyu also cried out in alarm when a man suddenly gave her a bear hug. Gauchen, let's go now, Guhai shouted. Then his waist trembled as he pulled on the willed zither strings on his body. Suddenly, the North Star felt a pulling force. Whoosh! Guhai instantly got pulled up. Then, he carried Long Wanyu and crashed into the tree root wall again. At this moment, Guhai also took out something. It was not the century lifespan immortality peach, but a crimson saber. Break for me, Guhai roared as he glared. Boom! Under the powerful force of the crimson saber, a hole appeared in the tree root wall with a loud bang. Guhai carried Long Wanyu and was instantly pulled out of the hole. How dare you bully me, brat? Mr. Dongfang suddenly stood up in shock and anger. He waved his hand. Rumble. The rolling tree roots instantly expanded. Guhai had a soul seed. It stuck close to him and Long Wanyu, so they would not be hurt by the wind. The pulling force of the zither strings was especially strong. In an instant, the two of them were pulled far away. We're saved. We're saved. The demon spirit cried, tears of joy. At this moment, Long Wanyu did not care about being bear-hugged by Guhai. Instead, she widened her eyes. She had escaped? She had escaped just like that? Bang! Before the two of them could celebrate, a tree root suddenly wrapped around Guhai's right foot. Bang! He slashed with his saber. However, in an instant, Another 100 tree roots wrapped around Guhai. Even Guhai's right arm, which was holding the saber, was wrapped up together. His right hand was instantly unable to move. This was not the most terrifying thing. Then, an overwhelming number of tree roots enveloped them. It seemed that the two of them were about to be completely swallowed by the sea of tree roots. It's over. We can't escape, the demon spirit said in despair. Long Wanyu was also scared silly by this scene. Guhai revealed a bitter smile. Could it be that he couldn't escape? He pulled his waist with his left hand and untied the strings on his waist. In an instant, he put them on Long Wanyu's waist. The soul seed in his hand was stuffed into Long Wanyu's palm. Long Wanyu, who was scared silly, was slightly stunned. Suddenly, she felt a cold soul seed in her palm. Her waist suddenly tightened. Her soul seed was broken by Mr. Dongfang. Her strings were also broken by Mr. Dongfang. Now what was this? This was all Guhai's. Long Wanyu, don't be too willful in the future. Guhai revealed a bitter smile and pushed her. Whoosh! Long Wanyu was pulled by the strings and instantly shot into the distance. While being dragged by the strings, Long Wanyu's eyes widened. She watched as Guhai was drowned by the tree roots that were like thousands of arms and dragged into the formation. Whoosh! Because of the soul seed, Long Wanyu was not affected by the cold wind. The powerful dragging force, in an instant, was pulled out of the formation like a fishing line. We're saved, we're saved. The demon spirit cried out excitedly. The demon spirit was excited, but Long Wanyu was completely dumbfounded. In the end, Guhai gave her the hope of life. He gave her the soul seed and the strings. She was saved, but he was swallowed by the sea of tree roots. Long Wanyu would never forget that scene for the rest of her life. Even though she was pulled into the air, the scene of Guhai being swallowed by thousands of roots was still vivid in her mind. Other than her mother and sister, no one had been so good to her. Previously, she wanted to kill him, tease him, and lie to him. But in the end, in order to save her, he was killed by that bad guy. In a short period of time, Long Wanyu had seen the worst person in the world and suddenly saw the best person in the world. The contrast in this instant stunned Long Wanyu. Only Guhai's last words were left in her mind. Long Wanyu, don't be too willful in the future. The demon spirit celebrated for a while. Long Wanyu shouted with red eyes, brother-in-law. Whoosh! Long Wanyu was instantly pulled into the distant sky. Chapter 292. After sending off the Long Wanyu, Guhai heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was instantly surrounded by rolling tree roots. The tree roots were not the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing was the cold wind that cut through his bones and flesh. The flustered and exasperated Mr. Dongfang saw that the Long Wanyu had escaped. He did not care about Guhai's life and death. He instantly controlled a large amount of cold wind to rush toward Guhai. Walala! The cold wind rushed over. Even though Guhai had raised an energy shield, it was still instantly washed clean by the cold wind. Whoosh! The cold wind immediately rushed toward Guhai's clothes. In the blink of an eye, Guhai's clothes rotted. Guhai's expression darkened. A large number of bone armor quickly covered his entire body, preparing to block the cold wind's attack. However, Guhai was also extremely worried. After all, the cultivator who opened the Sky Palace back then had cut through his bones and flesh in the end. Could this armor block it? At this moment, a faint black light suddenly appeared in Guhai's arms. The black light suddenly covered the surface of his body as if forming a protective shield. Whoosh! The cold wind hit this black protective shield and was immediately blocked. It could not go any further. Guhai revealed a look of surprise. What's going on? Where did this protective shield come from? Guhai's chest felt cold. His expression changed. He immediately understood something. In the past, the unborn man asked Master Lun Yin to give the black jade talisman to Long Wanyu. The master could not give it and asked for his help. He did not have time to say anything. He had been holding it in his arms all this time. It seems like it's all thanks to Long Wanyu's blessing. Ha! Guhai smiled bitterly. Rumble. The rolling tree roots and endless cold wind rushed toward Guhai. With the bone armor protecting his body and the black jade talisman protecting him, Guhai was still considered unharmed. However, Guhai still shouted, Ah! It sounded like a scream that resounded throughout the array. Keek, keek, keek. Gu Hai, is my longevity array comfortable? Yo, you actually saved the damsel in distress right in front of me. You let Long Wan Yu go, but you stayed behind yourself? Ha 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 ha. You're really looking for death. Mr. Dongfang yelled sinisterly. Walla lala. Gu Hai was pulled into the array by the tree roots, but at this moment, Gu Hai's face was filled with weakness, and he was extremely dejected. Not dead yet? How lucky. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Gu Hai was bound by countless tree roots like a huge dumpling. Only his extremely weak head was exposed. Mr. Dongfang, I've fallen into your hands today, but there's one thing I still don't understand. Where exactly are Long Xiaoya's two souls? Gu Hai asked weakly. Oh, you're already in this state, and you still want to know about Long Xiaoya? Mr. Dongfang said in surprise. I know that I can't escape, but I will reincarnate eventually. Perhaps the unborn man will find my earthly soul? I want to know. Please help me. Gu Hai said weakly. Help you? You still want to reincarnate? Keek, look at this ghost pool. They also want to reincarnate, but who can escape from me? None of them can. Look, Mr. Dongfang said with a smile. He extended his hand and pointed. A root of the century lifespan immortality, Peach Tree, rushed into the ghost pool and crazily absorbed the souls. No, don't absorb me. Monster Dongfang, you will die a horrible death. Monster Dongfang, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Monster Dongfang, the heavens will take care of you. If I don't die, I will take your life. Mr. Dongfang looked at the ghost pool coldly and said, You won't let me off even if I become a ghost? You guys are ghosts now. Come on, come and bite me. Keek, there will be no afterlife. You will all melt away soon. No. The group of souls screamed mournfully. Mr. Dongfang, I'm already about to die. Are you still afraid of telling me? Master Show. Dongfang's Master Show? That's not much. I'm even afraid of a person about to die. I'm already about to die, so why should I be afraid? Gu Hai laughed weakly. It seemed like he was about to close his eyes. Why would I be afraid of you? Brat, you don't have to provoke me. It's useless. I walked on more bridges than you have. Keek. So what if I tell you? Long Xiaoya's 3 souls? Back then, they were already scattered by Li Haoran. Oh, right. It was Liu Yang who made him scatter them. 3 souls? Where are the 3 souls? The heaven soul was destroyed long ago. The earth soul was destroyed long ago, and the human soul was completely shattered. I was the one who pieced together Long Xiaoya's human soul in the past. Keek. I was going to use it to ridicule the Deqian Celestial Empire's master show. I didn't want to borrow it from the Emperor of the Ing and use it to kill you. Keek. Are you satisfied now? Mr. Dongfang laughed. Long Xiaoya's heaven soul and earth soul were destroyed. Her human soul was also shattered. Was it pieced together later? No wonder the unborn man said that all the memories of Long Xiaoya's human soul were gone. It's all shattered. It's already shattered, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Kid, weren't you weak just now? Mr. Dongfang was slightly stunned. Suddenly, hundreds of sharp bones appeared around Gu Hai's body. They were like the spikes of a hedgehog and instantly pierced into a group of tree roots. Bang! More than half of the tree roots in his body were shattered in an instant. Gu Hai instantly struggled and jumped out. Oh, you tricked me? Mr. Dongfang glared. He waved his hand. The rolling black wind rushed straight toward Gu Hai. Boom! The black wind hit Gu Hai's body and was immediately blocked by the black jade talisman's protective shield. You still have my soul seed? So what if you have a soul seed? No one has dared to trick me like this. 60 soul seeds, break all of them. Mr. Dongfang roared angrily. Boom! In the distance, the soul seed in Long Wanyu's hand suddenly exploded. Long Wanyu, who was crying, suddenly showed a look of horror. Brother-in-law, Pajuan was fighting against Gaochen when the soul seed in his arms suddenly exploded. Bang! What? Something happened to Mr. Dongfang? Pajuan's expression changed. Beiwang City. Liu Yang was sitting in the study, reading documents on a shelf beside him. Bam! 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 All of a sudden, a series of explosions rang out, causing Liu Yang's expression to change. Soul Seed? Something happened to Mr. Dongfang? Liu Yang's expression darkened. At this moment in the longevity array, Mr. Dongfang thought that Gu Hai still had soul seeds, so he instantly exploded all the soul seeds he gave out, thinking that Gu Hai was finished. Unfortunately, Gu Hai didn't block the Yin Wind because of the soul seed, but because of the unborn man's black jade talisman. Rumble. The Yin Wind rushed at Gu Hai again, but Gu Hai was still safe and sound. Gu Hai didn't want to continue fighting. He jumped up and prepared to escape into the distance. What? It's not a soul seed? Kid, do you know how difficult it is to make a soul seed? You actually made me destroy 60 of them at once, and you want to run? You can't run away. I haven't refined a living person for a long time. Oomph. Mr. Dongfang snorted coldly. He waved his hand. Countless tree roots rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai held the bone knife in one hand and the blood knife in the other. He slashed out with a bang, and his body was covered in hedgehog-like spikes. The tree roots couldn't stop Gu Hai at all. Gu Hai rushed forward with all his might. As long as he rushed through the longevity array, he would be fine. He sped up. It looked like he would charge out soon. Do you think that the century lifespan immortality peach tree is just a rotten tree root? Mr. Dongfang sneered. Then he formed hand seals. A black hole suddenly appeared on the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The moment the black hole appeared, it formed a strong suction force. Gu Hai, who was about to jump out, got sucked into the black hole by this suction force. Gulp. Gu Hai instantly arrived in a pitch-black environment. Black liquid filled the surroundings. This black liquid sealed Gu Hai's breathing and all of Gu Hai's paths of escape. The black liquid was extremely viscous. Gu Hai found it extremely difficult to move in the liquid. Oh no! Gu Hai's expression changed. At this moment, the black hole on the century lifespan immortality peach tree disappeared. Humph! You want to run? No one can run from my ritual array. I'll suck you into the century lifespan immortality peach tree's stomach and let the century lifespan immortality peach tree's stomach dissolve you. Back then, when the people who opened the heavenly palaces entered, no one could escape. You want to run as well? Humph! Mr. Dongfang sneered. Mr. Dongfang showed some disdain as he turned his head to look at the ghost pool. Outside, Pijuan felt worried. However, he still sent a voice projection over. Mr. Dongfang, are you all right? I'm fine. Do what you need to do. Mr. Dongfang's cold voice came out of the ritual array. It's good that you're fine. Pijuan stopped paying attention. Everything in the ritual array returned to normal. Mr. Dongfang continued to refine the ghosts in the pool. In the end, the century lifespan immortality peach tree was not ordinary. The stomach that Mr. Dongfang mentioned was a furnace that the century lifespan immortality peach tree gave birth to. All living humans and ghosts were turned into nutrients here. Gu Hai was already a golden core realm cultivator. He could hold his breath for a long time. However, he could not move at this moment. What would he do? Outside, a strong corrosive effect eroded the black jade talisman's protective barrier. Gu Hai showed an anxious expression. Buzz! Suddenly, in the pitch-black environment, something seemed to light up in an instant. It was like a beam of light entered Gu Hai's forehead. The instant the beam entered his forehead, Gu Hai felt dazed as if he was about to fall asleep. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal suddenly trembled, jolting the drowsy Gu Hai awake. Gu Hai's consciousness suddenly discovered a white-clad old man sitting in his sea of consciousness. This old man's face was blurry, and his entire body gave off a faint white light. A go board was placed in front of this old man. This go board had 30 vertical and horizontal lines. The board was filled with black and white go stones. I invite you to solve the 30 vertical and horizontal lines go puzzle. The white-clad old man across from Xiao Chan said indifferently. Old man Guanxi. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this the same scene that he saw in the innate puzzle world? That circular go board contained a heavenly go stone fragment and a strand of consciousness that old man Guanxi left behind to record the go board. Is it the same now? That makes sense. Old man Guanxi left behind more than 1,000 treasures. This century lifespan immortality peach tree had to be a treasure among treasures. How could it not have a heavenly Go stone fragment? The 30 vertical and horizontal lines Go puzzle? Guhai's eyes turned grave as he looked over. Chapter 293. 30 vertical and horizontal chess game. I invite you to solve it. Old Man Guanxi invited him again. However, this time, Old Man Guanxi seemed to have his own thoughts. Old Man Guanxi. Guhai asked in confusion. I'm just a fragment of Old Man Guanxi's thoughts. If someone can solve this situation, I'll disperse. Old Man Guanxi said with a smile. Oh, another legacy? Guhai asked doubtfully. The inheritance is only this Go game. The Old Man Guanxi said with a smile. Just this game of chess? That's right. If I can solve this chess game, I'll also have a world-shaking array. However, why do you want to set up these chess games for others to play? Is it just an inheritance? Guhai was confused. Old Man Guanxi smiled and shook his head. In the chess game of 29 heavens and earth, if you can't win, you'll die. What about this game? Guhai asked seriously. What do you think? Old Man Guanxi laughed. Guhai's face darkened as he smiled bitterly. It's still death. In the outside world, my body is already sunk into a swamp, and I can't move at all. Furthermore, there's a powerful force breaking down my protective shield. I don't think I can hold on for much longer. Also, I can't hold on forever. If you can solve this situation, you can leave easily. If you can't, I can only wait for the next person. Old Man Guanxi said calmly. Waiting for the next person? Of the 9 sons of Guanxi, one of them will be able to solve it. Old Man Guanxi said calmly. Guhai was silent for a long time. So time is limited, please. Old Man Guanxi said indifferently. How does this game compare to the 29 heavens and earth chess game? Guhai asked in a low voice. It's like the difference between 29 and 28. Old Man Guanxi said calmly. Guhai was speechless. Guhai longed to meet an opponent. If it were any other time, Guhai would definitely be overjoyed to encounter the 30-world vertical and horizontal chess game. This was because Guhai was confident that he would be able to solve it. It was only a matter of time. But now, he was not given any time at all. Back then, he had gone through the elementary, intermediate, and advanced stages of the 29-line pair world chess game. Furthermore, he had sat at the life and death chess piece for an entire day before finally solving it. Now, do I have a whole day? He could only hold his breath for 3 to 4 hours at most. The viscous liquid outside was constantly destroying his energy shield. Did he have that much time? The difference between 30 and 29 was like the difference between 29 and 28. 29 and 28. That was the difference between heaven and earth. Time is limited. Please make your move as soon as possible. Old Man Guanxi repeated. Guhai. Not daring to hesitate, Guhai immediately looked at the Go board. The 30-world vertical and horizontal chess game had 30 lines in each direction, instantly becoming countless times more complicated. Furthermore, Old Man Guanxi laid out a powerful Go puzzle. Guhai looked around and saw a profound world. If 29 was just the frame of a house, everything was hollow. However, the 30 before Guhai's eyes were filled with bricks and tiles. Guhai sealed the surroundings and formed a complete house, a complete world. Gasp! Guhai took a deep breath. At this moment, he did not know whether he should be happy or sad. As Old Man Guanxi said, this Go puzzle before Guhai was incredibly profound. It was not impossible to solve it, but there was no time. Guhai wanted to use his heart to investigate it. However, he did not have enough time and did not dare to delve too deeply. What should I do? What should I do? Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Guhai's consciousness. It came from the 100,000 Go puzzles he brought from Earth. In the past, 80,000 Go puzzles were merged into 20,000 extremely complicated Go puzzles with 19 Go puzzles. Then, when he solved the life chess, he once again merged them with the other 20,000 complicated Go puzzles. It was a slow merging process. Finally, at this moment, all the Go puzzles were merged into 10,000 extremely complicated Go puzzles. The 10,000 Go puzzles that merged into 4 contained Guhai's boundless wisdom and Guhai's boundless understanding of the Go Dao. Every Go puzzle was a condensation of Guhai's wisdom. 10,000 Go puzzles merged? Please make your move. Old Man Guanxi called out again. Guhai could not easily make his move without seeing through all 30 Go puzzles. However, he did not have enough time. What should he do? Suddenly, Guhai raised his eyebrows as he thought of something. These 10,000 Go puzzles are the condensation of my wisdom. Can I merge my consciousness with them and control the accumulation of my wisdom? Guhai's expression changed. Thinking of this, Guhai did as he said, and his consciousness slowly scattered. Boom! Xiao Chen's consciousness scattered into 10,000 parts of his consciousness. Then, each part entered a Go puzzle. Splitting one's consciousness sounded difficult, but it was not. It was like an ordinary person using only their right hand to work. It was a mental exercise. However, when one used both hands to work, one's consciousness split into two. When one used both hands and legs, one's consciousness split into four. Right now, Guhai split one part of his consciousness into 10,000 parts to control the Go puzzles formed by his wisdom. A blurry Guhai's figure slowly appeared on each of the 10,000 Go puzzles. It looked like a projection, appearing extremely faint. The 10,000 Guhai's figures slowly opened their eyes. Xiao Chun controlled the 10,000 Go puzzles and flew over to the Old Man Guanxi. In an instant, old Mr. Guanxi no longer faced one Go player, but 10,000. 10,000 Guhais. At this moment, all of them were using their own intelligence to analyze the 30-sided Go puzzle. The wisdom of the 10,000 Guhais seemed to be connected. 10,000 Guhais played against the Old Man Guanxi. The Old Man Guanxi also revealed some shock. Go Soul? You actually used such a method to condense a Go Soul? 9,999 Guhais looked at the Go puzzles. Only one of them asked curiously, "What is a Go Soul?" You and I took different paths. Back then, my main body was a Go Soul, continuously growing stronger and expanding my consciousness. However, you used 10,000 consciousnesses to merge into one and condense a Go Soul clone. Perhaps one day, when your 10,000 consciousnesses merge into one, that will be the time when the Go Soul is fully formed. A Go Soul. Haha, you will be the second person in this world to condense a Go Soul. The Old Man Guanxi exclaimed. Oh, the second? Then who is the first? The first is me, the Old Man Guanxi said indifferently. What is the use of a Go Soul? Guhai asked, feeling confused. That is your seventh soul, the Old Man Guanxi said indifferently. What's the seventh soul? Guhai asked in surprise. Everyone knows about the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. However, ordinary people only find the 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls. The Old Man Guanxi said indifferently. Guhai immediately recalled. The 3 spiritual souls were heaven, earth, and human. In the Yuanying state, the nascent soul was the soul. There were only 6 nascent souls in the dantian and the nascent souls in the heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney. However, there was no 7th soul. Was he condensing the 7th fragment? Old Man Guanxi didn't say anything else. Instead, he suddenly looked at the chessboard as though he had discovered something. Guhai, who was the only one talking, stopped talking. Instead, he looked at the chessboard with the remaining 9,999 copies of himself. 10,000 Guhais had solved 30 world vertical and horizontal chess games at the same time. This analytical ability was extremely terrifying. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Boom! Suddenly, one of the large chessboards that Guhai was sitting on suddenly shrank. It was a 4x4 chessboard, which meant that 4 chessboards had been put together. It was 4 times the length and width, and there were many chess pieces. At this moment, it was condensed and slowly shrunk into a chessboard with 19 lines. Removing the useless pieces, the complicated situation of the previous 4 chessboards was slowly condensed into one. Boom! The second large chessboard Guhai sat on was condensed into a small chessboard with 19 lines. Boom! 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 More and more chessboards condensed. After analyzing the 30 world vertical and horizontal chessboards, although they had not made any moves yet, they instantly gained countless insights. The 10,000 Guhais seemed to have entered this world at the same time. They spread out, each looking at 1/10,000th of the chessboards, quickly analyzing the entire world. As they looked at the chessboards more clearly, they all gained great insights. After 2 hours, the 10,000 large world vertical and horizontal chessboards completely condensed into small chessboards. At this moment, the 10,000 Guhai's figures seemed to instantly become a little clearer. Buzz! The 10,000 Guhais looked up at nearly the same time. In that instant, it seemed like the entire world suddenly lit up. Old man Guanxi smiled bitterly. Congratulations, you solved it. Rumble. The 10,000 small world vertical chessboards suddenly merged into four again. Boom! Four of the world vertical chessboards suddenly merged into one. As for the four Guhais on it, their figures touched, and the four merged into one. Their figures were still blurry, but they became much clearer. Presumably, when the 10,000 Guhais carried the wisdom gathered in the Go puzzles and merged into one, that would be when the Ghost soul was fully born. The others continued. However, it was clear that there was still a long process. The only Guhai that merged into four picked up a black ghost stone. Old man Guanxi, no matter what your ultimate goal is, Guhai will be eternally grateful. As Guhai spoke, he slowly placed a ghost stone on the world vertical chessboard. Clack! Boom! The entire world vertical chessboard suddenly trembled. If someone who understood Go looked at it, it would seem like the entire Go puzzle world instantly collapsed and was destroyed. The entire world vertical chessboard immediately turned into a cloud of smoke that surrounded Old Man Guanxi. You don't need to thank me. One day, you will know that I should thank you, too. Old Man Guanxi said with a faint smile. Bang! Old Mr. Guanxi suddenly exploded, turning into smoke and dissipating into thin air. Suddenly, a heavenly ghost shard appeared in the smoke. This shard was even larger than the 3 heavenly ghost shards Guhai obtained earlier. Another one? Guhai felt slightly stunned. Then, his consciousness returned to his main body outside. At this moment, Guhai suddenly felt that he could move. Although this viscous liquid did not change, a layer of light from the heavenly Go fragment covered his body, allowing him to move freely in this liquid. Move freely? Guhai showed a ferocious expression as his figure suddenly rushed forward. When Guhai arrived at the inner wall, is this the century lifespan immortality, Peachtree stomach? Or is it the furnace inside? Refining living people, refining ghosts, and preventing reincarnation is not something good. It should be destroyed. Guhai's eyes turned cold. Shing! Guhai suddenly thrust the life ender saber at the inner wall of the furnace. The century lifespan immortality Peachtree is a rare treasure in the world. Go ahead and absorb it. Help me destroy it. Don't transfer the energy you absorb to me. Just turn it all into bone energy. I want to destroy this entire hell. Guhai roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! The life ender saber pierced the inner wall of the furnace. Countless skulls surged out of the surging black energy and quickly gnawed at it. Chapter 294. The life ender saber released black energy and crazily gnawed at the century lifespan immortality Peachtree from the inside. Boom! The feedback of 1,000th of a life ender saber's energy made Guhai's expression change. It felt like the yellow river washed over him. This energy was too vast, so much so that if he tried to absorb it, he would explode in less than 5 breaths of time. The energy of this century lifespan immortality Peachtree is that high. Guhai felt slightly stunned. Rumble. The century lifespan immortality Peachtree shook wildly, as if it felt intense pain. Outside, Mr. Dongfang looked into the distance. Long Wanyu had already disappeared into the horizon. Humph! Mr. Dongfang snorted coldly. He no longer cared about Guhai's life or death. After all, no one could escape once sucked in, including the Heavenly Palace expert from earlier. Xiao Chun waved his sleeve, and the ritual array returned to normal. The century lifespan immortality Peachtree continued to land on the ghost pool. Mr. Dongfang looked at the ghost screaming miserably in the ghost pool. However, he revealed a cold smile and said, "It is useless even if you scold me. Since you enter my ghost pool, you can forget about running. Obediently help me grow the century lifespan immortality Peachtree. Old monster, you will die a horrible death. If I come out of my ghost pool, I will definitely eat your flesh and gnaw on your bones. Ah, old monster, I want your life. Ah, The blue flames burned the ghosts, inflicting extreme pain on them. More than 2 hours later, all right, most of the impurities in your bodies have been refined. Now, you are the best nourishment for the century lifespan immortality, peach tree. Mr. Dongfang sneered. I want to kill you. I want to eat your flesh, gnaw on your bones, and drink your blood. Old monster, I will fight it out with you. Millions of ghosts howled in despair as they stared at Mr. Dongfang with eyes that were about to burst open. Above the ghosts, there was even a black aura gathering. Overwhelming resentment? Good. The more overwhelming the resentment, the more it can help the century lifespan immortality peach tree grow. I want your resentment. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Dongfang said excitedly. Xiao Chun flung out his sleeve, and one of the century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots stabbed into the ghost pool. Then, a surging suction sucked in the group of ghosts. Ah, old monster, you'll die a horrible death. The group of ghosts howled. Curse me to die a horrible death? When you enter the century lifespan immortality peach tree, call them. The humans and ghosts that enter will quickly become nutrients. Guhai is waiting for you inside, Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Right after speaking, the century lifespan immortality peach tree trembled. What's wrong? Mr. Dongfang paused. The tree root that had just reached into the ghost pool suddenly turned pale white and revealed a trace of metallic luster. Why did the roots turn white? Are those bones? The roots of the century lifespan immortality peach tree turned into bones? Mr. Dongfang was slightly taken aback. The suction force that was sucking in the group of ghosts suddenly stopped. The roots of the tree were reduced to bones, but the rest of the tree was writhing madly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Mr. Dongfang's expression changed. He extended his hand and formed hand seals. Rumble. The tree shook rapidly. As it shook, countless roots emerged. However, the roots that emerged turned into bones in the blink of an eye, unable to move. Not only that, but a white energy rushed to the ground below. The ground below quickly turned white and turned into bones. It was like a ripple in still water, spreading out in the blink of an eye. This is? Mr. Dongfang's expression changed. Ka, 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 ka. The white color of the ground spread in all directions. In an instant, it reached Mr. Dongfang's feet. Boom! Suddenly, a bone-like spike emerged from the ground and rushed toward Mr. Dongfang, as if it was going to skewer him in an instant. Bang! Mr. Dongfang's expression changed as he jumped away. Boom! 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 On the ground, one after another, spikes emerged crazily. They grew rapidly, growing taller and taller as if they had formed a giant mountain that soared into the sky. They chased after Mr. Dongfang crazily. B** starred. Bones? I have Yin Wind that can cut bones and flesh. Cut it for me. Mr. Dongfang glared and shouted angrily. He waved his hand, and a rolling Yin Wind whistled. Roar! The Yin Wind seemed to transform into ferocious beasts. However, the moment it rushed over, the power of bone spread and instantly turned the Yin Wind into bone. It turned into countless bones floating in the air, surrounding Mr. Dongfang and chasing after Mr. Dongfang. The sky was full of bone spikes. It was like a world of bones. What? Mr. Dongfang screamed and wanted to jump away. However, the enormous bone spikes from before had already soared into the sky, forming several tens of enormous bone mountains. Furthermore, they were encircling the entire interior of the cave. It was full of bones. The sky and the ground were full of bones. Mr. Dongfang's array was instantly turned into bone, forming a large sealed space. Mr. Dongfang suddenly had no way to escape. The bones in all directions instantly reduced Mr. Dongfang's space of movement by a lot. No, how can this be? My array, my century lifespan immortality peach tree move? Mr. Dongfang shouted in shock. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bone spike pierced through his right shoulder and nailed him to a bone mountain. Mr. Dongfang instantly couldn't move. Boom! At this moment, the ghost pool below was also turned into bone and instantly exploded. Countless ghosts were instantly free. Ah, crack, crack, crack. Old monster, I'm going to eat you. Old monster, I'm going to kill you. The group of ghosts rushed out of their cages and headed straight for Mr. Dongfang. B** starred. be asterisk starred. Mr. Dongfang angrily slapped the bone spike on his body. The bone spike shattered. However, there were too many bone spikes in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 20 bone spikes nailed Mr. Dongfang to the bone mountain wall. He couldn't move at all. Seeing that the million ghosts were about to reach him, Mr. Dongfang finally revealed a terrified expression. How can this be? Century lifespan, immortality, peach tree. Follow my orders. Come and protect me. Come and protect me. Mr. Dongfang roared. Boom. The century lifespan, immortality, peach tree in the distance suddenly exploded. It turned into fragments that filled the sky and disappeared. What? Mr. Dongfang was stunned. After the explosion, black fog appeared. The black fog suddenly disappeared, revealing Gu Hai, who was in a sorry state. Huff, 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 huff. The moment Gu Hai came out, he gasped for breath. Clearly, he had been holding his breath for too long. Gu Hai, it's you. Ah, no. Mr. Dongfang roared in despair. This was because the million ghosts had already closed in. Roar! I'm going to eat you. Old monster, die. The group of ghosts howled and crazily gnawed at Mr. Dongfang. Ah, don't eat me. Don't eat me. Huh. Mr. Dongfang screamed miserably. In the blink of an eye, the million ghosts gnawed at his flesh. Whoosh! Only a pile of withered bones with their marrow sucked out fell to the ground. Roar! The group of ghosts let out a roar to vent their resentment. Gu Hai suddenly came out. When he looked up and saw that the surroundings had turned into a world of bones, he revealed a look of horror. Just 1,000th of a century lifespan, immortality, peach tree's strength can actually turn such a large area into bones? Gu Hai said in shock. However, before Gu Hai could marvel at his masterpiece, the scene of 1 million ferocious ghosts gnawing at Mr. Dongfang made his scalp tingle. Aren't these ferocious ghosts too ferocious? The group of ghosts roared. After venting their resentment, they felt much better. Then, they turned their heads to look at Gu Hai. Many thanks, benefactor. Solemnly, the group of ghosts bowed to Gu Hai. The million ghosts expressed their gratitude at the same time, and surging providence instantly gathered in Gu Hai. After the group of ghosts expressed their gratitude, Gu Hai sighed and nodded. Never mind. You should reincarnate. Go and reincarnate. The million ghosts shook for a while, but they stood in place, not moving at all. They all showed confused expressions. What's wrong? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. I don't know. After we were refined by the blue flames of the Dongfang demons, not only can we be seen by the living, but we can't enter the netherworld for now, one of the ghosts said with an unsightly expression. I can't either. I can't either. What should we do? I feel that my soul's energy is slowly diminishing in this state. Could it be that we still have to turn to ashes after our soul energy completely drains? The group of ghosts showed horrified expressions. For a time, everyone was talking at once. The world of bones was instantly filled with noise. Everyone, Gu Hai called out. The group of ghosts stopped and looked at Gu Hai. You can't reincarnate? How about you come with me to Jinan City? Someone should know how to help you, Gu Hai suggested. Oh, all right. I'll listen to benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. Gu Hai nodded and changed his clothes. Then, he looked at the surrounding mountains of bones and smiled bitterly. After ossification, the mountains and trees would become real bones. It was possible to restore them to their original state, but it required more energy than the ossification to transform them back to their original state. Gu Hai didn't have the energy now. He walked around the valley. He let the group of ghosts find a gap in the bone spurs. Following the group of ghosts, Gu Hai slowly stepped out of the Valley of Bones. Gu Hai left the Valley of Bones for about 2 hours. Buzz. In the Valley of Bones, the void trembled slightly. A gust of cold wind swept past, and a white-robed little boy walked out of the void ripples. The white robe was embroidered with golden silk. The white-robed little boy looked at Mr. Dongfang's skeleton in front of him. He took out a small bottle and poured a drop of liquid on the skeleton. Buzz. The skeleton strangely emitted a trace of light, and then the bones quickly grew little bits of flesh and blood. Gradually, the flesh and blood condensed into a bloody little boy. It was Mr. Dongfang, who was saved by the white-robed little boy in front of him. Bringing the dead back to life, flesh and bones. It was done with just a drop of liquid. Mr. Dongfang trembled violently and was resurrected. The white-robed little boy threw a white robe to him, and Mr. Dongfang quickly put it on. Dongfang number 7, you died again. If I wasn't near the underworld, you would have disappeared. The white-robed little boy said lightly. Mr. Dongfang immediately knelt down. Forgive me, original body. I was careless this time. The white-robed little boy was silent for a while. I made 10 bodies and let you spread out to help me seize life. You are the most troublesome. Oof. Forgive me, original body. I. Dongfang number 7 said worriedly. Well, you made such a big commotion that you will alarm the Deqian Celestial Empire. It's not good to stay here for long. Follow me. The white-robed little boy said lightly. Yes, original body. Dongfang number 7 said respectfully. Buzz. Suddenly, the void in front of the two trembled slightly. Dongfang number 7 stepped in with a white-robed little boy and disappeared. Chapter 295. Guhai and a million ghosts walked out of the Valley of Bones. There was still a thick fog in the surroundings, covering the area of bones. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with endless dark clouds, and there was a rumble in the distance. Guhai stood on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance. The dark clouds in the sky were the dark clouds of fate and misery. They were played by Pujuan, and they seemed to be even more tragic than before. The sky was gloomy, and the world was filled with bleak cold winds. Thousands of miles were sealed in ice, and thousands of miles were fluttering with snow. It was a scene of bitter cold and despair. However, the loud sound came from outside Jinan City. Outside Jinan City, there were 1,000,000 bronze men. All of them were at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and they were extremely powerful. The soldiers who left the city in the past would definitely not be able to resist 1,000,000 bronze men. However, those soldiers were just in disguise. In the distance, there were 4 copybooks hanging in the sky. 4 super huge copybooks. The copybooks hung vertically in a square space, and dazzling white light bloomed on the copybooks. At this moment, about 600,000 bronze men were trapped in the square space by these 4 copybooks. The dazzling white light on the copybooks was like 4 huge walls, sealing the sky and earth, and trapping the 600,000 bronze men inside. Those copybooks? Is the righteous energy of calligraphy on the copybooks? A ghost beside Guhai said in surprise. Righteous energy? Guhai asked in confusion. Yes, the 4 arts are based on books. Calligraphy is the most basic. Those copybooks must be righteous energy. Using 4 copybooks to seal 600,000 bronze men. So the Grand Marshal was already prepared. I see. I was wondering why he went to the major academies to find people last time. The ghost said in surprise. The major academies? Guhai asked in confusion. That's right. Look at those armored soldiers. They are only here to confuse Pujuan. They're all calligraphy experts. Look at the 4 pieces of calligraphy. A group of calligraphy experts are constantly writing on the pieces of calligraphy that is pouring in the overwhelming righteous energy. However, the general principles on the 4 pieces of calligraphy must be even more powerful. Otherwise, it would not have been able to seal the 600,000 bronze men. The ghost explained. Guhai looked over. Sure enough, the group of soldiers were all holding brushes and writing in front of the 4 gigantic scrolls. Hum, 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 hum. White light soared into the sky, and the calligraphy was filled with righteous energy. Borrowing the power of the 4 calligraphy pieces, it formed a cage that overflowed into the sky, imprisoning the bronze man that was constantly colliding inside. Guhai narrowed his eyes. However, he saw countless fairies flying around in the morality cage. The fairies kept colliding with the bronze man's head as if they wanted to seize control of the bronze man. Sima Chongkong used people to seal the bronze man. She wants Gaochen to take back the bronze man? However, how can the bronze man be taken back so easily? Guhai frowned slightly. The 600,000 bronze men were sealed, but there were still 400,000 that were attacking the South Town City's formation. Gaochen, Sima Chongkong, you're indeed cunning. You think you can take back my 600,000 bronze men by sealing them with calligraphy? Dream on. Pujuan roared. On the city tower, Gaochen looked at Sima Chongkong and said, this method won't work. My fairies are outside the bronze men, and Pujuan's fairies are inside. More than 10 of them are needed to restrain the enemy. However, they can only restrain the enemy. They can't enter at all. It has to work even if it doesn't work. This tragic world is even more powerful than the one in Silver Moon City. Didn't you play Pathos earlier? You can't break tragic world at all. Last time, you could break it because of the combined willpower of the entire city. This time, it's only your willpower. This is a spiritual Guqin Dao concept. It can't be broken. Let your fairies take back the bronze man for me to use. Then, kill Pujuan with all your might. Sima Chongkong shook her head. I still have a song here. Master passed it to me before he left. However, I need to use all my strength to play it. Gauchen explained. But now, we've already sealed off the enemy's 600,000 bronze men. Of course, sealing them off isn't only the work of the 4 copybooks, but also your contributions. Without your 6 million little spirits interfering with the bronze men inside, the 4 copybooks wouldn't have been able to stop them. Because of your interference, they weren't able to focus on breaking the formation. If you had used all your strength to play the new song, the trapped 600,000 bronze men would have broken out. At that time, 1 million bronze men would have attacked together. I don't know how long our defensive formation would have lasted. Sima Chongkong said with a frown. But I want to play that song. Gauchen showed a hint of bitterness. Master Lu Nian smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Sima, from a purely rational point of view, you are not wrong. After all, you want to play it safe. You are worried that Gu Hai's song won't be able to achieve the desired effect. Everything we have done before would have been for naught, and the bronze men might even have broken through the city. However, after this period of time, I realized that I trust Gu Hai's song more. I suggest that Gauchen try. Sima Chongkong frowned slightly. The 4 calligraphy pieces were shrouded by the nature of righteousness. The calligraphy experts holding the calligraphy pieces were protected by the nature of righteousness. The group of bronze men could not touch them at all. Moreover, with Gauchen's sound barrier, they were not affected by misery. The cage of righteousness was very special. Its interior was incomparably sturdy. The 600,000 bronze men attacked in all directions, but could not break through. The bronze men outside could not touch it. They wanted to destroy the calligraphy pieces, but with a dash, they entered the cage of righteousness. 400,000 bronze men attacked the city, but could not break through. Pujuan was also a little anxious. He looked coldly at the cage of righteousness in the distance. You want to divide my army into 2, so that I can't break through the city? Then I won't break through the city. I will destroy your 4 calligraphy pieces first. Pujuan shouted coldly. He waved his hand. Boom! The 400,000 bronze men attacking the city suddenly stopped and broke into the cage of righteousness. Oh no! Sima Chongkong's expression changed. The power of 1 million bronze men gathered together was too great after all. The interference of 6 million Gauchen's little spirits was limited. He suddenly attacked with all his might. Boom! With a loud noise, a crack appeared on the 4 walls of nature of righteousness. The group of calligraphy masters were immediately sent flying by the powerful recoil. Oh no, quick! Block it, quickly write. The calligraphy experts rushed forward in horror, grabbed their brushes, and quickly wrote. Break! Pujuan shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise shook the sky. Under the full force of 1 million bronze men, the cage of righteousness burst open. Tear, 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 tear. With 4 loud noises, the 4 super huge calligraphy pieces suddenly turned into pieces and drifted into the air. The 1 million bronze men were suddenly free. Ha 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 ha, calligraphy? Calligraphy is only SOSO. Pujuan sneered. On the city tower, everyone's face darkened. Break through the city, Pujuan said coldly. Boom! The 1 million bronze men attacked almost at the same time, bombarding the city tower. Boom! The city tower shook violently, and the soldiers were suddenly in an uproar. Gauchen, perhaps I was wrong. Why don't you give it a try? Gu Hai's song. Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. You should have let me do it earlier. Although Master's song isn't as good as mine, it's still very effective. Gauchen didn't forget to flatter himself for a moment. He waved his hand. Boom! The 6 million little spirits were immediately put away. Oh, not interfering with my bronze men? Pajuan, who was in the distance, was slightly surprised. It was because of these little spirits that his bronze men couldn't reach a consensus, and the destruction caused by them would be much less. But now, what was the North Star trying to do? Ding! Gauchin reached out and plucked. A huge heavenly zither appeared in the void, amplifying Gauchin's voice. Playing the zither? Haha, is it pathos or 10-sided ambush? Gauchin, I already know your song, and you still want to compete with me? Pajuan sneered. Ding, ding, ding. Gauchin's zither sounded. Along with the sound of the zither, there was suddenly a loud sound of war drums in the sky. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, making everyone tremble. Dong, 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 dong. The war drums shook the heavens and the earth. Under the powerful sound of the war drums, the floating snow trembled with the war drums, and there was a murderous aura in the war drums. The soldiers in the city who had been in an uproar suddenly felt their blood boil when they heard the sound of the war drums. Not 10-sided ambush. Pajuan raised his eyebrows. Dong, 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 dong. The sound of the war drums became more and more frequent. Slowly, in the void, green illusory figures of soldiers were condensed, as if they were continuously beating the drums. There were especially many people beating the drums. At a glance, there were 1 million people beating the drums. 1 million drummers? Is this an army? Countless people were surprised. The sound of war drums could be heard during the battle, but there were only a few people beating the drums. However, what kind of scene was the North Star going to play? 1 million people beating the drums? No wonder it was so shocking. However, 1 million people beating the drums. What kind of battle was this? 1 million people was a huge fighting force. How could he just let them beat the drums? Sima Chongkong frowned and looked at the drummers in the sky. Ding, 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 ding. As the sound of the zither continued, the scene displayed by the zither, Dao kept changing. There were 4 million illusory figures of soldiers standing around the 1 million drummers. Humph! These illusory figures condensed by the zither Dao are at most similar to the power of the innate realm. What's the use of them? 100 of my bronze men would be enough to annihilate them all. 1 million drummers and 4 million trashy soldiers? Gauchin, is that all you can do? Pajuan sneered. The 4 million soldiers stood respectfully in all directions. The 1 million drummers beat the drums and looked at the huge military tent that slowly appeared in the center. It was a military tent that was 300 meters tall. The general is mighty. The general will win. The general is invincible. The 4 million soldiers shouted at the top of their lungs, shaking the sky. Along with the earth-shaking drumming, a huge aura of the general is mighty surged out, and a belief of victory suddenly soared into the sky. The belief of victory seemed to have infected everyone in an instant. In Southtown City, everyone's blood was boiling. What kind of general was in that huge military tent? 1 million drummers and 4 million soldiers are just background. They just need to shout and gather the power of a peerless god of war for the general in the tent. How can there be such a strange song? What's the name? Sima Chongkong said in surprise. General's order. Gu Hai answered the question of the ghost beside him. Chapter 296. Talk, 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 talk. General is mighty. 1 million war drums beat in unison. The shouts of 4 million soldiers shook the world, making the blood of countless soldiers in South Mountain City boil. Those bronze men who were attacking Southtown City also suddenly paused. A huge tent 300 meters tall appeared. All the zither cultivators bowed respectfully as they called out to a powerful war god in the tent. Although the tent with 4 million soldiers and 1 million war drums had not been opened yet, it already gave off an unrivaled and austere aura. Furthermore, as the war drums continued and the shouts continued, a huge aura seemed to gather in the tent. A storm surged out of the tent. What a ferocious and austere aura! Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. I have never seen such a ferocious war song before. Gathering the aura of millions of soldiers into one? A general's order? What kind of general is that? Sima Chongkong asked. On the other side of the city gate tower, Jimmu of Silla sat on her throne. She did not interfere with Sima Changkong's battle, but just watched quietly. Even when she felt extremely anxious earlier, Jimmu of Silla did not move at all. However, when this general's order came out, Jimmu of Silla narrowed her eyes and looked at the tent. Is this accumulating power? What a strong song. Jimmu of Silla revealed some doubts. Ding, 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 ding. As Gauchin continued playing the zither, the storm outside the tent grew stronger. In the distance, Pajuan's expression turned cold. Humph, trying to be mysterious. Go and destroy it. Pajuan shouted coldly. The bronze men in South Mountain City immediately paused and turned their heads. The ones closest to Pajuan quickly flew to the entrance of the tent. Ding, ding, ding. Gauchin's complexion turned ashen. Master, this song is not difficult to play. However, how can it be easy for me to infuse all my mental energy and aura into it? I'm exhausted. Roar, roar. Hundreds of bronze men charged at the entrance of the tent. It looked like they would destroy the tent if they got close. Talk, 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 talk. General is mighty. The sound of battle drums and roars resounded throughout the world. The hundreds of bronze men were about to reach the tent. Raise the tent. The 4 million soldiers roared in unison. As he shouted, he saw the tent suddenly open. Hundreds of bronze men also instantly approached. The instant the tent opened, a huge river suddenly gushed out from within, gushing out ferociously. However, what the river carried was not water, but many ferocious saber chi. It tore through everything, sweeping away everything before it. Hundreds of bronze men sent out manifested palm strikes to meet it. Boom, 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 boom. The palm force was completely crushed by the saber river. Even after it was crushed, the saber river was still ferocious as it charged toward the hundreds of bronze men. Boom! With a loud bang, the several hundred bronze men that were charging over were sent flying out like scattered flowers from a celestial maiden. He didn't even have the time to scream before he was sent flying in all directions by the rolling river of blades. Hiss! Saber chi? No, it was the aura. The moment the aura of this general was released, he sent hundreds of bronze men flying. Just how strong is this general? Countless soldiers in the city revealed looks of horror. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the zither contained a kind of earth-shattering charm that could only be displayed by the Swana. In an instant, the aura fermented. After the saber river sent hundreds of bronze men flying, it immediately soared into the sky, covering the sky and earth. Countless saber chi surged in all directions, wreaking havoc ferociously. At the tent, the saber chi was the most abundant. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, making it blurry. General is mighty. The 4 million soldiers shouted in unison. However, they saw that the tent disappeared in the smoke and dust, gradually revealing a figure that was 10 feet tall. They could vaguely see the outline of the figure. It was a general in armor. The general wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown, golden chainmail, and lotus silk cloud-walking shoes. On his back, there were 4 large flags. On the flags, there was a large golden word embroidered on each flag. Invincible. The large flag fluttered in the wind, giving off a rustling sound. However, the words invincible on it shocked the countless soldiers in Jinan City. More importantly, it was the general's face. In the distance, when Gu Hai and the millions of ghosts saw the general's face, they gaped in shock. On the city gate tower, Jimmu of Silla, Sima Changkong, Venerable Lu Nian, and the soldiers all showed strange expressions. Gu Hai, Pajuan said in shock from the distance. The general carrying the banner that read, unrivaled under the heavens, actually looked like Gu Hai. This scene stunned defeating armies for a long time. My master created this song. Of course, I have to use my master's face. Gauchin explained to Venerable Lu Nian, who was beside him. The general slowly charged out of the smoke, showing a ferocious expression. He raised his head to look at the sky, at the dark clouds of fate that misery had gathered. General is mighty. Thud, thud, thud. War drums and shouts echoed. The general pinched a phoenix wing on his head, showing a ferocious expression. With this general here, you dare to be impudent? The general glared and pointed to the sky. Boom! The saber chi in the surroundings suddenly gathered, forming a long saber-chi dragon that charged at the dark clouds of fate in the sky. Roar! The long saber-chi dragon roared ferociously. Everywhere it went, the world suddenly turned cold. The dark clouds of fate trembled, and surging lightning struck the long saber-chi dragon. Rumble! Millions of lightning bolts struck, but not only did the long saber-chi dragon not shatter, it even swelled up. Suddenly, it grew 100 times larger and gave off boundless lightning bolts. Bastard! Pajuan's expression changed. Roar! Boundless lightning bolts suddenly gathered in the dark clouds of fate, forming a huge lightning dragon that was equal to the long saber-chi dragon. The lightning dragon showed a ferocious expression as it roared at the long saber-chi dragon below. The two dragons roared at each other and clashed in the blink of an eye. Roar! Roar! Honk! Under the huge collision, the world suddenly brightened up. It was so bright that countless people couldn't open their eyes for a moment. The huge shock wave seemed to kick up a storm that blew in all directions. From Jinan City to where Pajuan was, tens of thousands of kilometers away, sand and stones were blown up by the storm. Dust soared into the sky, making it hazy. Broken. The dark clouds of fate are broken. General, the dark clouds are broken. Guhai broke the tragic world again. The countless soldiers in the city immediately cheered. However, the dark clouds of fate in the sky had already shattered. The long saber-chi dragon and the lightning dragon exploded. I can see it. I can see it. I'm not deaf anymore. The tragic world cut off my 5 senses. They're all healed. The countless soldiers in the city who had been affected in the past cheered in excitement. No, impossible. Pajuan goggled in disbelief. General is mighty. General is invincible. General is mighty. The 4 million Zither Dao soldiers continued to cheer. General, to catch bandits, first capture the leader. Capture the bandit leader and return to the court. A shout suddenly came from the void. Yes, sir, the general abruptly replied. With this shout, Pajuan suddenly felt a great threat enveloping him. What? To catch bandits, first capture the leader? To capture me? Bastard! All bronze men, attack this general. Destroy him. Destroy him. Pajuan cried out in alarm. Rumble! All of a sudden, 1,000,000 bronze men pounced at the general. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the general was buried in the center of the tens of thousands of bronze men, surrounded by them. Break! The general roared. Boom! The tens of thousands of bronze men were suddenly sent flying by a powerful force. In an instant, they exploded, shocking the countless soldiers in Jinan City. How is this possible? That general sent tens of thousands of bronze men flying with one punch? Someone exclaimed. No, the general's fist must have hit the little spirit in the bronze man. The little spirit was sent flying. Isn't that right, Gauchin? Sima Chongkong narrowed her eyes. At the side, Gauchin's face was pale. Previously, it was extremely difficult to play this song, especially when he had put all his focus and energy into it. Gauchin had no energy to speak to others. It had indeed hit the little spirit, but to outsiders, it looked like it had hit the bronze man. Boom! 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 The general ran quickly toward the army destroyer. Not to mention his nimble body, the power of his punches shocked countless soldiers. With one punch, hundreds of bronze men were sent flying. With another punch, hundreds of bronze men were sent flying. With another punch, hundreds of bronze men were sent flying. Taking the general's head in the midst of an army of 10,000, the general was so fierce. Along the way, more and more bronze men appeared, but they were no match for him. He could send hundreds or thousands of them flying with one punch. For a moment, the area from Jinan City to where Pajuan was filled with bronze men sent flying. Quick, go back and kill him for me. Kill him. Defeating armies roared as he glared. The general was getting closer and closer. Misery was useless. 1,000,000 bronze men were like paper in front of him. Smash, explode. Smash, explode. They were sent flying with one punch. Huh. The general continued to run toward Pajuan. His speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he was halfway there. Along the way, at least 100,000 bronze men were sent flying with one punch. That invincible scene was extremely shocking in the eyes of the countless soldiers in Jinan City. Those were bronze men at the peak of the nascent soul realm. They were like ants being sent flying by the general. It was a defeated army. One man, defeating 1,000 soldiers with 2 fists? On the fierce battlefield, only the general's figure could be seen, because nothing else was important. The general's 2 fists had defeated everything. Invincible? Chapter 297. Boom! Once the general appeared, no one dared to challenge him. He charged toward Pajuan among the million bronze men, as if he was walking on flat ground. Before this, who would have thought that he could charge through the million bronze men army? This was an invincible army that could not be defeated. However, before the general, they were like a bunch of chickens and dogs. He could send thousands of them flying with one punch. On Southtown City, all the soldiers looked into the distance and clenched their fists as they listened to the music. We can win. We can destroy Pajuan. The general is mighty. On the city tower, the Southtown City army cheered excitedly. At this moment, Gauchin's face was pale. Obviously, this music was not easy to play. Damn it, hurry up, Gauchin said anxiously. It was not difficult to play the music, but it was extremely difficult to focus all of one's attention on it. Gauchin did not know how long he could last. The general shouted and sent a group of bronze men flying with one punch. He was getting closer and closer to Pajuan. For the first time, fear appeared on Pajuan's face. Block it, bastard, Pajuan shouted in fear. The million bronze men immediately surrounded Pajuan, forming a thick human wall to face the charging peerless general. Ha ha ha! The general was in high spirits as he roared toward the sky. The million bronze men stood in front of him, but the general had a look of disdain. General's order, army destroyer. The general's face was ferocious as he roared and punched out. Boom! He hit the group of bronze men again. Ka! 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 The bronze men blocked one another. This time, the bronze men were not sent flying. Instead, they were pushed back slightly. This was because the million bronze men blocked the general at the same time, preventing him from advancing. He blocked it? The soldiers on the city tower in the distance were shocked. He can block it now, but not forever, Sima Changkong said with a ferocious expression. Gauchin, keep playing, keep breaking, victory is in our grasp. Sima Changkong turned his head with a smile. Gauchin was sweating profusely. I can't hold on for much longer. Master's song is too exhausting. It's not as good as my song. Sima Changkong frowned. Boom, boom, boom. Under the general series of attacks, the 1 million bronze men worked together. Although they could send 1 or 2 flying with a punch, as a whole, they managed to withstand the attacks. Mighty General. General is invincible. Shouts could be heard from afar. Pajuan let out a long sigh. Ha 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 ha, I understand. Gauchin, you really are going all out. You can't break through my million-strong army. You can't hold on for long. Ha ha ha. General's order. Army break. The general roared again. This time, he used all his strength and punched forward. Boom! The bronze men's surface emitted green light. The general's body also emitted golden light. The 2 sides were in a stalemate, and there was no clear winner. Where Guhai was. Everyone, according to what you said, this general is a spirit that is attacking the bronze men from a distance. The group of spirits is being held back by the general. Spirits are spirits, and so are you. I'll have to trouble you to give it a try. Guhai looked at the 1 million ghosts. Benefactor, you're too polite. We'll give it a try. The million spirits answered. Boom! The million spirits flew toward the battlefield. In the distance, Gauchin was sweating profusely. It's over, it's over. I can't hold on for much longer. Sima Changkong's face was anxious. He immediately found a subordinate. General Ma, I'll have to trouble you. The subordinate had a bitter expression. I just opened the Celestial Palace. If I can't even deal with the invincible general, how can I deal with the million bronze men? Gauchin, continue. Ha 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 ha. This is your limit, right? General? What's the use of a general? Pajuan guffawed smugly. Just as the 2 sides were in a stalemate, boom. Suddenly, 1 million spirits appeared on the battlefield. That is, Venerable Lun Yin revealed shock. Mr. Sima, look, General Ma exclaimed in shock. It's Guhai? Sima Changkong exclaimed in shock as his eyes lit up. The 1,000,000 spirits instantly arrived at Pujuan's side and entered the bronze men's bodies. The spirits inside the bronze men were bitterly dealing with the general. How could they have the energy to defend against the outsiders? The 1,000,000 spirits squeezed out of the bronze men's bodies with a gentle squeeze. Without the 1,000,000 spirits, the 1,000,000 bronze men exploded with one punch from the general. A million bronze men exploded in an instant, filling the sky with figures. The scene of explosions was 100 times more shocking than all the previous battles. No! Pujuan roared in despair. The general instantly arrived. Boom! The punch landed heavily on the general's body. Die for me! Break! Gauchen roared. Boom! The punch sent Pujuan flying. As he flew through the air, Pujuan's body shattered into pieces, filling the sky. Buzz! The instant Pujuan exploded, Gauchen reached his limit, and the zither music stopped. The 1,000,000 bronze men immediately scattered on the ground. After all, these were bodies forged for the spirits. Although the 1,000,000 spirits obtained the bronze men, they could not control them. Hence, they came out in the blink of an eye. The spirits that were squeezed out showed despair on their faces. With Pujuan dead, they would not live for long, either. The spirits still wanted to charge at the bronze men. Pujuan is already dead. You spirits are all mine. Quickly come to my mouth. Gauchen shouted excitedly. From a distance, there was a sudden suction force in his mouth. The 1,000,000 spirits fled in fear, but they could not escape at all. In the blink of an eye, they were sucked into Gauchen's mouth. Gauchen's face was originally pale, as he had used up too much energy. However, after swallowing the 1,000,000 spirits in one gulp, his complexion immediately improved, and there was a faint glow on his face. Roar! The general is mighty. The bronze men army has been defeated. Guhai is mighty. On the city gate tower, countless soldiers shouted. I was the one who played the song. Why is no one praising me? Gauchen said with an ugly expression. Beiwang City, Mo Yike's residence. Liu Yang led a large number of officials and angrily stepped into Mo Yike's residence. Your Majesty, Lord Chun has been missing for a period of time. According to our investigation, the last time he appeared was at Mr. Mo's residence. At that time, he brought 2 servants with him. Your Majesty, I have sorted out the portraits of the 2 servants that Lord Chun brought with him. After a series of comparisons, it is confirmed that they are Sima Changkong and Guhai. Your Majesty, Sima Changkong and Guhai stayed at Mo Yike's residence for a long time, but Mo Yike did not report it. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is right. Mo Yike is the spy. A group of subordinates reported anxiously. However, Liu Yang's face was gloomy. He did not say a word until he reached Mo Yike's residence. Your Majesty, 10 servants came forward to welcome him. Where is Mo Yike? Liu Yang asked in a low voice. We don't know. A group of servants said blankly. You don't know? I arranged for you to stay in the Mo residence to watch over Mo Yike. You say you don't know? Liu Yang said coldly. The 10 servants had bitter expressions. We might have been discovered by Mr. Mo. We don't know why, but we fainted together. When we woke up, Mr. Mo was gone. Search. Liu Yang's face was gloomy. A group of subordinates quickly searched the Mo residence. On the side, an official frowned and said, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince might know where Mr. Mo is. Liu Yang turned to look at him. The Crown Prince, Luin, has been holding a grudge against Mr. Mo ever since he was sent to prison because of Mr. Mo. He has said many times that Mr. Mo is a spy. We didn't take it seriously at first, but Luin has been keeping an eye on him. 2 days ago, the Crown Prince mentioned this again, and the Emperor reprimanded him. The official said respectfully, Where is Luin? Liu Yang asked in a low voice. According to reports from the camp, the Crown Prince took 10 giant dragons out of the camp last night. Maybe you want to chase after Mr. Mo? The official asked curiously. On a flying boat in the south of Ing province, Mo Yike stood on the deck with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. A group of men in black stood behind him. One of them knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Sir, these days you've been fishing in the day and holding banquets at night. You've used the time at night to arrange missions for us. We've already spread the word and arranged everything. I've arranged everything, but whether it can be done well depends on the results. Yikes said calmly. Yes, sir. All right, stop the flying boat for a while. We've been following it for half a day. There shouldn't be anyone here. Yikes smiled coldly. Boom! The flying boat suddenly stopped. At the same time, there was another flying boat hidden in the clouds high in the sky. Seeing Yikes' flying boat stop, they stopped as well. Come out, young masterin, Yikes said calmly. Roar! Roar! A series of giant dragon roars sounded. The flying boat in the sky was put away. The 10 Sin Dragons all looked ferocious as they swooped down. Lewin stood on the head of one of the Sin Dragons. Yike, you're indeed a spy. Today, I've finally caught you. You can't escape, young Masterin said with a ferocious expression. Ha! Ever since you got out of the heavenly prison, you've been going against me. As long as I'm right, you're wrong? Ha! Young Masterin, do you know? These days, I've been reflecting on myself. My biggest failure is you. Do you know? Yike took a deep breath and said calmly. Oh! Young Masterin revealed a trace of unexpected pride. He thought that Yike was praising him. In my plan, I could have helped Liu Yong conquer Yong province. Unfortunately, everything was lost at your hands. I did not lose to an opponent like Gu Hai. I did not fear Gu Hai. I lost to a pig-like teammate like you. Unexpectedly, you alone put Liu Yang's army in such an awkward situation. I should have replaced you long ago. I should have done that long ago. Yike showed a regretful expression. However, young Master An's expression turned sullen. You spy. How dare you say that about me? Humph. Yike, none of you can escape today. I will not give you a chance to slander me in front of my grandfather. Today, I will leave you all here. Oh? Huh. These are the 10 Sin Dragons that escaped from 9-5 Island? You want to use them to kill me? Yike showed a cold smile. Roar. Roar. The 10 Sin Dragons roared, showing ferocious expressions. So what if they are? Eat them all, young Masterin said with a ferocious expression. Yike smiled faintly, but did not move. However, the 20 black-clad men behind Yike suddenly released dense black energy from their bodies. The black chi carried with it a sinister aura as it gushed out, suddenly dyeing the surrounding sky and earth black. The dragons paused for a moment. Then, the 20 black-clad men's eyes suddenly released a red light, and 2 blood-red fangs appeared in their mouths. This is... Young Master An's expression changed. Mister, this insignificant one has never drunk dragon blood before. This time, one of the black-clad men said with a smile. Go then. Be quick, Yike said indifferently. The 20 black-clad men immediately ran towards the dragons on the deck. As they ran, the black energy around them suddenly swelled again. Bang! The 20 black-clad men immediately exploded, instantly turning into countless bats that surged out of the black energy. Squeak! 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 The 20 black-clad men turned into 200,000 blood-sucking bats and charged at young Masterin and the dragons. What? The dragons' expressions changed. Blood-sucking bats? Yike, you are from the Day One Imperial Dynasty? You are indeed a spy. You! Young Masterin cried out in alarm. Boom! The dragons and young Masterin were immediately surrounded by countless bats. Roar! Roar! The dragons cried out in pain. Ah! Run! Run! Save me! Young Masterin cried out in horror. Black energy surged in all directions as countless bats madly gnawed at the dragons. The dragons wanted to escape, but after struggling for a while in the black energy, they could not break free. In the blink of an eye, all the dragon blood in their bodies was sucked dry. No! No! Ah! The black energy was filled with despairing cries. Yike stood on the deck and watched indifferently. Young Masterin, because of you, my plan failed. Because of you, Liu Yang's army could only stop at Ying province. Sigh, I did not want to kill you, but you kept biting me like a mad dog. Ah! After a series of miserable cries, the black energy gradually fell silent. Squeak! 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 As the rolling bats cried out, They all returned to the deck. Their figures shrank, and they turned into 20 black-clad men again. Many thanks for Mister's blood, the 20 black-clad men said respectfully. Not far away, young Masterin and the 10 sin dragons turned into withered corpses. Pack up. We should return, Mo Yikes said indifferently. Yes, the group of black-clad men said respectfully.